Call the police. There's been a murder." Countless people cried out in horror. The place was chaotic. This was the case in many places in Summerland. Originally, the major hidden families were not prepared to resurface so soon, and they would often just summon members to inquire about news and contact their partners. However, Lorraine turned the 10-year appointment into a stage for the younger generation of Summerland. Countless hidden heirs who knew this news came out of hiding in advance to participate in this grand event. Everyone wanted to make a name for themselves at this time. This also led to many hidden sects and families resurfacing one after another. After all, these people had been hidden from the world for many years, and they still adhered to ancient customs. In their understanding, the law of the jungle was the law of survival. This greatly contradicted the belief that everyone was equal in the eyes of the Summerland law. Although they already knew a little about the laws of Summerland, after jointly resurfacing, they would have interacted with ordinary people, so it was inevitable that there would be some conflicts. Once there were conflicts, the two sides would start arguing. In addition to that, from their perspective, it was completely unacceptable for them to be scolded by ordinary folk. Then, fists would be involved. When fists were involved, how would ordinary folk be a match for these martial artists? The final result was that the ordinary folk would often suffer minor, or even serious injuries inflicted by the people from hidden sects and families. Thus, the Special Task Force was very busy during this time, and as they urgently policed Summerland, even Team Dragon got involved. They had no choices. There were too many masters in these hidden families and sects, and the Special Task Force did not have enough manpower. Therefore, they could only ask the people from Team Dragon to help out. After Team Dragon acted, they were basically able to stabilize the situation. Although there were many hidden sects and families, most of them still obeyed the laws of Summerland, and only a few of them refused to obey. Those few were the ones that Summerland were currently targeting. Furthermore, the matter with the Nichols family started to ferment, and it gave a severe warning to these people. The head of the Nichols family, who was a peak dragon ranker, and two elders who were at the late stage of the dragon rank had died. Meanwhile, everyone else was imprisoned. This was no joke. 3 days had now passed, and the Nichols family had not released any news yet. They should be too scared to fight against Summerland. After all, a single MP from the Summerland Parliament could wipe out the entire Nichols family with the strength they currently had. When David was destroying the Nichols family, what he said was also circulated. "Those who mess with Summerland will be punished." This sentence boiled the blood of all Summerlanders, but it was taken as a motto by all the passionate youngsters of Summerland. It also greatly curbed many hidden sects and families. After all, the Nichols family was an example to them. Even though a lot of the strong forces were turning their noses up toward this matter, Mason was still alive. No one wanted to come forward and stand out from the crowd. Hence, aside from some small conflicts, the current Summerland was still pretty stable. However, there was one current problem in Summerland. Everyone was waiting for news of Mason's death so that they could fight for the bountiful resources of Summerland. Even though David healed Mason, he had never shown his face until now. He was still mulling over his big move and was preparing to fight the forces from outside the country. Hence, he would put the internal issues of the country aside for the time being. As long as he was not dead, Summerland would not be in chaos. However, the forces outside of the country were not the same. Right now, they were frequently testing the limits of Summerland. Almost all of the MPs of the Summerland Parliament had been sent to the borders. They must give those foreign forces a heavy blow by now. Somewhere hidden in Summerland, there were no high-rise buildings here, and all the buildings had retro designs. The people here dressed in very retro clothes too. Of course, not everyone was like this. There was still some modernity scattered within the community. Going into hiding did not mean staying completely out of touch with the outside world. They would still have to send people out to experience the outside world pretty often. Otherwise, it would be difficult for them to integrate back into society quickly after being separated from the outside world. This was the residence of the hidden family whose head of the family and two elders David had killed, the Nichols family's hidden residence. It could be said that the Nichols family was in a dilemma right now. The people they sent out were all wiped out, and even Franklin, the head of the Nichols family, one of the top peak dragon rankers, was killed. The Nichols family, which only had 2 peak dragon rankers, had their strength greatly weakened. Originally, the Nichols family was not that strong if compared to the hidden families. Now, it was even worse. According to the information they received, the head of the family, Franklin, was targeted by the MP of the Summerland Parliament because he was causing too much trouble. In the end, the army that the Nichols family dispatched in advance was completely wiped out. Now, they could not go out nor stay put. If they went out and were targeted by Summerland again, the entire Nichols family would be completely finished. However, if they did not go out and only waited until Summerland fell apart, they would not be able to get any benefits when the time came. Avenging Franklin was not even on the agenda for the Nichols family. Even though the Nichols family still had Moses, the former head of the family, who was a peak dragon ranker and also Franklin's father, he could not ignore the life and death of the entire family just because he wanted to avenge his son. The Nichols family could not afford to provoke Summerland. At present, they were considering how to obtain more resources and grow the Nichols family. That was the most important thing for the time being. They would only talk about revenge when there was a chance in the future. At this time, the Nichols family welcomed a guest. "Who are you? Why are you here in my house?" Moses sat in the seat of the head of the family and asked a man below who was shrouded in a black robe. After Franklin's death, Moses took over as head of the family. "I am the guardian from Star Sect, Kit Powers," the black-robed man replied in a cold voice. Moses narrowed his eyes. He looked at the black-robed man in shock. Star Sect? He's the guardian from Star Sect? One had to know that Star Sect was a very powerful hidden sect. They were old rivals with another hidden sect, the Crumbs. These two sects represent the peak strength of the hidden sects. Moreover, a guardian was the absolute highest level within these sects. However, Star Sect had a bad reputation. They would do whatever they wanted, and they completely disregard the lives of others. The most important thing was that they were happy. Before going into hiding, they were listed as an extremely dangerous sect by Summerland. However, why was Star Sect here in the Nichols residence? The strength of the two was miles apart. If the other party wanted to take action against the Nichols family, Kit alone might be able to destroy the Nichols family. "Oh, so you are Kit from Star Sect. I apologize for my negligence. Please forgive me." Moses quickly stood up, walked to Kit, and said to Kit with his hands together. In front of the guardian from Star Sect, he, the head of the Nichols family, dared not put on airs. The gap in strength between the two sides was too great. They were now following the law of the jungle, not equality for all as in Summerland. If he acted a little recklessly, Kit would kill him right here, and no one would dare to appeal to him. "Head of the Nichols family, you don't need to be so humble. I'm here to ask if your family wants to join us," Kit said. "What?" Moses asked. "Join the Star Alliance." "The Star Alliance?" "Yes, the Star Alliance is an alliance organized under the leadership of Star Sect. All the families and sects in the alliance are being targeted by Summerland, and they were all marked as extremely dangerous sects and families. Summerland will not allow us to resurface, and we also need resources to deal with the coming catastrophe, so we can only unite, gather our strength, and snatch these resources," Kit explained. As Moses listened to Kit's explanation, he began weighing the pros and cons in his mind. Once they joined the Star Alliance, they would be completely going against Summerland. However, if they did not, the Nichols family would not dare to come out of hiding anymore. "Mr. Powers, the Nichols family is not being restricted from resurfacing by Summerland," Moses said after thinking. "You don't have to pretend in front of me, Mr. Nichols. Your son Franklin has been killed by an MP of the Summerland Parliament. Don't you want to take revenge? Joining the Star Alliance will be the best choice for you. In the future, you may have the opportunity to take revenge yourself. Other than that, you can even get even more resources. Troubled times are coming. Does your family want to just sit still?" Indeed, these people had already understood things very clearly before they came to recruit the Nichols family. It was because they knew that the Nichols family would not refuse. Now, the Nichols family had no choice but to get themselves involved in this mess. If Moses guessed correctly, if the Nichols family refused this offer, the Nichols family would be wiped out immediately to ensure that the news of the Star Alliance would not be leaked. The Nichols family was still too weak. In the face of these powerful forces, they could only be at the mercy of others. "Mr. Powers, How will the resources we obtain in the future be distributed after we join the Star Alliance? Moses asked. Even if he did not have a choice, he still needed to ask. Otherwise, the Nichols family would only be used as cannon fodder, and they would have no idea even if they were betrayed. Don't worry, Mr. Nichols. Nearly 10 hidden sects and families have joined the Star Alliance, and everyone will be operating under a fair system. No matter how strong Star Sect is, I can't hide the truth from the masses. In the end, whoever made the greatest contribution will get the biggest share. If that's the case, then I will join the Star Alliance on behalf of the Nichols family. But I have a request. After the demise of Summerland in the future, I want to find the murderer who killed Franklin and take revenge myself. Of course, then I shall welcome the Nichols family to the Star Alliance. Please come to Star Sect to participate in the Alliance Conference in half a month. At that time, a series of Alliance rules and future plans will be formulated. Great. Then I won't disturb you anymore, Mr. Nichols. Mr. Powers, please have a quick meal here before leaving. No, I have other things to deal with. Goodbye, Mr. Nichols. Kit turned to leave after saying that. After a few steps, he walked out of the hall and disappeared from in front of Moses. Moses sighed in relief as he looked in the direction Kit was leaving. Only then did he realize that the clothes on his back were soaked through. He was under too much pressure as he faced the Guardian from Star Sect. Kit was definitely someone who was halfway to the God rank. Moses was just a peak dragon ranker, and in front of someone who was halfway to the God rank, he did not even have a chance to escape. He should go to the elders to discuss this. There was no turning back for the Nichols family. They could only follow Star Sect. This was all caused by that prodigal son, Franklin. If he could develop steadily in Summerland and not stand out, would the Nichols family have fallen to this point? Despite him wanting to avenge Franklin, Moses already scolded him 18 times in his heart. In addition to the Star Alliance led by Star Sect, these hidden sects and families had also established many smaller alliances. They were not only uniting families throughout the world and forming partnerships, but the hidden sects with the same origins would also group together to support each other. The strength of a family or sect was always limited. When a few of them were united, their strength would be much greater. In the future, they would also have a greater advantage when it came to snatching resources. About 2 days before the 10-year appointment, Dark Cape welcomed huge traffic and the area started to get lively. Countless children of powerful families and descendants from hidden sects appeared here. The venue for the 10-year appointment was set by Lorraine to be on an uninhabited island west of Dark Cape. The magnetic field on the island was very strong. Wireless communication equipment would be useless here. It also could not be locked onto by satellites and missiles. Hence, it was relatively safe here. That was why Lorraine chose this place. Otherwise, if so many people with powerful backgrounds gathered together, none of them would be able to escape if they were hit by a large nuclear bomb from someone with ill intentions. By then, the whole world would be in chaos. If one wanted to reach this uninhabited island, one needed to take a boat from Dark Cape. To ensure they arrived as soon as possible, they had to stay overnight at Dark Cape. When there were too many people, chaos would easily break out. Moreover, these guys were either the heirs of powerful families from Summerland or the descendants of hidden sects, so they were all powerful and self-regarding people. Most importantly, Dark Cape was not under the jurisdiction of Summerland. This meant that there was no need to obey the laws of Summerland here. Hence, the descendants of the hidden sects felt that this place was truly free. Whenever someone crossed them, or if there was a conflict, they would break out into a fight. This was their way of solving problems. If they won, they would naturally be able to show their powerful strength and be able to boast. They could also make a name for their family or sect from that. If they lost, they would just consider themselves unlucky. No one would care anyway. This was the law of survival they preferred. The weak were prey to the strong, and whoever had the strongest fist would have the last say. Inside Black Sand Hotel in Dark Cape. The hotel was formerly owned by bloodthirsty mercenaries. It was also the only large hotel in Dark Cape. It could accommodate 3,000 people at a time. Moreover, when bloodthirsty mercenaries took control of Dark Cape, they also closed all the other small hotels and inns, not allowing others to run their business. The purpose of doing this was to achieve a monopoly. They wanted to be the only choice for the businessmen of the two countries who traveled back and forth in Dark Cape. This hotel was a huge enough cash cow. It provided a steady stream of wealth to the former bloodthirsty mercenaries. Combining that with the high taxes they charged in Dark Cape, it was safe to say that bloodthirsty mercenaries were incredibly rich. After Red Flame mercenaries destroyed bloodthirsty mercenaries and occupied the place, they naturally gained control of the Black Sand Hotel. However, Red Flame mercenaries lifted the ban on the establishment of small hotels in Dark Cape, which caused countless small hotels to appear in Dark Cape. They even canceled the high taxes, which made countless businesses applaud them. Since these small hotels were cheap, they also took away a lot of the Black Sand Hotel's guests. However, this was a good thing for David. It was because he did not need to make money now. On the contrary, he needed to spend money. Otherwise, where would he get his lavish points from? Without lavish points, how could he improve his strength? How would he become a Superman and be invincible in the world? The price of the Black Sand Hotel was very high, so naturally, it was very high-end. None of the people who participated in the 10-year appointment were ordinary folk. They were the best among the younger generation, and these people did not lack money. Therefore, naturally, they would choose to stay in the most high-end hotels. Today, the Black Sand Hotel was fully booked for the first time since it was built. There were still many people who had no place to stay and could only choose to stay in small hotels. Basically, everyone who was invited by Lorraine to the 10-year appointment came with a large group of people. Some came with a few people, some a little over a dozen, and some even a few dozen. This resulted in an influx of thousands of visitors to Dark Cape on this day. In the castle in Dark Cape where Red Flame mercenaries lived, David was excitedly looking at his lavish points. This was a complete surprise. One had to know that his current physique had reached God level 9. Originally, according to the normal rate of growth of his lavish points, he should only almost be at this level when it was time for the 10-year appointment. However, he did not expect his lavish points to skyrocket in the past 2 days. Not only did his physique break through to God level 9, but now he had 1,000 lavish points. The special funds allocated to the communications sector might have been spent. Not long ago, he received a call from the person in charge, saying that the project of building a communication satellite was ready and could start at any time. However, David did not care what the reason for the rapid growth lavish points was. Even if someone cheated him out of hundreds of billions, as long as his lavish points increased, David felt that he should be grateful to the other party. Right now, money was not important to him at all. Rather, it was time. Now that all the evil characters had shown up now, how would he defeat them if he did not have overwhelming ability? David did not like to be on par with the enemy. He did not like to fight to the death with his enemy and then finally win through sheer luck. What he wanted was to absolutely crush the enemy. If he could not do that, he would rather hide. He would not do dangerous things. If he wanted to do it, then he wanted to completely crush his enemies. Right now, he already had 1,000 lavish points. If he spent the lavish points on his physique, then he would be able to break through to God level 10. God level 10 was equivalent to the strength of a peak God ranker. This was also the peak strength on this earth and also Mason's level. He would be on the same level as Mason soon. The day was finally coming after waiting for so long. At this moment, David was extremely excited. Once he became a peak God ranker, even if he did not have enough combat experience, weapons, a finishing blow, or even if he could not defeat an experienced and old peak God ranker like Mason, he would still be able to annihilate anyone who was below the level of a peak God ranker. True strength could win against all tricks. Once he had the strength, all the other fancy moves could be defeated through force. Furthermore, how many peak God rankers existed in the world? He could basically do whatever he wanted in this realm. When his mind power improved, his strength would continue to improve too. Once his mind power and physique both reached level 10, he would go to another level. Then, his strength would far exceed peak God rankers such as Mason. At that time, David wanted to say something pretentious, like, "None of you can fight. It's so lonely being the best." He did not hesitate to spend 1,000 lavish points to improve his physique. After a while, he only had a few pitiful lavish points left. His body still burned for a while. David took a comfortable shower before looking at the system panel. His physique had indeed reached God level 10. In addition, There was a bracket behind it that said, God level limit. David clenched his fist. His strength had increased again. At this moment, David felt that he had endless power. This feeling was really cool. Dark Cape, Black Sand Hotel. On the top floor stood a young and beautiful girl. However, the girl looked disheveled at this time. The girl took out her phone, dug out a number, and dialed it. The call was connected very soon. A gentle male voice came from the other side of the phone. Jeannie, did you miss me? I made you your favorite food. I'll go to pick you up later. The girl listened to the voice that she was very familiar with, and her tears could not stop flowing. What's wrong? Jeannie? Talk to me. I'm sorry, Adam. The girl cried. What's the matter? Jeannie, don't cry. I'll pick you up right away. Wait for me. I'm sorry, Adam. I'll see you in the next life. After the girl finished speaking, she hung up the phone without waiting for the other party to answer. In another part of Dark Cape, a young man rushed out and ran desperately to the Black Sand Hotel. After the girl named Jeannie hung up the call with Adam, she called her mother. Hello? Jeannie, what's the matter? Mom, I've let you down. You and Dad must take care of your health. I will repay your kindness in the next life. Jeannie, what's wrong with you? Don't do anything stupid. You can tell Mommy anything. It can definitely be fixed. Jeannie hung up before her mother could speak. Then, she stood on the rooftop and looked at the brightly lit street below before jumping down. After a while, crash. A loud crash startled many people. A figure fell in front of the Black Sand Hotel from above. The security hurried out to check. Someone jumped off the building. Help. Call an ambulance. There was chaos in the hotel lobby. The hotel manager hurriedly called to report what happened. Someone jumped off the building. This was huge. Ever since Dark Cape got a new owner, it was basically paradise. Everyone was living and working in peace. It was not as chaotic as it was before. Back then, it was common for people to die. Right now, it had been a while since someone died of unnatural causes. In the end, a phone call was made to Killer, the first deputy captain of Red Flame Mercenaries. All of Dark Cape was kept in order by Red Flame Mercenaries. When such a huge thing happened, it was only natural to notify the top management of Red Flame. Killer immediately brought his people to the Black Sand Hotel. This time, he brought 2 Peak Dragon rankers because he instinctively felt that this time, things were not so simple. In the past 2 days, a large number of strong people had poured into Dark Cape, and they had caused chaos. They had also received several reports of incidences, but this was the first death. One had to know that after Red Flame took over Dark Cape, they made great efforts to rectify Dark Cape. It had been a long time since there had been any unnatural deaths. Now, someone had jumped off the Black Sand Hotel, and she was even a pretty young attendant. Those bastards. They think just because they have a few ounces of strength that they can ignore Red Flame Mercenaries. They must be taught a lesson. Otherwise, Dark Cape will become more and more chaotic. Fortunately, their captain had broken through God rank and became a guardian. Otherwise, Red Flame would be in a difficult position when facing so many powerful people. I'll see if I can handle it myself first. If I can't, I'll report this to the captain. Room 16 in the Black Sand Hotel. Miles Pearson just finished showering and was resting on his bed. How nice. The quality of the attendant of this hotel is pretty good. After the 10-year appointment, I won't go back to Summerland for the time being. I can stay here for some time, and I'll only go back when I've had my fun. Damn it. Summerland has too many rules. Everything is forbidden. It's so amazing here. No one cares about what I do here. So what if they want to manage me? Can they even do that? Before Miles came here, he had developed a thorough understanding of Dark Cape. It was occupied by a small mercenary group. The captain of the group seemed to be a master that was halfway to God rank. However, so what? Although Miles could not defeat him, someone else could. When he came out this time, his grandpa Abel also came out to protect him. His grandpa Abel was also halfway to the God rank, and he had been on that level for many years. He was a veteran who was halfway to the God rank and might even break through to God rank at any time and become a guardian. That was why Miles had the confidence to do whatever he wanted in Dark Cape. Coupled with the other masters in his family, how could a small mercenary group be able to compete with them? What was the use of even being a mercenary group, even if they had a lot of members? When someone was in his grandfather's realm, even a large number of people was not enough to bridge the gap in strength. This was the paradise he wanted. It had only been a day, and he did not want to leave. As he was dreaming of a happy life in the future, knock knock, there was a knock on his room door. Come in. The door opened. A middle-aged man walked in. Mr. Miles? What is it? Miles asked, sitting up from the bed. After the attendant walked out of your room, she went straight to the top floor and jumped to her death. She's dead? Yes. What a pity. She's such a gorgeous girl. Get me another one next time. Mr. Miles, should we be prepared? After all, this is other people's territory. If they come for us, it'll be better that we're prepared, the middle-aged man said. What preparations? What's there to prepare? My grandpa Abel is here. What can a small mercenary group do to me? I am about to sleep with all the beautiful girls here. They want to come to me? Be my guest. All right, Mr. Miles. You should leave now. Get another girl for me tomorrow. Okay. The middle-aged man left the room respectfully. Killer brought 2 peak dragon rankers to the Black Sand Hotel. The manager of the hotel quickly approached them. What happened? Killer asked. Deputy Captain Roland, the girl who jumped from the building, was called Jean Shearer, and she's an attendant from the hotel. 2 hours ago, she sent something to the guest in room 16. After she came out, she went directly to the top floor and jumped down. Is her family here? Yes. Comfort them and ask what they need. They can tell us anything they need, and we'll try our best to fulfill them. All right, Deputy Captain Roland, the manager replied respectfully. Come, take me to room 16. Please come with me, Deputy Captain Roland. After the manager said that, he led the way. Meanwhile, Killer and the 2 peak dragon rankers followed behind him. The manager of the Black Sand Hotel brought Killer and his gang to the door of room 16. Knock, Killer said. Knock knock. The manager knocked on the door. Who is it? A young man's voice came from inside. I'm the manager of Black Sand Hotel. Get lost. The man in the room cursed. The manager turned his head to look at Killer helplessly. As the manager of the Black Sand Hotel, he was aware of the situation. He could not afford to offend any of the people who were staying at the hotel over the past 2 days. Have someone bring the key and open the door, Killer said. Yes, Deputy Captain Roland. The manager summoned someone on the walkie-talkie after speaking. It did not take long for an attendant to come over with the key. The manager took the keys, opened the door, and stepped aside. His strength was low, and he was only at first class, so he dared not be the first to enter. If he was attacked, he would have died in vain. Killer stepped into the room first, followed by 2 peak dragon rankers. Ever since they learned about the strength of their captain, the 2 of them were now committed to Red Flame. As long as they closely followed the captain, with their strength, they would definitely be able to get to a high level in the future. When that happened, their lives would be much more comfortable. When Killer entered the room, he saw a young man in his 20s lying on the bed. Who let you in? Are you looking to King die? Get out of here. Miles sat up and scolded loudly. I'm Killer, the deputy captain of Red Flame Mercenaries. An attendant who went out of your room more than an hour ago jumped from the top of the building and died. According to her autopsy, she was sexually assaulted before her death. I hope you can cooperate with our investigation, Killer said calmly. It was not that he had great patience. Instead, it was because he did not want to cause trouble without knowing the strength and background of the opponent. At first glance, this young man was not easy to deal with. At a young age, he had the strength at the beginner stage of dragon rank, so his background was definitely not weak. In the end, it would be up to the captain to decide. What does it have to do with me if the attendant died? You people from Red Flame just want to cause trouble for yourselves, don't you? Don't think that just because you have someone who's halfway to the god rank that you can be so arrogant in front of me. You can't afford to offend my family. If you're smart, you will send me a beautiful girl every day, and I will leave when I have enough fun. I'm asking you to cooperate with the investigation now. We didn't come here to apologize to you. Please be clear about this. This territory belongs to Red Flame Mercenaries, so since you are here, you must obey our rules. You're asking me to cooperate with the investigation? You're asking me to abide by the rules? Who the F***ck do you think you are? What if I don't cooperate and I don't abide? What can you do to me? Listen closely. So what if I rape that girl? Come on, arrest me. Do you have the balls to do that? Miles said arrogantly. He was the dignified son of the Pearson family. Furthermore, the Pearson family was also one of the top-ranked forces among the hidden families. Red Flame Mercenaries was just a second-tier force with someone who was halfway to God rank. How dare they make him abide by the rules? What were the rules? The law of the jungle were the rules. The rules were set by the strong. Was a garbage second-tier force qualified to set the rules? How hilarious. If you refuse to cooperate, we'll have to use force, Killer said with a blank face. If the captain did not show his current strength, he would not have dared to do this. This young man was secure in the knowledge that he had support. Hence, his support had to be very powerful. There was at least one person that was halfway to the God rank behind him, or he might even have a God rank guardian behind him. That was why he dared to ignore Red Flame Mercenaries. However, there was also a God rank guardian in charge of today's Red Flame Mercenaries. The strength shown by the captain also greatly increased their confidence. According to Killer's understanding of the captain, he was definitely not a timid person, and he would definitely not swallow his anger if he encountered such a thing. If he did not do anything now, the captain would look down on him. In order to leave a good impression of himself on the captain, he had to understand the circumstances clearly even if he could not handle this matter. Then, he would report it to the captain and wait for his decision. The two peak dragon rankers behind Killer could also sense that Miles had a strong background. This young man in his 20s had already reached the beginner stage of the dragon rank. It was not something that ordinary forces could cultivate. However, they also had a God rank guardian as their backer. That was why they were not afraid of the other party. Now is the time to show loyalty, otherwise, how would they quickly integrate into Red Flame Mercenaries? Use force? You just want to arrest me, right? Come on. Let me see if you have the guts, Miles said indifferently. He did not believe that these people would really dare to arrest him. Furthermore, his grandpa Abel was just next door. If these people dared to touch him, his grandpa Abel would definitely make them suffer the consequences. Elders, please bring him back to let the captain deal with him, Killer said to the two peak dragon rankers behind him. The two peak dragon rankers took a step forward at the same time, revealing their strength slightly. Instantly, the room was filled with a depressing atmosphere. Do you want to walk yourself, or do you want us to take action? Peak dragon rankers? I'm so scared. Ha ha ha. Miles was not frightened by the strength of those two. On the contrary, he started guffawing. The two frowned and took another step forward. They decided to just immediately take action. However, when they lifted their right leg, an even stronger strength overwhelmed the two. This made them retract their right legs that they had just lifted. What is this? The two were shocked. At this moment, an old man walked in through the door. Who gave you the guts to touch a member of the Pearson family? The old man asked as he walked in. Grandpa Abel. Miles cried out happily. Don't be scared, Miles. I am here. No one will dare to bully you now. This person was Miles' grandfather, Abel Pearson. He was also one of the two masters who was halfway to the God rank in the Pearson family. Killer and the two elders from Red Flame Mercenaries were unable to move after being suppressed by the old man. At this moment, their hearts were filled with fear. Unexpectedly, this young man had the protection of someone who was halfway to the God rank. They had to go back and inform the captain as soon as possible. This was already beyond their strength. However, right now, they had to ensure their safety and not provoke the other party. Even though there were two peak dragon rankers and one mid-dragon ranker on their side, in the face of a master who was halfway to the God rank, they had no power to fight back. Even though a master who was halfway to the God rank was not a true God rank guardian since he had not yet taken that step, this was something that a peak dragon ranker could compete with. Please calm down, sir. We're just doing our jobs and following orders, Killer said, fighting back the pressure. Whose orders? Captain Silverface from Red Flame Mercenaries? Abel asked. Yes. Killer answered. Go back and tell your captain to come to me personally. You're still not qualified enough to interrogate a member of the Pearson family, Abel said. Okay. Get lost now. After Abel said that, The pressure on the three slowly vanished. Killer and his gang wiped the sweat from their foreheads and left the room slowly. Grandpa Abel, are you just going to let them leave like that? Miles asked after the trio left. Miles, this is the territory of Red Flame mercenaries at the end of the day, and Silverface is also a master who was halfway to the god rank. If we have a fallout with him, we may not be able to retreat without suffering any damage. It's better to keep a low profile, Abel explained. Would they dare to do that? I'll go back and tell Grandpa Reed to destroy Red Flame mercenaries. Miles, some things are not as simple as you think. If Red Flame mercenaries can occupy Dark Cape, they naturally have their own means. You can't destroy them just because you want to. Moreover, all the hidden sects and families are resurfacing one after another. We, the Pearson family, better not be the first to stand out. The Nichols family incident from not long ago is still fresh in everyone's minds. The Nichols family doesn't even have someone who's halfway to the god rank. How can they be compared to us? Summerland dares to take action against the Nichols family, but they definitely dare not do the same to us. Summerland is now in the midst of the storm. No one knows what condition Mason is in. If Mason still has the strength to fight despite being in the final stages, who would dare to cross him? What if we're treated as the target that Mason uses as a final show of strength before he dies? None of the hidden families and sects can stop him, so naturally, we can't either. Is Mason as powerful as the rumors? How could one person deter so many hidden sects and families, as well as so many hostile forces abroad? Miles asked in disbelief. Mason is a legendary figure, so no one will question his strength. His fame was built step by step. Take a recent battle as an example. Mason alone fought against 9 god-rank guardians headed by Falconia. He even killed one person and seriously injured 4 others. This kind of record is simply terrifying. He fought against 9 god-rank guardians alone? He even killed one and seriously injured 4 others? This kind of strength is simply too terrifying. Is that true? Miles widened his eyes and asked in shock. Of course it's true. Otherwise, do you think Summerland could become one of the 2 greatest empires in the world just by its small strength? Thus, we must abide by the rules in Summerland, and we can't be the one who takes the first step to break them. When Mason dies, Summerland will collapse, then it will be time for us to show our strength. I understand, Grandpa Abel. I'll be more careful. It's good that you know, but you don't have to be too restricted in Dark Cape. You'll be fine as long as you act appropriately. You can play with some ordinary girls. As long as I'm here, Red Flame mercenaries won't dare to do anything to you. But once you enter the territory of Summerland, you must be humble. David was in his room, and he was carefully experiencing the changes in his physique after breaking through God level 10. This feeling of endless power was so refreshing that he was restless and eager to try it. He wanted to see what the effect would be. However, he dared not do it here. He predicted that the castle would not be able to handle his punch and would simply crumble from the force. He should try it in a deserted place. It would be good to have a clear understanding of his strength. So far, he had not made a proper strike yet. Just when David was thinking of trying it somewhere deserted. Knock knock. He heard someone knocking at the door. Come in, David replied after coming back to his senses. The door was pushed open gently. The first deputy captain of Red Flame mercenaries, Killer, walked in. Captain, Killer greeted respectfully. What is it? David asked. Captain, there are a lot of powerful people pouring into Dark Cape these last 2 days. There are a lot of them, and it's a little scary. Oh? How many? According to incomplete statistics, there are thousands of people. The Black Sand Hotel is fully booked, and there are many powerful people occupying it. Thousands? So many? Are they all youngsters? David asked in surprise. How many people did Lorraine invite? Does Summerland have so many masters among the young generation? Even if they included the hidden sects and families, it would still be impossible to achieve so much, right? If each of these people was backed by a powerful family, wouldn't Summerland have been invincible since long ago if all of them had united? Why would they be afraid of Falconia then? They would have dominated the world long ago. Even if half of them were united, they would already be invincible, let alone all of them. No, according to my observations, There are at least dozens or possibly hundreds of independent forces, each of which has a young man with a high status. Everyone else is being led by him. I see. David was stunned. At least 95% of the thousands of people were followers, or they were sent by major forces to protect these young people who were participating in the 10-year agreement. After all, those who could be invited by Lorraine had to be geniuses. No matter which force they were from, they were still treasures. There could be no accidents, so it was understandable for them to send a few masters to protect them. I know the reason for this. You can just ignore them, and they'll be gone in 2 days, David said. But Captain, after these people arrived at Dark Cape, they turned the place upside down. We can't allow them to act arbitrarily regardless of the rules. After all, this is the territory of Red Flame mercenaries. Once word gets out, the reputation of Red Flame mercenaries will be over. Oh, tell me, how are these people acting arbitrarily? An attendant from the Black Sand Hotel was raped by a young man when she was sending something to his room because she was beautiful. Later, she made 2 phone calls, one to her boyfriend and one to her mother before jumping off the roof of the hotel and committing suicide. Plus, there are already several attendants who have been molested at the Black Sand Hotel. Is that true? David asked calmly. Although he was calm on the surface, David's heart was unsteady. He was even a little angry. The people from these hidden families were indeed not good. They would not restrain themselves no matter where they went. Do they really think they can do whatever they want because they're outside of Summerland and in Dark Cape? What wild fantasies! Captain, it's absolutely true. How would I dare to joke about this kind of thing? Not only in the Black Sand Hotel, but in other places as well. There are also many cases of molestation, refusing to pay, and demanding free meals in restaurants. There were also a few fights. After we received the report and went to check, a lot of the people who were sent to investigate the situation were also injured. Did you not go check out the situation yourself? Captain, I did. I even brought 2 of the new elders with me. After I got the news that the attendant killed herself, we rushed over at once. However, there was an old man who's halfway to the god rank. Next to the young man, we couldn't even fight back the strength he exuded. That was why we didn't do anything and decided to come back to report this to you, Killer smiled wryly. He has the protection of someone who's halfway to the god rank? No wonder he dares to act so recklessly. It seems that he was sure he had grasped the weakness of Red Flame mercenaries, David chuckled coldly and said. The other party looked into us beforehand, and he asked us to mind our own business. He even asked us to prepare a beautiful girl for him every day, and that he'd leave once he's had enough. Moreover, that old man who's halfway to the god rank even asked you to go see him. Let's go then. Bring me to see them. We'll just make them serve as examples. If not, everyone will think that Red Flame is weak. David was worried that he would not be able to find someone whom he could establish his reputation with. Now that the hidden sects and families were gradually coming out of hiding, the combat power he had displayed thus far was only halfway to god rank. This strength had been enough of a deterrent in the past. However, a master who was halfway to the god rank was no longer enough. Any family could send someone who was halfway to the god rank to protect their descendants. Hence, he had to show a little more strength so he could protect Dark Cape. After all, he could not stay here forever. He would be returning to Summerland after the 10-year appointment. Since the Pearson family happened to be asking for trouble, then sorry. These hidden families and sects had avoided the world for a long time, and they were still adhering to the old law of the jungle. This was absolutely not acceptable. Summerland finally achieved the stability it enjoyed today. It was created through the blood and sweat of many Summerland martyrs headed by Mr. Mason Stefani, and it could not be destroyed by these people. They had to change the mindset that they were superior to others. Although David's strength was already #1 in the world, he had never felt that he was superior to ordinary people. He was a young man who had received a good education in Summerland, and he had always been a student of both character and academic excellence. Moreover, he got to where he was now step by step from his origin as an ordinary person. The belief that everyone was equal had penetrated deep into his heart. No one should be allowed to break this balance. Even if it was impossible to achieve absolute equality, they could not be allowed to ignore the human rights and lives of ordinary people like this. His physique had broken through to God level 10, which was equivalent to the strength of a peak God ranker. David felt very confident. Even if the Pearson family had God rank guardians, he still wanted to turn the Pearson family into sacrificial offerings. Summerland used the Nichols family as an example, and Dark Cape would use the Pearson family as an example. All the hidden families who came out of hiding had to understand that things were not the same as before. They could not use the old system in today's society. David opened the door first and walked out of the room. "Captain!" The two Peak Dragon Ranker elders standing at the door bowed and called out. Come with me to meet the master who's halfway to the God rank in the Pearson family. I'll show you how powerful the combat strength of those above Peak Dragon Rankers. At the same time, it can also encourage you to continue to move forward. Greater times are coming, and you can't rely on just your current strength, especially Killer. Your strength of a mid-dragon ranker can't even compare to some of the younger generation of the Hidden Sect. David walked ahead and said, "Yes, Captain. I will definitely continue to work hard," Killer answered humbly behind. He was still satisfied with his own strength. He became a mid-dragon ranker before the age of 40. However, over the past few days, a large number of powerful people had poured into Dark Cape, and it made him feel a huge sense of crisis. Among these people, some young people in their 20s were even masters of the dragon rank. Since when were there dragon rank masters to be found everywhere? Killer was puzzled. He had been busy completing the tasks that David had issued recently. He armed Dark Cape and recruited talents for Red Flame, so he did not have time to learn about this information. It was not until now that he felt that the pattern of the world was about to change. The Great Age was coming, and he had to also work hard to improve himself and keep up with Captain's pace. He was only a mid-dragon ranker, so he was indeed lowering the reputation of Red Flame by being the first deputy captain. The captain was a God rank guardian, but the first deputy captain was just a mid-dragon ranker? This gap was too big. If he did not work hard, he would be too embarrassed to continue being the first deputy captain. David brought the trio to the Black Sand Hotel. He was still wearing his silver mask. Now was not the time to reveal the identity. "Captain!" The manager of Black Sand Hotel saw David walking in with a silver mask and immediately ran over to greet him respectfully. Silverface, the captain of the Red Flame Mercenaries, was a godlike existence in Dark Cape. He not only overthrew the brutal rule of Tyrant, the captain of bloodthirsty mercenaries, but he also exempted Dark Cape of all taxes. Almost all crimes had been eradicated from Dark Cape now. Everyone here felt that their life here was like heaven, so they respected David a lot. "Are you in charge here?" David asked. "Yes, Captain," the manager replied humbly. "They're still here, right?" "Yes, they've been in the room this entire time. I've been watching the door on the monitor, and they definitely didn't come out. Lead the way." "Captain, please come with me." The manager led David all the way to room 16. The manager skillfully opened the room door with the key and stepped aside. David walked in. Then, they saw an old man and a young man sitting on the chair in the room. There were also 4 dragon rank masters behind them. "Are you Silverface, the captain of Red Flame Mercenaries?" the old man Abel asked. David did not answer Abel. Instead, he looked at the other young man and asked, "Did you force yourself onto the attendant and cause her to commit suicide by jumping off the building?" Miles turned his head to look at Abel nervously. He felt pressured as he faced David, who was halfway to God rank. "Captain Silverface, I am Abel Pearson from the Pearson family. This is Miles, the grandson of my eldest brother, and the most outstanding descendant of the younger generation in the Pearson family. My eldest brother has high hopes for him, so please forgive him for the sake of the Pearson family," Abel said. "I'm asking you a question. Did you force yourself onto the attendant and caused her to commit suicide by jumping off the building?" David asked Miles blankly. He was completely ignoring Abel, seemingly not bothered by him at all. "Grandpa Abel," Miles looked at Abel and asked for help. "Captain Silverface, I am giving you respect because you're the master here, but I have given you enough face. Please don't flatter yourself. The strength of Red Flame Mercenaries is not a deterrent in front of my family. Do you want to anger my family right here?" Abel said angrily. He had shown enough respect to David because he knew that this was the territory of Red Flame Mercenaries, and both of them were halfway to God rank. However, David was completely disrespecting him. How would he get himself out of this embarrassing situation as someone who was halfway to the god rank? I'm asking you one last time. Did you do it? Slam. Silver face, you're insufferable. Abel slammed his hand down on the table and shouted after standing up. So what? You don't dare to mess about in Summerland, but you dare to ignore Red Flame's rules in Darkcape. Are you not bullying Red Flame by doing this? David tilted his head and looked at Abel for the first time. He asked this in a calm tone. Silver face, the one who died was just a normal person. You should know that we're not within the same category as an ordinary person now that we're in this realm. Are you seriously going to have a fallout with my family because of an ordinary person? Think about the consequences. Think about whether Red Flame can handle it. Abel cried angrily. He did not think that David would turn a blind eye to a threat from the Pearson family. Is he not afraid that the Pearson family might destroy Red Flame mercenaries? Or perhaps he has a stronger backing behind him, so that's why he's not scared of the Pearson family. Abel wondered about all kinds of possibilities in his heart. The person who died is just an ordinary person and an inferior person in your eyes, but to me, her life is nobler than you beasts. David said sarcastically. Silver face, you are so presumptuous. How dare you insult the Pearson family like this? I think you really don't want to live anymore. Do you really think the Pearson family won't dare to touch you? Abel's face was red as he pointed at David and said angrily. Abel would have killed David on the spot if David was not halfway to god rank, and he was not confident because he could not see through David's strength. He even compared them to beasts. Abel had lived 70 or 80 years and had never been insulted like this. Aren't you? After being insulted by the son of the Pearson family, the attendant jumped off the building and committed suicide without the slightest hesitation. Do you think beasts like you can compare to this kind of woman who values chastity more than life? In my opinion, her life is 100 times more precious than yours. Silver face, Abel growled through gritted teeth. What? You can't bear it anymore? Do you want to act against me now? I haven't finished yet. I am flattering you by calling you beasts. Your family is nothing but rubbish that is even lower than low. David sarcastically said. You're asking for death. After Abel said that, he rushed toward David. At such a close distance, he appeared in front of David in the blink of an eye. He stretched out his right hand, which was surrounded by some black gas, and struck the part of David's chest where his heart was with his palm. This was the ancestral martial art of the Pearson family, the heart-crushing slap. It was so powerful that it could directly shatter the victim's heart. He was going to make David pay for what he said. This was the first time the Pearson family had been so insulted in so many years. Even if he could not kill David today, he would go back and tell his brother so that he could personally kill this person who dared to insult the Pearson family. Not only did he want David to die, but he also wanted everyone in Red Flame to die too. At this moment, Abel had been blinded with rage. Abel displayed joy in his eyes when he saw that his palm was about to hit David's chest. If he managed to strike David with the slap, even if David was someone who was halfway to god rank like him, he would be seriously injured. The Pearson family's heart-crushing slap was a top martial art that has been passed down for generations, and it was very lethal. Moreover, the human heart was the most vulnerable organ. The ancestors of the Pearson family created this powerful technique to target the most vulnerable parts of the human body. Abel was not the only one with joy in his eyes. Behind him, Miles and the 4 dragon rank masters from the Pearson family also showed their joy. They naturally knew the power of the heart-crushing slap. It was no exaggeration to say that as long as a master of the same level was hit in the chest by the heart-crushing slap, they would be seriously injured even if they did not die. As long as David was seriously injured, Abel would have an advantage over him. They might even be able to kill David. If David was dead, the rest of the Red Flame mercenaries would be completely useless when facing Abel, someone who was halfway to god rank. They would not be able to withstand a single blow from him. The heart-crushing slap surrounded by black gas was getting closer and closer to David's chest. Abel was already smiling. He did not expect the sneak attack on David to go so smoothly. David seemed to be frightened. He was motionless and was allowing Abel to attack him. In reality, the heart-crushing slap was not without its shortcomings. It had to hit the middle of the chest or at the center of the back, the two positions closest to the heart, to exert the greatest power. If the person being attacked blocked it with other parts of their body, the power of the heart-crushing slap would be greatly weakened, and it would only cause minor injuries. Therefore, this sneak attack carried the greatest advantage. In frontal combat, the effectiveness of the heart-crushing slap was limited. No one would expose their chest or back so that you could hit them. It was human instinct to protect their most vulnerable areas. Furthermore, minor injuries did not really have much impact on people of their level. However, Abel did not expect David to not move at all. Now, even if David reacted, it would be too late to do anything because the heart-crushing slap was about to reach David's heart. If David was seriously injured, Abel would have the confidence to kill David right there and then. After that, Abel would be famous for killing someone who was halfway to God rank, while he himself was also halfway to God rank. He would definitely become famous with this incident. Get lost. David uttered 2 words when he saw Abel's heart-crushing slap approaching his chest. The words, "Get lost," resounded in everyone's ears like a thunderbolt. Immediately afterward, Abel felt an imposing force that was countless times stronger than his. The body was hit by this powerful force, and he was instantly knocked nearly 10 meters back before slamming into the wall. Bang, 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 bang. A violent crash sounded. Not only was Abel knocked against the wall by David's momentum, the other 4 members of the Pearson family were also affected and were thrown against the wall. Meanwhile, the table and the chair they had just sat on were shattered. The wall was also covered with cracks after they crashed onto it. Even the paint on the wall fell to the ground. Killer and the gang who stood behind David stared at everything in front of them with wide eyes and dropped jaws. It felt like a dream. The fight just now was over in a very short period. It only took 2 or 3 seconds for Abel to take action and then get knocked backward by David's 2 words. Was this the strength of a God-rank guardian? They were unable to move due to the aura from Abel, someone who was halfway to the God rank. However, Abel's full blow was rendered useless by 2 words from the captain, such that he could not even fight back. He was too strong. Unbelievably strong. In their current state, they could not even fathom how the captain had done this. He did not even bother to move. One simple, "get lost," could achieve this effect. In truth, David did not exert much energy. If he exerted all of his energy, this building might not be able to withstand it, and it would immediately collapse. The strength of a peak God ranker was so terrifying. David did not expect this either. No wonder Mason could fight 9 people at the same time. David wanted to say, "I want to fight 10 people at the same time," pretentiously. If the people looking to fight him were just at the beginner stage of God rank, he would even be able to handle 20 of them. You're not halfway to the God rank. You are a God rank guardian," Abel said in horror as he struggled to get up from the floor. The rest of the members of the Pearson family also struggled to get up after gradually coming to their senses. Fortunately, they had been behind Abel earlier. Most of the power from David's words was absorbed by Abel, someone who was halfway to God rank. If not, with their current strength, they would have been killed by David. The 5 of them looked at David in horror. They finally came back to their senses. Everything they experienced just now felt like a dream. They only heard, "Get lost," and then their bodies were immediately sent flying by an unsurpassed force. Right now, a lot of their bones had been fractured. Whenever they struggled to move, they would have to endure intense pain. However, the pain in their bodies was nothing compared to the fear in their hearts. Their opponent was too strong. He only said, "Get lost," and they had no way of fighting back. Their opponent did not even need to move to kill them. If he said, "Get lost," one more time, none of them here would be able to withstand it anymore. The novel will be updated daily. Come back and continue reading tomorrow, everyone. Abel looked at David, who was wearing a silver mask, and felt extremely shocked inside his heart. Captain Silverface was definitely a God rank guardian, and he was not a normal God rank guardian at that. He was at least mid-God ranker, or he might even be at the later stage. The Pearson family had a God rank guardian. It was his big brother, Reed Pearson. He was Miles' biological grandfather and also a God rank guardian. He was at the top of the beginner stage of the God rank, and he might break through to be a mid-God ranker at any time. However, His big brother could not exude so much power when he said, "Get lost," just like David did. Who is Silverface? Didn't they say he's just halfway to the god rank? The strength he exposed now is at least mid-god rank. This is horrifying. What should I do? The Pearson family can't stop him at all. Aside from the Pearson family, his strength as a mid-god ranker had surpassed that of most hidden sects and families. It was estimated that only a few top hidden sects and families, such as the Crumbs, would be able to deter him. With Silverface's strength, the Pearson family would not even dare to make a squeak even if they were all killed here. This was the difference in power. Abel's big brother would not jeopardize the entire Pearson family for their sake. Moreover, he might even come here to apologize personally. He would need to pay some price to keep the Pearson family safe. How can I save my life now? So what if I am? What if I'm not? Isn't your family so powerful that you want to make Red Flame pay? Didn't you say you want to dominate Dark Cape? What's the matter now? Are you scared? David asked sarcastically again. Please don't be mad, Mr. Guardian. I failed to recognize true strength, so that's why I offended you. Please spare us. The Pearson family will definitely be grateful to you. Abel endured the debilitating pain in his body and knelt on the floor before saying humbly. At this moment, he had a completely different attitude compared to earlier. The Pearson family could not compare to David, who had just showed the strength of a mid-god ranker. He just wanted to save his own life now. He could only pray that David would give them a way out and spare them for the sake that their family who also had a god rank guardian. Otherwise, they would surely die even though he was halfway to the god rank, and he had such a strong hidden family backing him. Miles and the others saw Abel kneeling. Therefore, they all endured the severe pain in their bodies and struggled to kneel on the ground. They finally chose to let go of their dignity when faced with the threat of death. Furthermore, his grandpa Abel, who had the strength of someone who was halfway to the god rank, had knelt, let alone them with their measly strength. Please don't be mad, Mr. Guardian. I was wrong. I shouldn't have broken the rules of Dark Cape. Please spare us. The Pearson family will surely compensate for the loss, Abel said tremblingly while kowtowing. Thud thud. The 4 dragon rank masters behind him also started kowtowing. Weren't you pretty arrogant just now? You made a mistake, and you even wanted me, the captain, to come to negotiate with you. Now that I am here, the result of this negotiation is that whoever made the mistake will be the one to bear the responsibility. Who was the one who forced himself onto the attendant? Kill yourself, and I will spare the rest of you. If not, none of you will be spared even if I have to do it personally, David said insipidly. Since he wanted to build his reputation, how could he do so if no one lost their life? Additionally, the person who died should be of pretty high status. If not, the effect would be greatly diminished. Since the Pearson family had a god rank guardian, it would be enough for him to use their heir as a vessel to show his prestige. If the Pearson family was not convinced, then David would not mind destroying the entire family. No, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I'm still young. I'm the most talented person in the Pearson family. My grandpa Reed is a god rank guardian, so you can't kill me. You can't. Grandpa Abel, save me. Miles yelled when he heard that David wanted him to kill himself. He was the most gifted person in this generation of the Pearson family, and he was loved by the elders of the family. Furthermore, his grandpa Reed was also a god rank guardian, so he had a noble status. He was still young. He did not want to die yet. He was also going to be the next head of the Pearson family and become a god rank guardian to lead the Pearson family to a higher level. You're still young? You don't want to die? Was the woman whom you raped not young? Did she want to die? Did she deserve to die? What you are experiencing now is the despair she felt when she jumped off the building after you forced yourself onto her. You must have felt so happy at that time. Scum like you won't be enough to make up for even one life as pure as hers even if you die 10 times. Mr. Guardian, Miles' grandpa Reed, who is also my big brother, is also a god rank guardian. Please spare Miles for the sake of my brother. The Pearson family will definitely compensate the deceased 100-fold. Can compensation be exchanged for life? Then, I shall kill all of you now and ask the Pearson family to come to me for compensation, David said with a sneer. Abel dared not answer him. He was genuinely scared that David would kill all of them out of anger. If he had to choose, he would choose to sacrifice Miles to save their lives. Even though Miles was the most talented one in his generation, would there only ever be one heir in a powerful family? There were several backup heirs in the Pearson family, but there were only two people who were halfway to the god rank in the Pearson family. If Miles died, they could just cultivate another person. The only thing was that it would be difficult for him to explain to his big brother. However, he believed that his big brother would focus on the bigger picture. Besides, his big brother had more than one grandson. If he, a person who was halfway to the god rank, was dead, the Pearson family's strength would be greatly diminished, and in the coming troubled times, their competitiveness would also decrease sharply. As the highest decision-maker of the Pearson family, his brother Reed would make the choice that was most beneficial to the Pearson family. "Killer," David called out when he saw that the Pearson family was not talking. "Captain, I'm here," Killer stood up and replied. "Take them all back and keep a close eye on them. Tell them to contact the head of the Pearson family and tell him to talk to me." "Yes, Captain." After David finished speaking, he said to Abel and the others, "You'd better obey the arrangement and wait for the people from your family to come. If you dare to resist, don't blame me for killing you." "We understand, Mr. Guardian." Abel breathed a sigh of relief. It would be fine as long as he did not kill them right away. They would be okay when his brother Reed got here. A guardian would have more confidence when they were talking with another guardian. At most, they would be forced to pay some kind of price. The Pearson family had a huge business, and they could afford it. This was unlike himself, who was currently completely suppressed and had no right to speak. The people from the Pearson family were brought back to Red Flame Mercenaries' castle by Killer and were imprisoned in the cells while they waited for the god-rank guardian of the Pearson family to come. Miles was relieved too. In his opinion, as long as Grandpa Reed was here, everything would be fine. That night, Abel called the Pearson family in Summerland. However, it would take several days to contact Reed and have him come to Dark Cape. This was because the Pearson family's hidden location had a very strong magnetic field and there was no radio signal there. Thus, they could only inform the other members of the Pearson family in Summerland and get them to rush back to the hidden location and inform Reed. This trip would definitely take a few days. David was thinking that since he wanted to show his prestige this time, he should go all out. Someone who was halfway to the god rank like Abel was not enough, but a god rank guardian would be enough. If these two died in Dark Cape, no force in the world would dare to spy on this place. Furthermore, since the Pearson family cultivated someone like Miles, they were probably not good people either. They would just be a scourge for Summerland if he kept them around. It would be good to get rid of them as soon as possible. David did not have the slightest bit of sympathy for such a family that did not value ordinary people's lives. If he was not so powerful, would the Pearson family agree with this principle? It would be strange if they were not thinking of ways to kill him. There was only one way to deal with this kind of hidden family that only obeyed the law of the jungle, and it was to have a bigger fist and be stronger than them. That way, they would not dare to do anything to you. David originally planned to wait for Reed, the guardian of the Pearson family, to arrive before he did anything, as this would have a greater influence on deterring any other troublemakers. However, the next day he received a report from Killer. There had been more than a dozen conflicts at Dark Cape the previous night. Basically, they were all caused by hidden families like the Pearson family. The victims were local businesses in Dark Cape and some beautiful young women. David felt that he could not wait any longer. If the people from the Pearson family did not arrive in the next few days, Dark Cape would fall into chaos, right? He also did not have the energy to look for these people one by one to settle their debts. Tomorrow would be the 10-year appointment, and he would definitely go to participate when the time came. Moreover, most of the people brought by these hidden sects and families were not eligible to participate, so they would stay in Dark Cape. If these people caused chaos, with Red Flame's feeble background, they would be not able to fight back at all. After all, the people who could tag along were the elites of various hidden sects and families. David still needed to deter these guys. David immediately brought Killer to the place where Red Flame Mercenaries had imprisoned Auty the Pearson family. He was going to flex his prestige with Miles. When the Pearson family saw David coming in, their hearts skipped a beat. They were scared that David would change his mind and kill them before Reed came to pick them up. Killer, bring Miles out and follow me, David said. Yes, Captain. Killer replied respectfully before opening the iron gate that held Miles. No, no, I don't want to go. I don't want to go. Grandpa Abel, save me. Help me. They will definitely kill me. Miles struggled and shouted. Abel was about to speak when David glanced over. He immediately held back what he wanted to say. It was because he saw a strong murderous intent in David's eyes. If he dared to speak, David would definitely kill him, and he could not save Miles even if he died. In order to save his own life, he could only choose silence. Just let Miles die. The Pearson family would just promote another of its members to be the heir, who asked him to not control his desires. Coincidentally, he ran into Captain Silverface, who was extremely powerful and despised evil. No, no, save me, save me. Grandpa Abel, save me. I recognize my mistakes. Please, let me go. Miles cried while struggling. Miles was terrified as he faced his impending death. At this moment, he only had regret in his heart. He regretted coming to participate in this 10-year appointment. He regretted being so unrestrained when he saw a pretty young attendant. He did not expect that it would cause such serious consequences and possibly even costing his life. Who would have thought that Silverface, the captain of the Red Flame mercenaries who looked like he was halfway to the god rank on the surface, would turn out to be a god rank guardian? Everyone else did not expect it, let alone him. Otherwise, Dark Cape would not be as chaotic as it was now. Now he was seriously injured, and as he was being carried by Killer, who was a mid-dragon ranker, he offered no resistance at all. David took Miles away. Abel never dared to say a word throughout this. He could only silently hope that his big brother Reed would arrive soon. David took Miles to the Black Sand Hotel and stood in the center of several buildings. The Black Sand Hotel was composed of 3 12-story buildings. Right now, David was at the center of the 3 buildings. Friends from Summerland. I, Silverface, the captain of Red Flame mercenaries in Dark Cape, have something to tell you. David was not speaking loudly, but his voice traveled very far. Everyone in the 3 buildings could hear him clearly. The guests staying in the hotel opened their windows one after another and looked at David, who was wearing a mask downstairs. They knew of Silverface, the captain of Red Flame mercenaries in Dark Cape. They knew he was halfway to god rank. He destroyed bloodthirsty mercenaries that once occupied this place, and now he replaced them as the master of this place. However, some of them here were not scared of David at all. He was just halfway to god rank. They had their own people who were at the same rank in their families or sections. When he saw a lot of people opening their windows, David continued, "You are our guests, and Dark Cape welcomes you. However, I hope you can follow the rules of Dark Cape. If anyone dares to violate the rules here, then don't blame me for being rude." "I wonder, how are you going to be rude to us?" a voice asked. "You want to know?" David asked. "Yeah." The voice answered. "Who else wants to know?" David asked again. Me. In that instant, a few voices answered. Inside a room in the Black Sand Hotel, Lorraine and a charming middle-aged woman were leaning against the window as they watched David downstairs. At this moment, Lorraine had a veil in front of her face to hide her unmatched beauty and also avoid trouble. Lorraine felt that this figure looked familiar, but since he was wearing a mask, she could not tell who it was. "Master, isn't Silverface just halfway to god rank? Why does he dare to go against so many people on the same level as him? Or did he hide his true strength? Can you tell?" Lorraine asked the middle-aged woman. The middle-aged woman was Lorraine's master and also the 3rd elder of the Crumbs, Taylor Coda. At the same time, she was also a master who was halfway to god rank. Ever since David gave his first statement, Taylor had already opened the window to observe David. However, she could not see anything until now. This shocked her. It was either David specialized in a hidden martial art, or his realm was much higher than hers. "I can't tell. Silverface is a little mysterious. Is he afraid that others will recognize him, and that's why he's wearing a mask?" Taylor answered. "What? You can't tell as well?" "No way." Lorraine asked in surprise. She knew her master's ability. She could basically see the general strength of someone of the same level or one level higher than her. However, right now, Her master was saying that she could not see through Silverface. It's not surprising at all. There will always be people better than us. Right now, not only Summerland, but hidden forces from all over the world will soon resurface. Some of them have practiced hidden martial arts, so that's why I can't read them. Isn't Silverface from Summerland? I can't be sure right now. Let's continue keeping an eye on him. If he wants to deter these people, he can't do it without showing some strength. With that, both master and apprentice stared at David on the ground floor. Let's see how he will deal with so many masters who are halfway to God rank. The novel will be updated daily. Come back and continue reading tomorrow, everyone. At this moment, it was not only Lorraine and Taylor who were paying attention to David. There were also many people familiar with David who were also paying attention to him. However, they did not know his true identity. Like Stan and Clinton, as the protagonists of this 10-year appointment, they naturally came to Dark Cape early. Everyone else could be late, but not the two of them. Of course, they had long known that the 10-year appointment had changed in nature. However, they had expected this. A woman, even if she was of peerless grace and beauty, would not have the power to cause such a big impact. They even prepared for this for a whole decade. Most of the people who were participating in this 10-year appointment were here for the title of the number one among the younger generation in Summerland, while Lorraine was just a side trophy. Being able to be called the number one among the younger generation in Summerland and getting Lorraine was naturally the best result. Even if they could not become the number one among the younger generation in Summerland, as long as they were outstanding enough at this appointment, they could make people remember them, their families, or sections. That would be their goal. After all, the age span between the younger generation was still relatively large. Those under 40 were also called the younger generation. In this case, comparing someone in their 20s like Miles to someone in their 30s and 40s would mean the former would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. Miles did not come here to compete for the number one among the younger generation. He just wanted to show his talent and make everyone remember him. It was rare for someone to break through to dragon rank in their 20s. Although he was not comparable to the heirs of the several top forces, he was still very talented compared to other forces. Moreover, Miles also had another important purpose, and it was to meet Lorraine, a woman of peerless elegance. He preferred to conquer a world-famous woman like Lorraine rather than fighting for the number one spot. Of course, it would be best to conquer the world, while he was also conquering women if he could. However, he did not expect to be facing such harsh consequences after he raped an ordinary attendant at a whim. Now, all of his plans were gone. He just wanted to live. It was his greatest wish at this moment to be able to return to his family alive and safe. As for someone like David who had gotten the cheat code of life, he was not comparable to the younger generation, nor was he comparable to the older generation. After a while, Mason, a peak god, Rancor, would be miles behind him. Troubled times were coming, and chaos would soon arise. Hence, many forces would surely disappear into the annals of history. Members of these forces could not die off completely, as it would inevitably cause many strong people to lose their support. At this time, famous families and sects would become the targets of these people. This was the ultimate goal of this 10-year appointment. It was to build up one's reputation and prepare to recruit more talents in the future. All the forces knew this, so they took it seriously and participated very eagerly. Many people who participated in the 10-year appointment had been ordered by their families and sects to go all out to make their families and sects famous. After all, these people had stayed hidden for decades, and most of them had been forgotten. The ones who could be remembered were just a few of the top forces. Since everyone wants to know, then I will satisfy your curiosity. I hope you will dare to talk to me like this after you see it, David said with a sneer. Silverface, what's the point of this? Just close one eye. Do you think you can compete with so many of us? That's right. Silverface, you should know the purpose of our visit to Dark Cape. We will leave in a few days at most, so just bear with us. We also don't want to be Red Flame's enemy. Chaos is coming, and it is best to save our strength right now. Bear with it? All of you dare not mess around in Summerland. But when you come to Dark Cape, you think you can let yourself go and do whatever you want? You're just a bunch of scumbags who are even lower than low. David scolded directly. How presumptuous! How dare you? Silverface, you are so ignorant. Don't blame me for joining forces to kill you right here, right now. I'll destroy your red flame mercenaries. An angry voice said, Haha, you want to join forces to kill me? Come on, I'll just stand here and wait. I want to see how you scumbags will join forces to kill me. You're just a group of scumbags who always think you are superior to others. Little do you know that you are the most despicable beings in my eyes. David stood there and said while laughing. He did not take this man's threat seriously at all. If these people dared to take action, he would not mind killing them directly. They were just a bunch of feel-good punks who were not in touch with reality. They would become a scourge sooner or later if David kept them around. It would be better to get rid of them now. David's arrogant and domineering actions dissatisfied many people, but no one dared to do anything. The people who just said they would join forces to kill David were silent. If someone dared to scold so many people so arrogantly, it was either they were a fool or they were simply courting death, or they had the confidence because they had backup supporting him, causing them to be unafraid of these people joining forces. As the captain of the Red Flame Mercenaries, David was halfway to God rank, so could he be a fool? Clearly not. In that case, there was only one possibility. David had backup. After all, he was the owner of Dark Cape. He had controlled Dark Cape for so long, so it was normal for him to be prepared. At this time, no one wanted to be the first one to test him. Although many people were halfway to God rank here, each major force only had one person who was leading the team. Everyone had their own plans, and they could not join forces. To kill David, who was halfway to God rank, at least 3 people who were halfway to God rank needed to join forces. Moreover, they also needed to avoid possible accidents, so after some calculations they needed at least 5 or more God rankers. Master, how dare he? Lorraine looked at David standing below in surprise. The words David just said offended almost everyone here. He was just halfway to God rank, so how could he dare do this? There were quite a few powerful masters who were halfway to God rank here. Once he provoked these people to join forces, it would be no joke. Even the guardians at the early stage of the God rank would have to weigh out the pros and cons of doing something like this. The more Lorraine looked, the more familiar Silverface became. She had definitely seen this guy somewhere. Wait, Lorraine suddenly thought of a person. David, the young man whom she had met twice. Once at the Gooding residence and once at Old Master Stefani's residence. They had the same body, same mysteriousness, and she could not see through the both of them. Lorraine combined the 2 figures in her mind. The only difference between the 2 was the mask. No way. Lorraine shook off her unrealistic thought. David was in his early 20s, so how was it possible for him to have reached such heights? Silverface was at least halfway to God rank, or maybe even higher. Despite this, these 2 figures lingered in Lorraine's mind. She might have been expecting something in her heart. I can't see through him, I just can't. Taylor looked at David and shook her head. She still could not see through David at all up until now. Even if David was prepared, or even more extreme, David had broken through the God rank and become a guardian. She also could not understand why David dared to say something that would offend everyone. Not only were there more than 10 people who were halfway to the God rank here, but more importantly, the people here represented almost all the hidden sects and families in Summerland. How powerful were these forces combined? It would be no exaggeration to say that this force could easily overturn the entire country of Summerland if Summerland did not have Mason, a terrifying peak God ranker. How dare a lowly captain of Red Flame Mercenaries offend so many forces at the same time? Where did he come from? Taylor's heart was also full of doubts. Master, I have a question for you, Lorraine said suddenly. Ask away, Taylor said. Is it possible for a young man in his early 20s to reach the height of someone who's halfway to God rank? Lorraine asked what was on her mind. Lori, did you discover something? Taylor asked, looking at David's masked figure. I think this silver-faced person looks a lot like a person I know. Who? A young man in his early 20s. His name is David Lydell. Lorraine then told her master Taylor the 2 encounters she had with David in detail. After hearing that, Taylor was silent for a while. Then, she said, I've never heard of someone reaching halfway to the God rank in their early 20s. This person should not be human at all. But Master, you said that according to the records of the sect, the world is about to be in a catastrophe soon. In such a huge era, many geniuses will emerge as the times require. Therefore, it's very possible for such a monster to suddenly appear, right? No matter how much of a monster he is, there must be a limit, right? Someone being halfway to the god rank in their early 20s has never appeared in Summerland's thousands of years of history. You must know that Summerland has also experienced several great eras. The most recent one was 100 years ago, and the one who led that era was Old Master Mason Stefani. Now, he is also the top master in the world. He suppressed all the hidden sects and families by himself. However, even he wouldn't have reached those heights in his early 20s. Lorraine did not ask any further questions. Instead, she was fascinated by the masked David downstairs. Although her master tailor had clearly told her that it was impossible, she still had a tinge of doubt in her heart. As for whether David and Silverface were the same people, she needed to slowly verify this suspicion. David waited for a long time, but no one moved. Then, he shouted again. "Why are you not talking? Don't you want to kill me together? Don't be such cowards. Can you be men? Don't make me look down on you beasts. Even a corner dog will jump over the wall while a rabbit will bite when they're anxious. Are you even worse than these animals?" David continued to challenge these people. He hoped that they would take action first so that he would be forced to fight back. If he accidentally killed them, it would not be his fault, right? If he acted first, he would seem like a bully since he was stronger. After all, he was already a peak god ranker. If he took action against these people who were halfway to god rank first, it would make him look arrogant, and he would become a laughing stock. However, it would not be the same if he was forced to fight back. One could not insult the prestige of a peak god ranker. Everyone, you heard him. Silver Face is disrespecting all of us. If we continue to stay silent, how will our families and sects show our faces if word about this got out? How are we going to recruit more people in the future? You're right. Since Silverface is not going to respect us, then we'll give him a lesson that he'll never forget. Even if he has backup, I don't believe that he can block so many people attacking him at once. Plus, the measly Red Flame mercenaries cannot compare to the force behind us. I second this motion. I agree to us working together. I second this motion. I agree that we work together. I also second this motion. Let's work together. Soon, a few masters from different forces who were halfway to the god rank agreed to work together to fight David. After all, David's words were too unpleasant to the ears. On the other hand, an upright sect like the Crumbs would not bother to work together to take action against David. David was beaming underneath his mask at this moment. Come on then. Hurry up. The more the merrier. I won't say that all of you are bullying me because I am alone. At this moment, a voice that was full of vigor could be heard. Silverface, enough is enough. Everyone is here to participate in the 10-year appointment to compete for luck. There is no need to fight. This is not good for anyone. You should all restrain yourself. Don't cross the line. Who do you think you are? Do you think we'll restrain ourselves just because you told us to? We're being restricted in Summerland, and now that we're in Dark Cape, we can't even indulge ourselves? Then what's the point of us resurfacing? It'd be better to just stay home and wait for death. Someone immediately retorted. Yeah, we've had enough in Summerland. Why should we suffer this grievance now that we're in Dark Cape? Mason is not here, so what are we afraid of? I agree. After we kill Silverface and destroy Red Flame mercenaries, this place will be our paradise. The vigorous voice said again. I asked you to restrain yourselves for your own good. As for who am I? I am Augustus King from the King family. Augustus King from the King family? Everyone present was shocked. Master, could this be the most mysterious hidden family, the King family? Lorraine asked hoarsely. Exactly, Taylor replied. Lorraine looked excited at this time. The 10-year appointment this time actually attracted the King family. This was the most mysterious and powerful hidden family according to the legends. They had never revealed their full strength and had existed for thousands of years. It was said in comparison that the Crumbs were inferior to them. The old man who had just spoken to refute Augustus was in a panic at that moment. He was rude at that moment, but he did not expect to bump into someone from the King family. He was truly courting death. Even if the other party was in the same realm as him, and they were both halfway to the god rank, the person was not someone he could compare with. Furthermore, the strength of the King family had always been a mystery. The unknown was the most terrifying. According to the recorded history of the family, whenever the King family resurfaced, their strength would shock everyone. Therefore, he quickly said, "Mr. Augustus, it's you. I'm so sorry for being impolite. Please don't take what I said just now to heart, Mr. Augustus. I will definitely listen to you and I will not violate the rules of Dark Cape." Then, no one dared to continue speaking because no one dared to cross the King family. In the records of the other hidden families and sects, this family was definitely not to be messed with. Whenever the King family came out of hiding, they would only send a few people. Thus, no one knew how powerful their family was. They only knew that this family was not to be messed with. David was cursing in his heart at this moment. Originally, his taunts had been successful. These people were ready to attack him immediately. Based on the last few words they just said, David would not have gone easy on them. Even if he did not kill them, he would cripple them all so that they would not continue to harm people. In the end, he did not expect to be cock-blocked by someone who suddenly appeared. Augustus King? Is this family from Summerland? It must be a hidden family. If he can make the people from various who were halfway to God-rank forces obey him, then his family is definitely not weak. Augustus, right? It's okay if you want me to stop. Tell the ones who violated the rules of Dark Cape to apologize to the victims in person, as long as they get their victims forgiveness and promise that they will never do it again when they're in Dark Cape. I will stop pursuing this. Or else, I will personally look for them one by one, David said loudly. How presumptuous. Silverface, do you think you can call Mr. Augustus' name like that? Hurry up and apologize to Mr. Augustus now. How reckless. Someone immediately defended Augustus. No matter when or where the King family appeared, they would be the center of attention. Silverface, stop pursuing this for my sake. Everyone has been in hiding for many years and, understandably, they are somewhat uncomfortable with the outside world, Augustus said slowly. Understandable? Is it understandable that they disregard other people's wishes, forcibly have sex with them, and finally cause the victim to jump off the building and commit suicide? You know what happened in the hotel yesterday, right? This is what you people who are out of touch with reality do. Ordinary people are just slaves in your eyes. Augustus, if you share the same thoughts as them, what is the difference between the King family and these beasts? David asked with a sneer. In another room of the Black Sand Hotel, a middle-aged man in his 50s was sitting on a chair in a daze. He was Augustus King of the King family. At this moment, Augustus had not yet come back to his senses. This was the first time someone dared to point to the King family's nose and call them beasts. After David finished speaking, the scene fell into silence. This will be good. Everyone was waiting for the outburst from the King family. As long as Augustus took the lead, they could follow suit and kill Silverface. Not only could they seek revenge for being scolded just now, but they could also gain the favor of the King family. They would be killing two birds with one stone. Silverface might have a screw loose. The room door was opened. Soon, a young man in his 30s and a woman who looked 25 to 26 years old walked in. The man had a majestic appearance, and there was a tinge of rage on his handsome face. The woman had a veil in front of her face, so her appearance could not be seen. However, her long legs would astonish many people. She looked like she was 175 centimeters tall, and her long legs were about 100 centimeters long. At first glance, she looked as if legs reached all the way to her neck. Moreover, her eyes were glazed over, and they were dripping with seduction. She was definitely a devilishly beautiful woman, but unfortunately, her face was covered. These two were the most outstanding youngsters in this generation of the King family. They were siblings, Raymond King and Selena King. Uncle Augustus, Silverface is so bold. How dare he scold our family? Hurry up and do something to suppress him. Make him kneel and apologize to the King family, Raymond said angrily. Raymond, calm down. You can't only look at things on the surface. Silverface must have something to lean on since he dares to disrespect us and scolds us while pointing to our noses. The family sent us this time, so that you can win the title of #1 among the younger generation in Summerland. This title will be very useful in the future, so we can't make any mistakes. Before we understand what Silverface has hidden up his sleeves, we shouldn't deliberately complicate the issue. Augustus came back to his senses and said with a faint smile. Raymond looked at his Uncle Augustus and was speechless. Uncle Augustus was great, but he was too cautious. He had to calculate and understand everything before taking action. He would never fight an uncertain battle. This time, the family sent Uncle Augustus to follow him, but he already knew it was not going to be good. How frustrating. Calm down after his family was scolded? How could he calm down? If it were not for the fact that the other party was halfway to God rank and he was not strong enough, he would have rushed over and killed him himself. It did not matter if the other party had something hidden up his sleeves. If he dared to scold the King family like that, it would mean that he was courting death. No matter how strong his trump card was, could it be stronger than the King family? What a joke. Uncle Augustus, he's pointing at our noses and scolding us. Even if you don't do anything, you can still reply to him. Everyone will think that the King family is cowardly for not speaking after so long. Raymond said with a wry smile. Don't pay attention to him, let him put on a show on his own. We should just do our own thing. No one will dare to have any ideas toward the King family regardless of if we are cowardly or not, Augustus said. Raymond decided that from now on, he would not tell people who he was next time went out. He could not let others know that he was a member of the King family. This is too embarrassing. Selina had been standing quietly by the side and did not say anything. A minute had passed. 2 minutes had passed. 5 minutes had passed. There was no response for 5 whole minutes. The people who were waiting to watch this drama were struck dumb. The people who were waiting for Augustus to take action and then follow suit were struck dumb. David was also flabbergasted. Is this badass family so cowardly? This is illogical. He had pointed at them and called them beasts. Could they endure even this? David thought they were preparing for a killing strike, but it turned out to be just a dud of a bomb. King family, don't you have anything to say? David could not stop himself from asking. We don't have anything to say. I think you're right. Everyone should be equal. We're not superior to ordinary folk. We're all humans and we all have mothers, so we're all living beings. There should be no inequality among us, Augustus said faintly. Regardless of if Augustus was sincere or not, David felt that he should pay some respect to Augustus, as all of the hidden families and sects felt that they were superior to ordinary folk. Finally, a normal family had appeared. Augustus, I take back what I said just now. You're indeed different from them. If there's a chance in the future, let's have a chat. I'm very interested in the members of the King family, David said seriously. This was the first time a hidden family's words struck a chord in his heart. This was also the first time he had a good impression of a hidden family. All right, the King family will be waiting for you. Although his plan had been sabotaged by Augustus, David bore no hatred for him. On the contrary, because of what Augustus said, David felt a great affection for Augustus and the King family. When there was a chance in the future, he would get in touch with the King family and see if everyone in that family share this idea. After this incident, David was not in the mood to continue talking nonsense with these people. Killer, bring me Miles, David yelled. Killer walked over to David with Miles. At this time, Miles had fallen into a coma because of his serious injuries and the pressure of imminent death. David grabbed Miles' neck and slowly floated into the air. After he ascended about 7 or 8 floors high, he stopped. It was not surprising that someone who was halfway to God rank could float in the air for a short time. After stopping in the air, David said, "The person in my hand is Miles Pearson, a descendant of the hidden Pearson family. There should be some people here who know him." David finished and held Miles up in front of him, showing his face to the others before turning around. Many people saw what Miles looked like from the window. It really is Miles. I know him. We had a drink together yesterday. How is that possible? How dare Silverface touch someone from the Pearson family? Since Miles is in Silverface's hands, what about Abel, the second head of the Pearson family? Where is he? He is also a master who's halfway to God rank. The descendant of the Pearson family is in Silverface's hands, and we don't know if he's alive or dead. Why aren't the people from the Pearson family here? After confirming Miles' identity, Everyone started discussing among themselves. At the same time, they were curious. At this moment, David continued, "This person named Miles who was in my hands couldn't keep it in his pants when he saw a young and beautiful attendant and raped her last night. In the end, the attendant could not bear the disgrace and jumped down from the hotel, killing herself. The rule of Dark Cape is an eye for an eye. No matter who you are, if you're here and you make a mistake, you will have to accept the consequences. Miles killed the attendant because of his lust, so he'll pay for it with his life." After David said that, he exerted some force on his hand and directly broke Miles' paw. Then, he tossed Miles to the ground from above. Thud. When Miles' corpse hit the ground, it caused a loud noise. Everyone shuddered and looked blankly at David, who was suspended in the air. He dared to kill a descendant of the Pearson family. Is he not scared of the revenge by the Pearson family? The Pearson family is a huge family with a God rank guardian, while Silverface is just halfway to God rank. Right. Where is the person who's also halfway to God rank in the Pearson family? Why is he not here? Did something happen to him? Abel Pearson has been imprisoned by me, and he's waiting for the God rank guardian from the Pearson family to save him. As for whether he will survive until then, that will depend on my mood. In case you dare to do something like this again, let Miles from the Pearson family serve as an example for you." After David said that, everyone stared at him with their jaws on the floor. Abel, a master who was halfway to God rank from the Pearson family, was taken down by Silverface and had been imprisoned. Wasn't Silverface a master who was halfway to God rank as well? How could he take down Abel so silently? This news was too shocking. They needed some time to digest this. The reason I am here today is to warn everyone, or rather, punish Miles as an example to you all. Anyone who goes against the rules here should take care of the issue and get the forgiveness of the victims. If I have to go to you personally, then the matter won't be resolved so easily. Of course, you can also work together to kill me just like what you said just now. That way, you can do whatever you want in Dark Cape and no one will control you. However, if you want to kill me, you should be prepared to die." When David said the word die, the strength in his body immediately poured out like a valve had been opened. Everyone felt a destructive aura overwhelming them and they felt suffocated. This included the people who were halfway to the God rank. Crash, crash. The glass on the windows in the 3 buildings that were facing David were all broken. Everyone felt as if they had been choked. Inside Lorraine's room, she fell to the ground as the entire room was filled with glass shards. Taylor stood in front of Lorraine and blocked most of the aura for her. At this moment, Taylor was gasping for air. The glass shards ripped her clothes and even sliced open her smooth skin, leaving some small bloody marks. "Master?" Lorraine quickly got up to support Taylor. Lorraine could not believe the scene just now. He only released a burst of energy, and he managed to hurt her master who was halfway to God rank. How was this possible? "I'm fine," Taylor answered. "Master, he. Judging from that burst of energy, he should be above a mid-level God ranker. He's even more powerful than the senior elder," Taylor said. "More powerful than the senior elder?" Lorraine was dumbfounded. Inside Augustus' room, he was standing in front of Raymond and Selena after having blocked the strong energy David released. You Uncle Augustus?" Raymond stammered. "Father," Selena also called out softly. It was just one word, but her voice was melodic, sweet, and pleasant to the ears. "I'm fine. Even though I can't defeat him, I can still block his energy," Augustus laughed. The situation in this room was different from Lorraine's room. Augustus completely blocked the sudden burst of energy coming from David. Therefore, Raymond and Selena were not hurt at all. The glass shards from the window were all stopped at the side of the window. Evidently, Augustus was much more powerful than Taylor, the 3rd elder of the Crumbs, especially since he had broken through the halfway mark and was now a true God rank guardian. Even though he was just at the beginner stage of God rank, he was still not comparable to someone who was halfway to God rank. As for the other rooms, they were in slightly better shape if there was someone who was halfway to the God rank inside. However, the ones without such a guardian were in a tragic state. Even so, David knew how to control himself. His strong mind power covered the entire area, but he limited his strength so he did not hurt. Too many people. Right now, they were just very shocked. He wanted this effect. He wanted to intimidate everyone so that they would follow the rules in Dark Cape and not dare to have any other bad thoughts. David had only unleashed the pressure of a mid-god ranker, and his goal was to intimidate these people. Otherwise, how many people here would survive the full blast? Peak god ranker's pressure was not something these little dragon rankers could bear if he gave them the full blast. The moment he unleashed the pressure, David withdrew it and suspended in midair. The seconds ticked by. Everyone slowly returned to their senses. However, they were still in a state of panic. The destructive pressure just now scared them. Everyone looked out of the window at the masked figure in midair. They were terrified but also impressed. This was what they were after. He alone could hold out against all of the enemy forces. One man alone could defeat hundreds of forces and make them unable to lift their heads by standing in midair. It was awesome. When would they achieve such power? Today is just a warning. My word is the rule in Dark Cape, and anyone who breaks it is turning against me. If you do, your fate will be the same as the Pearson family. Like what I just said. Whoever disobeyed the rules and it didn't lead to serious consequences, solve it yourself. Get the victim's forgiveness, and I won't pursue it. Forget about escaping. Even if you flee to your family or sect, I will find you. Don't blame me for not warning you when you brought trouble to your sect and family. Everyone was silent. No one dared to speak. They even breathed carefully for fear that David would notice them. The half-step god rankers, who had just said they were joining forces to kill David, was terrified. In the face of such a powerful person in David, forget about 3 to 5 half-step god rankers joining hands. Even 30 to 50 were doomed. If he was only a beginner god ranker, the alliance of 8 to 10 half-step god rankers still had a good chance at winning. However, the power David had just shown had far surpassed that of beginner god ranker, which they were no match for. All the young people who participated in the 10-year appointment could not lift their heads up when they saw David suppressing so many half-step god rankers. The men's eyes showed longing and desire. The women not only had these two emotions, but also an inexplicable glow. Though David wore a mask and changed his voice, he could not change his physique. Standing so erect in the air, they could not guess how old he was but could see that he was not very old. The body changed subtly as you get older. For example, with hunching and so on. These took formation bit by bit. David stood straight in midair and spoke with great energy, clearly indicating that he was in his prime. He did not show the slightest hint that he was approaching old age. Given David's powers, he was probably not too young. Everyone guessed he was somewhere between 40 and 50 years old. A mid-god ranker in his 40s or 50s. This talent was phenomenal. He could become a terrifying presence of the era like Mason. In this era where magnetic fields ruled, the average human age had reached nearly 100 years. 40 or 50 years old was the age to make achievements. He had achieved his purpose. David did not want to stay around and have these people look at him like a monkey. Since nobody's talking, I'll assume you agree with me. If this happens again, don't blame me for being rude, no matter what family you're from. Okay, I hope you enjoy your stay in Dark Cape, and good luck with the 10-year appointment. David returned to the ground once he finished and left the Black Sand Hotel alongside Killer. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief several minutes after David left. Uncle Augustus, did you already know what Silverface is capable of? Is that why you decided not to do anything? Raymond asked. He was in awe of Augustus. He was also glad that his family had sent Augustus out with him. If Silverface had yelled at the King family like this, someone else might have acted. By then, the King family would have been defeated and humiliated. Although he did not think Silverface dared to kill the King family, it would be troublesome if his performance in the 10-year appointment tomorrow was affected because he was injured. His grandfather ordered him to win the title of number 1 among the younger generation in Summerland. There was a penalty for failing this mission. He was confident, but it would be a different story if he was injured. Raymond, there's always someone better. Never look down upon anyone without a thorough understanding of them. If it hadn't been me but someone else in the King family, you might never have been able to go back, Augustus said earnestly. No way. Uncle Augustus. Even if Silverface showed the strength of a mid-god ranker, I don't believe he'd kill anyone from the King family, Or else there would be no place for him anywhere in the world, Raymond retorted at once. He admitted David was strong. However, the King family was Summerland's most mysterious and powerful hidden aristocratic family. They were undeniably strong. A single mid-god ranker was not enough to pose a threat to the King family. Raymond, how can you be sure that Silverface has shown everything he's capable of? What? If it's just a part of his power, and he has hidden the rest of it? The King family is strong, but we're not invincible. We also have enemies. It's stupid to provoke a powerful and mysterious opponent for no reason, Augustus said indifferently. Impossible, Uncle Augustus. That's impossible. Silverface doesn't seem too old. It's already fate, defying for him to be a mid-god ranker now. How could he still hide his power? Who could be an enemy of the King family? Who dares to be an enemy of the King family? Raymond asked a series of questions. He just realized that there were things he did not know about the King family. There are things that you will know when the time comes. I'd just be adding to your troubles by telling you everything now. What you need to do now is win the title of number one among the younger generation in Summerland tomorrow and make the King family famous to pave the way for our surfacing in Summerland. Uncle Augustus. All right, get ready. Be prepared. It's showtime for you tomorrow. Got it, Uncle Augustus. I will try my best not to harm the King family's reputation. Good. Raymond turned and left Augustus' room. He had many doubts, but now was not the time to ask these questions. Besides, even if he asked, Uncle Augustus would not tell him. He was going home to prepare himself. Tomorrow he was going to defeat all of Summerland's younger generation and win the title of number one among the younger generation in Summerland, completing the mission his grandfather gave him. That way, he could access the King family's core secrets. Only Augustus and Selina were left in the room. Dad, are you telling the truth that Silverface didn't show everything he's capable of doing? Did he really hide his power? Selina asked curiously. Her voice was clear, magnetic, and melodious. It sounded very comforting. Who knows? I'm just speculating, but I think it's possible, said Augustus. Who on earth is Silverface? There aren't many mid-god rankers in the world, are there? Since he wears a mask and is afraid to show his true self, he must be afraid of being recognized. After all, Dark Cape is a unique location. I'm also curious about Silverface's identity. I think he's young, but let's put that aside for now. I'm sure we'll find out who he is soon. Selina, do you know why you came out with me this time? Why? Selina asked. She was curious too. She had no idea why his grandfather asked him to come out with her cousin this time. Her grandfather said she should go out and see the world, but as a direct descendant of the King family, she knew it was not that straightforward. She was always thinking of this. Perhaps she had come out to make a sacrifice for the family this time. What do you think? Selina, you have always been clever. You should have your own ideas. Augustus replied. Is it because the family needs to marry off someone? Selina asked calmly. Not exactly, but it's true. Selina, as a descendant of the King family, I believe you're ready to bring honor to the King family, Augustus said in resignation. As Selina's father, he wanted Selina to grow up carefree and marry someone she liked in the end. However, he was not only Selina's father, but also the King family's core member. The King family's honor was result of the efforts of countless generations, and they should not be the one to destroy it. In the King family's thousand-year history, many people sacrificed their lives for the family's honor. Their generation had happened to be facing the crisis prophesied by their family history. To survive the disaster, the King family had to find the one that was spoken of in legend. The King family had no interest in the 10-year appointment. However, the family had to obtain the title of number one among the younger generation in Summerland. The idea of the one was illusory. However, they still could not miss it. Once they won the title of number one among the younger generation in Summerland, they had the chance of becoming the one of legend, which was vital to surviving the crisis. Therefore, the King family had made several preparations this time. Not only did they send Raymond, the best among their young generation, but they sent Selina as well. It would be best if Raymond won the title of number one among the younger generation in Summerland tomorrow. That way, Selina would not have to sacrifice herself. If something went wrong and caused the title of number one among the younger generation in Summerland to fall into someone else's hand, the King family would have to step in and make the marriage happen no matter what. What if the other party refused? They had not thought of the possibility. Firstly, the King family was reputable and had been around for thousands of years. They were strong and had suppressed countless hidden aristocratic families. Who would not want to be involved with the King family? The second was Selena. Selena's family had nurtured her from an early age. She was skillful in piano, chess, calligraphy, poetry, and singing. Besides, she had stunning looks, a perfect figure, a gentle character, and a melodious voice. No man could resist a woman like that. Who is it? Selena asked again. Her voice was gentle and calm, not at all angry at having to be married off. She was not one to get angry. She was brought up to believe that a perfect woman should not have the discreditable emotion, fury. I don't know yet. You're only the backup plan. If Raymond succeeds, you won't need to get married. You'll only have to do it if he fails. Oh, I see. Selena, for the King family's honor, I have no choice. Maybe one day, I won't hesitate to die for the family's honor too. It's our responsibility as a member of the King family. Dad, don't blame yourself. As a woman, it's only a matter of time before I get married. As a woman of the King family, I'm already prepared for it. Besides, I'm happy to marry the peerless hero who beats the rest of the younger generation in Summerland. Selena, it's best that you think so. We live in an age where we can't always do what we like. Any mishap, and a family that had been around for thousands of years like the King family will also disappear. Is it that serious? Selena asked with a frown. According to the prophecy written in our family history, the situation may be much worse than we think. So, we have to be prepared for anything. Augustus had no choice but to reveal some core family secrets to comfort his daughter. How could we be sure that one can become the one by gaining the title of number one among the younger generation in Summerland and help the King family survive the crisis? We can't. But according to family history, the person who wins the title will be recognized by everyone and have a much higher chance of becoming the one. I see. Don't worry, Dad. I'm part of the King family too. I'll do my best for our family's honor. Lorraine also had no idea that her accidental 10-year appointment would become not only a stage to compete for the title of number one among the younger generation in Summerland, but also the key for the sects and families to get the one to surviving the crisis. Being the top hidden sect, the Crumbs must have known as well. They just did not tell Lorraine. Otherwise, they would not have gone all out to help Lorraine with her 10-year appointment. They even sent over Third Elder Taylor. The Crumbs had all the initiatives when it came to the 10-year appointment. This had all happened due to Lorraine's 10-year appointment after all. The winner of the tournament would win the 10-year appointment. According to the rules, this person was supposed to marry Lorraine. In doing so, the Crumbs would also accomplish their goal. The Crumbs' plan was similar to that of the King family. However, the Crumbs had more advantages than the King family. David was already a peak god ranker, but he had no idea about the one prophesied by the sects or the crisis. No one told him about these things. David would be shocked if he knew. The one who could handle the crisis? Aren't I the one? I have the only system in the world and have greatly surpassed those who have worked hard all their lives in less than a year. Who else is luckier than me? Am I not the one when I'm so lucky? What are they arguing about then? Just go home and do whatever you have to do. Back in Red Flame Mercenaries' castle, David got a call from Clinton in the afternoon. He asked him if he had arrived. The 10-year appointment was the next day. If he had not reached Dark Cape today, it would be too late. After all, there were still more than 10 kilometers away from Dark Cape, and you needed to take a cruise ship to reach it. As the crowd at Dark Cape grew, Clinton also felt a great pressure. These heirs of the hidden aristocratic families and sects were powerful. He had to gather all the forces together. Clinton's mindset had changed. He could lose to these powerful hidden heirs, but he could not lose to Stan. As long as he beat Stan, he would be considered to have won the 10-year appointment. The title of number one among the younger generation in Summerland was not included in the 10-year appointment. When the time came, he would bring it up and separate the 10-year appointment from competing for the number one among the younger generation in Summerland. These two could not be mixed up. He needed to win the 10-year appointment before going on to the number one among the younger generation in Summerland. David assured Clinton that he was on his way to Dark Cape. Then, David told Killer he needed to be gone for 2 days and left. After finding a deserted place, David released his mind power. He made sure no one was around, took off his silver mask, changed his coat, and went to the Black Sand Hotel alone. The Black Sand Hotel had reserved a room for him. Instead of going to the room, David called Clinton after reaching the Black Sand Hotel. Clinton asked him to meet after reaching Dark Cape to discuss how to handle the next day's 10-year appointment. David arrived at Clinton's room door. Knock, knock. He knocked on Clinton's room door. Soon the room door was opened. Clinton opened the door. David's here. Come in, Clinton said happily. Clinton, I'm sorry. I was a little late because I was held up. You're not late. It's okay as long as you're here, David. Come in and talk. David followed Clinton into the room. 3 people were already sitting in the room. David had seen 2 of them before, Silva and Goldie. There was also a young man whom David did not recognize. David, long time no see, Goldie said first. The novel will be updated daily. Come back and continue reading tomorrow, everyone. Miss Rogers, long time no see, David replied politely. Meanwhile, Silva and the other man completely ignored David. Naturally, David would not show excessive passion to someone cold toward him. They were just 2 children in his eyes. Dave, please take a seat, Clinton said. Goldie immediately gave up her spot. David, come and sit here. David did not want to disrespect Goldie. After all, she was quite polite to him. Hence, he walked over and sat next to Goldie. Dav, let me introduce you. This is Stu, the heir of the Hidden Pit family. His family is also my family's partner. Clinton pointed to the man David did not know and introduced. Stu Pitt? David was taken aback. Stupid? This name was really something else. It seems that the Pitts are people of culture. Stu, this is my good friend David. This time, he also came to help me with the 10-year appointment. Clinton introduced David to Stu again. Hello, Stu. David extended his hand and greeted him. Hello, Dave. Stu also reached out, shook David's hand, and said, those whom Clinton asked to help him out were definitely not ordinary people. Hence, Stu did not dare to be arrogant. At this time, Clinton said, okay, now that we are all here, I will say a few words. First of all, thank you for coming to help me. If you need my help for anything in the future, just tell me. I, Clinton Zimmerman, will definitely not refuse. The 10-year appointment is an appointment I made with Stan and Lorraine 10 years ago. However, all of you have seen that it has gotten out of control now that it has developed to this point. It is not just between the 3 of us now. Countless heirs from different families and descendants from various sects have also come to participate. Zimmerman, I only promised you to help you deal with Stan, but I never promised you to help you deal with the others. Now that countless hidden families and sects are involved, do you think we can deal with so many of them with just a few of us? Silva said. As soon as Silva said this, several others, including David, felt that he was right. If they were asked to deal with the chosen ones of so many sects and families, they would definitely refuse as it would simply be courting death. David could have dealt with all these people, but the point was that it was unnecessary. His relationship with Clinton had not yet reached the level where he was willing to do this yet. Furthermore, it would be too high-profile to do so, and it was not in line with his low-key personality. Silva, don't worry. I've already considered this matter. I'll raise it with Lori tomorrow to differentiate the 10-year appointment from the battle of the younger generation in Summerland. At that time, you only need to help me defeat Stan in the 10-year appointment. As for the future battle of the chosen ones, you are free to participate on your own if you wish to. When Clinton said this, everyone was relieved. This would be best. They would help Clinton win the 10-year appointment with Stan first. Then, they could participate in the battle of the chosen ones in Summerland. No one wanted to miss this kind of opportunity to show their strength and develop their family's reputation, except David. David just wanted to make good on his promise in helping Clinton once. As for the battle of the chosen ones in Summerland, it was not something that he wanted to be a part of. If he were to participate in it, he would be a big bully. Even if all of the chosen ones in Summerland attacked him, He would be able to suppress them so much that they could not lift their heads with his explosive energy alone. He did not even need to lift a finger. The difference was so large that there was no possibility of competition. That's good. However, how will the 10-year appointment go about, Zimmerman? Are you confident? Will everyone fight together at once, or will there be different rounds? How many people will the other party have? Stu asked. Not yet. Even though I asked Lori, she didn't tell me. She just told me that I'll know when the time comes. Perhaps she'll just arrange for me and stand a fight. If that's the case, you won't need to do anything, but I will definitely pay back this favor, Clinton said with a bitter smile. All right, I'll see you tomorrow. We'll act according to the situation and counter every move they make. David left Clinton's room. It was almost evening by then, and he was going back to his room to rest. In order not to attract attention, the room David reserved was located in the middle, nor was it the best room available. When David was about to walk to his room, he saw two people walking toward him. They were a man and a woman, one of whom David knew. It was Rhoda, Pearl's best friend. One of the three founders of SCC is called Goldie Rogers. Both of them have the surname Rogers, so they are obviously children of powerful families. There seems to be only one Rogers family in Springfield, right? So, these two should belong to the same family. The three soon met. Naturally, Rhonda saw David too. Rhonda was still very interested in her friend's boss. She also secretly checked David's information, but unfortunately, she could not find anything. The more mysterious he was, the more curious she became. Hello, Miss Rogers. David greeted Rhonda first. David, are you here for the 10-year appointment? Rhonda asked curiously. I'm not participating. I was just entrusted by others to help out. Did Clinton invite you here? Yes. Then you must be pretty good since you could get an invitation from Clinton. I don't have any skills. I'm just here to make up the party size. I'm not the only one Clinton invited. Rhonda was not surprised that Clinton invited David here. After all, Clinton was the one who helped David wipe out the Daniels family in Springfield. At that time, her brother came to the conclusion that David was not a simple person and Clinton must have helped him because he needed him. Rhonda, who is this? Tony asked while standing next to Rhonda. Tony, his name is David, my best friend's boss, and also her man, Rhonda introduced. When David heard Rhonda's introduction, he smiled bitterly in his heart, but he did not say anything to deny it as he would only make the matter worse. He still could not find a solution for Pearl. David, this is my brother Tony. Rhonda introduced David to the man next to her. Hello, David. Tony extended his hand and said politely. Hello, Tony, David replied politely. By the way, David, why did you send Pearlie abroad? Rhonda asked. This is what the company needs to do to grow. Miss Pearl went voluntarily, and I also asked for her consent before sending her, David replied. I think you wanted to send her away so you can live happily here, right? Miss Rogers, that's nonsense. Miss Pearl and I are innocent. Besides, she can come back anytime she wants. Innocent? Do you think I don't understand Pearlie's mind? How could she have gone so far abroad if it wasn't for you? David, I can tell you that if you let Pearlie down, I will never forgive you. Okay, Rhonda, why are you so worried about other people's relationships? You should take care of yourself, Tony said. Tony, Pearlie is my best friend. For 4 years in college, we ate together, took classes together, and even slept together. How could I not worry about her? I surely know her body better than David, Rhonda retorted. David was amused. Is Rhonda not straight? I've never touched Miss Pearl before while you two slept together for so many years, so of course, you know her better than me. David observed Rhonda carefully. He noticed that Rhonda also had an amazing body. Miss Pearl was slightly thinner, and she was not as well-rounded as Rhonda. He also realized that the Rogers women were also well-rounded. One was Goldie, and one was Rhonda. Perhaps it was genetics. You should watch your image as a girl, Tony said with a dark face. He was very worried about his sister. She was already 25 or 26 years old, but she was not looking for a boyfriend. Instead, she would hang out with a bunch of girls every day. How unacceptable. By the way, Tony, I just saw a woman named Goldie in Clinton's room. You should know each other, right? David quickly changed the subject. Tony and Rhonda were obviously taken aback when they heard this name. David caught this subtle change right away. After a while, Tony said, "She is the eldest daughter of the Rogers family. She's my eldest uncle's daughter and also our cousin." David felt a little strange. They were family, and there should not be any hurdles between them. However, it felt like there might be some conflict between them. He still did not understand the cruelty of the competition between powerful families. In ancient times, there were stories of princes fighting for the throne. Nowadays, in these powerful families, as long as there was no determined heir, the competition among them would be just as cruel. Even if it was confirmed, there might be people who caused trouble behind the scenes. This was unless there was one person who was so exceptional that they could leave the others so far behind they would lose the confidence to compete. "David, you know Goldie well?" Rhonda asked. "Not really. I've only met her twice. She's one of the people Clinton invited to help out this time," David replied. Rhonda breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. She also didn't want to be David's enemy. Firstly, there was Pearlie. Secondly, since David was invited by Clinton, it meant that he was not a simple character anymore. Right now, they did not have much chance of winning against Goldie. If David was involved, they would have absolutely no chance of winning. However, they might have a chance if they got David on their side. "Dave, we're getting ready for dinner. Why don't you join us?" Tony invited. He wanted to form a closer relationship with David so that he could get David to help him in the fight for the heir position in the Rogers family. Right now, he was at a disadvantage in this fight with Goldie. "I'm sorry, Tony. I've already eaten, so I won't be joining you. We shall meet again the next time there's an opportunity. I'll get going now. I still have something to take care of," David rejected. Why should he eat with these two whom he was unfamiliar with? He did not like to eat with random people. It would be so awkward. It was not like he needed this meal. Would it not be better to eat by himself? "All right, you have to contact me when you're in Springfield next time." "All right." The trio then parted ways. David continued to walk to his room while Tony and Rhonda walked toward the restaurant. "Rhonda, are you that close with your friend?" Tony asked as he walked. "Yeah, we would wear the same clothes, eat together, and sleep together when we were in our 4th year in university. Do you think we're not close?" Rhonda answered. "Well then, ask your friend when she's coming back. When the time comes, ask her to bring David and we'll have a gathering." "Tony, are you thinking of bringing David over to our side?" "Yeah, David is definitely not a simple man. Goldie is helping Clinton now, and Clinton will definitely help her because of this favor. Moreover, Silva has always been targeting her, so we have almost no chance of winning. However, we might have a shot if we can get David to help us." "All right, I'll call her later," Rhonda answered. Tony shared the same thought as her. They had to get David on their side. After David parted ways with the Rogers siblings, he went straight back to his room and did not go out again in another room of the Black Sand Hotel. Stan was also discussing the next day's 10-year appointment with a few people. Lorraine had not disclosed any arrangements for the 10-year appointment. Hence, it was impossible for the two protagonists to not be nervous, especially now that it had become the focus of the entire Summerland. Once they lost, it would not only be a blow to their confidence, but it would also have a huge impact on their entire family. Hence, neither of them could not afford to lose. They had to be fully prepared, and no matter what the competition was tomorrow, they had to be able to deal with it. This night, many people had trouble falling asleep. Stan, Clinton, and Lorraine could not sleep. Many other chosen ones who felt that they had the strength to compete for the number one among the younger generation in Summerland could not sleep. Selena could not sleep either. Tomorrow, she might be able to know who she belonged to for the rest of her life. At this moment, she was nervous but also looking forward to it. Only David slept soundly. This was just children playing house, and it meant nothing to him. Early the next morning, all those participating in the 10-year appointment gathered on the pier west of Dark Cape. They needed to take a cruise ship from here to an uninhabited desert island more than 10 kilometers away. That was where the 10-year appointment was being held. A huge cruise ship was docked at the pier, as well as several small yachts. There were also countless submarines underwater. Of course, David asked Killer to buy all these. As for the reason, it was none other than spending some money and getting lavish points. David was also in the crowd as he was standing with Clinton. At this moment, he was just a nameless young man. No one would associate him with the godlike Silver Face yesterday. Even Lorraine basically dismissed that idea in her heart. It was because Silver Face was too strong, and David was too young. At that time, Killer was standing on a huge cruise ship. This cruise ship was arranged by our captain to send you to your destination. Please board the ship in an orderly manner and don't cause trouble for me. As for those who stay behind, I believe you all know what to do. Don't anger our captain, or you won't be able to bear the consequences. If it was back then, how would a mere mid-dragon ranker dare to reprimand so many strong people? There were even people who were halfway to the god rank among them. He would definitely be courting death by doing this. However, today, no one dared to speak up. The strength David showed the day before was terrifying. Next, everyone lined up to board the ship under the command of the members of the Red Flame Mercenaries. After David's intimidation yesterday, no one dared to jump the queue. They all lined up one by one to get on the boat. Even the people who were halfway to the god rank were no exception, and now, no one dared to violate the rules set by Red Flame Mercenaries. Meanwhile, the members of Red Flame Mercenaries who were assigned to maintain order were feeling extremely proud. Almost all of the chosen ones among Summerland's younger generation were here, and there were even many masters who were halfway to the god rank accompanying them. However, so what? They would still have to obey the orders. Commanding people who were halfway to the god rank was definitely their proudest moment that they would be able to brag about for the rest of their lives. The news of Silver Face shocking everyone yesterday had not yet spread. Once spread, it would surely cause a huge sensation. A guardian who was a mid-god ranker appeared out of nowhere. This was a big deal. It could also play a very important role in changing the future. Those who boarded the ship were all descendants of major forces, as well as the masters who were sent to protect them. As for the other followers, they could only stay in Dark Cape, waiting for their young masters or young ladies to return. The ones left behind made up the majority of the visitors. It was estimated that less than 1/5 of them had boarded the ship. Soon after everyone got on the ship, the cruise ship moved and started heading to a desert island more than 10 kilometers away. Not long after the cruise ship set off, everyone saw a huge island. It was more than 10 kilometers away, but under the fast sailing of the cruise ship, they soon arrived. After the cruise ship docked, everyone on board disembarked in an orderly manner. Lorraine was wearing a veil in front of her face as she walked ahead with the crumbs. This was her second time here. Her first time here was not long ago. She came here to find a deserted place with a strong magnetic field as the venue for the 10-year appointment. After arriving here, everyone realized that their mobile phone had lost signal, and they had temporarily lost contact with the outside world. A group of 400 to 500 people followed the crumbs as they walked towards the center of the deserted island. They were surrounded by huge trees. When the wild animals saw the humans, all of them fled. After about 10 minutes, they walked to the center of the deserted island. There was a huge and irregular stage, and it had been casually tidied up. Moreover, there was a volcano next to it. It should have been formed many years ago, after an eruption. At this time, Lorraine and her master, Taylor, were standing on a heightened area. Lorraine said, "Everyone is welcome to participate in this 10-year appointment. I believe everyone knows that this 10-year appointment was originally made by myself, Lorraine, Stan from the Warner family, and Clinton from the Zimmerman family 10 years ago. We didn't expect it to have such a big impact, but since everyone is interested, I shall invite everyone to participate after the approval of my sect, and have set the venue to take place here. Don't worry, because of the extremely strong magnetic field here, modern electronic equipment will be completely useless. The satellite won't pinpoint us, large firearms won't work, and everyone's mobile phones cannot be used. Here, we will return to our primitive state. The people who can come here are all important figures from major families and sections. I believe everyone knows that the world is about to change, and everyone knows the purpose behind coming here. Today, whoever can defeat all the chosen ones of the younger generation in Summerland and become the number one among the younger generation in Summerland will also get me, Lorraine Lovewood. Miss Lovewood, I heard that you are peerless and you're also the number one beauty in this era. Don't you think you should take off your veil and let everyone appreciate your beauty?" Someone asked. "Yeah, take off your veil and show everyone, so that we can be more motivated. right? Lorraine glanced at the many chosen ones of Summerland and noticed that everyone was looking at her with interest. Although she knew that these people were only here for the title of number one among the younger generation in Summerland, and she was just a byproduct, at this time, she could only do what everyone wanted. These men represented almost all of the top forces in Summerland. Since everyone is interested in seeing my face, then I shall respect your request, Lorraine said, reaching out to lift the veil on her face. A stunning and charming face appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Those present were all descendants of the major forces in Summerland. Whether they were hidden or not, they were all experienced. Naturally, they had seen a lot of beautiful women before this. However, Lorraine's stunning and charming face, coupled with her otherworldly and ethereal temperament, really made people want to conquer her. If they could defeat all the chosen ones in Summerland and get the title of number one among the younger generation in Summerland, their name would not only be able to resound throughout Summerland, but they could also conquer the number one beauty in Summerland. A beautiful woman would end up with the hero, and this was the eternal truth. All the younger generation who participated in the 10-year appointment were gearing up. They were eager to give this a try and badly wanted to express themselves. Lorraine was about to announce what came next. However, at this time Clinton stood up and said, "Lori, the 10-year appointment was made by us 10 years ago, and it should be completed by only me and Stan. As for the battle between the chosen ones in Summerland, that is separate matter, and it should not be mixed with this one." That's right, that's exactly what I mean. The 10-year appointment is a 10-year appointment, and the battle of the chosen ones in Summerland is a battle of the chosen ones in Summerland. So let's not mix them up. Stan also stood up and agreed. He had the same thought as Clinton. There had to be an outcome between him battle with Clinton. As long as he defeated Stan in the 10-year appointment, even if he could not defeat everyone in the next battle of the chosen ones in Summerland, his fame would still rise. Otherwise, once they suffered a defeat, their efforts after preparing so long for the 10-year appointment would have been wasted. Today, there were so many chosen ones in Summerland, and the descendants of the hidden family accounted for the vast majority of those present. So who could guarantee that they would be able to defeat all of them? No matter how conceited Stan was, he would not dare to claim that. Therefore, it was still necessary for him to raise his popularity and get the benefits first. Lorraine did not expect to be questioned by Clinton and Stan. Don't they want to win the title of number one among the younger generation in Summerland? Or do they see so many chosen ones from Summerland that they have no confidence in themselves? She could technically let the two of them fight, but if this happened, one of them would definitely win, and according to the agreement, she needed to marry the winning party. Unfortunately, this would seriously affect the sect's plan. The task entrusted to her by her sect was to use this 10-year appointment to hold a grand event in which the chosen ones in Summerland would compete to be the number one. Meanwhile, she would need to marry the winner of this grand event. Since this winner would be very important in the future and was crucial to the survival of the Crumbs, they had to get him on the sect's side. Lorraine did not know what to do either, so she could only turn her head to look at her master. Taylor stood up and said, "I am Taylor CDA, the third elder of the Crumbs and also Lorraine's master. Furthermore, I am also the person in charge of this event. Everyone should trust the reputation of the Crumbs. Stan and Clinton, Lori has been meticulously cultivated by the Crumbs, and we have put too much effort into her. If she wants to marry, she will naturally only marry the best among the younger generation. If you want, you can also proceed with the 10-year appointment, but if you want to get Lori, you must defeat all the chosen ones in the country and become the number one among the younger generation in Summerland." Stan and Clinton looked at each other. At this time, Lorraine was not so important anymore. They had to fight for themselves and their family. They had to fight before the grand event between the chosen ones in Summerland started. If they won, naturally, they would be remembered by all. If they lost, they would undoubtedly be forgotten. Sure. The two answered at the same time. Taylor was relieved to hear that they agreed to this. If the two of them clung to the idea of the 10-year appointment and insisted on the winner marrying Lori, the matter would not be so easy to handle. Lori could not just get married like this, as they had already built up her reputation. Everyone in Summerland knew that Lorraine's elegance was peerless. She was the number one beauty in Summerland and a woman that all men wanted to conquer. She was also the most critical part of the Crumbs plan. If her final destination was set in advance, and if the disciples from the Crumbs could not defeat the countless chosen ones and could not become the number one among the younger generation in Summerland, the Crumbs' plans would have failed. As the third elder of the Crumbs, Taylor was sent by the head to take charge of this plan, so she could not let this happen. Thankfully, these two boys were pretty smart. Since both of you agreed, then you should fight before the grand event between the chosen ones. It just so happens that you are also the heirs of two top families in the secular world, so you should let the many hidden families and sects present observe the strength of the secular families. You must put on a good performance. Master Koda, we've been preparing for a 10-year appointment for a long time. We shouldn't immediately select a winner or loser as it'll be too hasty. We should have 5 people on each side fight 5 rounds. The side who wins the best of 3 will get the final victory, Clinton suggested. He was not confident that he could defeat Stan if they only had 1 round. Instead, he directly that they have 5 rounds. Coincidentally, he had invited 4 powerful people. Even if they did not take action, he already owed them a favor. Taylor looked at Stan. As long as the winner of the 2 did not marry Lori, it did not matter how many rounds they went at it. It would just be an appetizer anyway. The grand event of the chosen ones in Summerland was the highlight of today. Stan glanced at Clinton and said, "I agree." "Okay, then it's up to you to arrange this yourself. There will be 5 rounds, and the side with 3 wins will be the final winner. However, you should not fight to the death, and I hope you know your limits and not threaten anyone's life. Everyone who is halfway to God rank will be the judge of this grand event. Once the outcome has been decided, we have the right to stop the battle. My friends who are halfway to God rank, please come to me. The rest of you, please make way for the 2 sides that are going to fight," Taylor said finally. Immediately, nearly 10 people who were halfway to God rank at the scene flew to Taylor location. Augustus, a God rank guardian, was also among them. That place was the highest point in the vicinity, and they could see what was happening below clearly. Hence, it was an excellent place to watch the battle from. The rest of the contestants were scattered as they busied themselves looking for a place to stand so they could leave the platform in the center empty. The Crumbs were not only powerful, but they also had a high prestige among all hidden families and sections. This time, the grand event of the chosen ones in Summerland was organized by the disciples of the Crumbs, so everyone acted according to the words of the elder from the Crumbs. Meanwhile, Clinton gathered with David and the rest to discuss the order of the fight. "Silva, how about you go first?" Clinton asked. "Sure," Silva replied. It did not take long for Taylor to speak again. "Are both parties ready?" "Ready," Clinton and Stan answered at the same time. "Well then, let's welcome the first sets of fighters from the 2 sides to the stage." Silva and a man in his 30s walked to the center at the same time. This was naturally to prevent targeted exclusion from both sides. After all, both of them were members of top secular families. Thus, even if they did not know each other in detail, they were somewhat aware of each other's strengths. By requiring both parties to send someone out at the same time, it eliminated the risk of the other party targeting a weakness. "Silva Fender from Springfield," Silva said loudly. Everyone present could hear him clearly. They would gain much respect from the forces in Summerland if they won, so of course, they would need to report their identities loudly. As for losing, no one who stepped out would think that they would lose. "Brandon Morales from Seaman Province," the other party also said loudly. Silva took out a metal glove and put it on his hand before saying, "Show your weapon. Otherwise, you won't get a chance later." "As you wish." Brandon drew a sword from his waist. When he pointed the tip of the sword, a cold light overflowed from it. Boom! The 2 exploded at the same time. They were at the beginning stages of dragon rank. However, judging from the energy exerted, Silva was much stronger than Brandon. Silva should already be at the peak of the beginner stage of dragon rank and could become a mid-dragon ranker at any time. Brandon, on the other hand, had only just entered the beginner stage of dragon rank. However, in this case, this difference was basically negligible. Victory and defeat on the battlefield was based on too many factors: combat experience, on-the-spot adaptability, understanding and application of martial arts, the fighter's mentality at critical moments, and their restraint and weapons were all things that had to be considered. One could not defeat their opponent just because they were in a slightly higher realm. This was unless the gap was very large, at which point all the above conditions could be ignored. For example, if David was there, he just needed to show some of his energy, and these people would be powerless to resist no matter what method they used. The two disappeared from their locations instantly. Clang! The sound of the sword colliding with the metal glove. The sound was followed by countless collisions. Clang clang. Dust was kicked up where the two fought, and their figures were a blur. Using this chance, Brandon stabbed his sword into Silva's chest. When the sword was about to contact him, Silva lifted his right hand to his chest. Clang! The tip of the sword collided with the metal glove, creating an ear-piercing sound. Brandon used the tip of his sword to force Silva to back up. After backing a few meters away, Silva put his foot down on the ground and stopped his body from moving any further back. Then, he used his right hand to grab the tip of Brandon's sword. Then, Silva used a strong grip and managed to grab Brandon's sword. After that, he pulled with all his might. Brandon did not think that Silva would be able to grab the sword, so he was caught off guard. Afterward, his body flew half a meter forward along with the sword in his hand. By the time he came back to his senses and let go, it was too late. Silva was holding the sword with his right hand. A left fist swung at him. Brandon hurriedly clenched his right hand that had just released the sword to counter the punch. At this time, it was impossible to worry about whether the other party was wearing a metal glove or not. Once he was hit in the chest by this punch, the consequences would be serious. Boom! Crack! Two voices sounded one after another. Both sides took a few steps back. Silva stood up, picked up his right hand, looked at the sword he had pulled back, and threw it to the ground. On the opposite side, Brandon was hunched over while holding his right hand with his left hand, his expression a little pained. When the two fists collided just now, he did not expect the strength of Silva's left hand to be so great that it would immediately break his right hand. Plus, since the opponent was wearing metal gloves, the back of his hand was dripping with blood. "Do you want to continue?" Silva asked. Normally, the right hand would be stronger than the left hand, unless the person was left-handed. However, Silva was different. Although he was not left-handed, his left hand was much stronger than his right. In order to catch his opponent off guard, he had been training his left hand just to achieve the effect of a one-shot victory in battle. So far, the results were pretty good. If this failed, the protracted battle would be taxing, even if he did eventually win. Brandon wanted to say that he wanted to continue the fight, but Taylor was one step ahead of him. Silva wins the first round. Silva turned and walked back. Clinton hurried to meet him. "Thank you, Silva," Clinton said with a smile. "Zimmerman, I have done what I promised you, and I hope you will do so too," Silva said. "Don't worry, Silva. I am a man of my word," Clinton promised. Silva did not say anything. Instead, he went to find a place to sit down. He had expended a lot of his energy in the battle just now. After all, both of them were pretty strong. He could only win by luck after catching his opponent off guard. Brandon went back to Stan's team. Stan walked to him with a blank face, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "Don't take it to heart. Rest well and leave the rest to us." The two's battle was very interesting, and it also set off the discussion of a lot of people present. However, it was not very shocking. To be honest, a master who was at the beginner stage of the dragon rank in his 30s was not very impressive in front of so many hidden families and sects. However, a lot of people remembered Silva's name now. Let's welcome the second pair onto the stage. Clinton sent Stu, the heir of the Hidden Pit family. Meanwhile, Stan sent a tall and buff man. Clinton looked at Stu and felt a little excited. He knew Stu's strength and was aware that he was also at the peak of the beginner of the dragon rank. If he won this round, then Clinton would have a huge advantage in the battle today. Among the five, he was only unsure of David's strength, and that was why he arranged for David to be the last. If he could win 3 of the opening 4 rounds, then the last round would not matter. Right now, David felt depressed. He did not want to be the climax. He only wanted to get this over with and repay Clinton's favor. After that, he wanted to sneak away and go home to sleep. To him, a battle between masters of dragon rank was equivalent to children playing house. It was utterly meaningless. However, since Clinton wanted him to be the last, he had no choice. After all, Clinton was the host, and he had his plans. He could not just ruin Clinton's arrangement just because he wanted to. If they lost, he would not be able to bear the responsibility. Even if he was very strong, he would only go for one round. Both sides would send 5 people to battle. No matter the result, everyone would eventually need to take a step back. The same person could not fight for 3 consecutive rounds. After the 2 people on the stage reported their names, they immediately let out a burst of energy and started fighting. Both of them were at the peak of the beginner stage of Dragon Rank. However, the opponent's combat experience was obviously better than Stu's. Although he was much bigger than Stu, he was no less flexible, and was also more explosive than the latter. Moreover, he adopted a completely defenseless, injury-for-injury style of fighting. Stu would often hit him 2 or 3 times before he would hit Stu once. However, that one hit would hurt Stu a lot. The 2 or 3 blows from Stu did not affect his opponent at all. This was the advantage of having a strong physique. After a few rounds, Stu also sensed that something was not right. He no longer confronted the opponent head-on. Instead, he would dodge with all his strength. Fortunately, his family had mastered body movement, and he could just about maintain his position. Occasionally, he could sneak up on the opponent and give him a few blows. The other party had been chasing after Stu for the entire battle. The ones at the scene who were on the same level as them or even slightly lower were fearful. They were all scared for Stu. Every time the opponent rubbed against him slightly, it would reduce the sensitivity of his movement. It seemed that his defeat was just a matter of time. The best way to deal with this kind of person with a strong body was to use a sharp weapon. Even if one was physically strong, one could not be invulnerable. Once they were hit, sharp weapons such as swords could also easily cut through their skin and pierce their muscles. Bullets were also capable of penetrating skin and muscle. It was a pity that the Pitt family's martial arts were mainly based on body movements and supplemented by fists. They did not have the habit of using weapons. This caused Stu to be almost completely restrained by the opponent. Moreover, these hidden families hardly used modern firearms. Generally, those who used firearms were secular families and certain mercenary groups. Clinton could probably see it too, and his expression looked a little unpleasant. Originally, he wanted to push their advantage, but it seemed to be impossible. While he had been busy preparing during all these years, Stan had also not been idle. All the people at the scene watched the fight with gusto. It was not every day they could watch the fight between dragon rankers. The hidden families would train internally, but the difference between practice and real battle was huge. There were few masters of the dragon rank among the secular families, and they were all controlled by Summerland. Hence, they were not allowed to reveal their strength in front of ordinary people. Since the martial artists were all in hiding, there were even fewer of them around. Therefore, this kind of full-scale battle of dragon rank masters was worth watching. Only David did not find it interesting, and he kept yawning as he watched. This felt like an adult watching a bunch of kids playing in the mud. They even wanted him to play along with them. After the 2 sides went back and forth for dozens of rounds, Stu accidentally displayed his weakness to the opponent and was punched in the chest, causing him to retreat more than 10 meters in an instant. After he stopped, a mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth. The punch injured his internal organs, making him unable to continue fighting. The masters who were halfway to the god rank on the high ground, such as Taylor, also saw the outcome of the battle. Thus, she immediately announced that victory belongs to the other side. Stu walked back in pain. Clinton quickly stepped forward to comfort him and asked him about his injury. It was 1 versus 1 now. At this moment, David walked to Clinton and said, "Clinton, let me go on to the next round." He was going to fight anyway, so it would be better to fight earlier. Now that it was 1 versus 1, he did not want to end this when Clinton and Stan were at 2 versus 2. At that moment, he would surely attract everyone's attention. Others might rush to become the center of attention during this kind of event, but he did not want this. It would be better to keep a low profile. "David, you should wait." "Don't worry, I have a plan," Clinton said. Even though he knew that David was not simple, he had never seen David fight before, so he did not know which realm David was in. He asked David that day, and David only said that he was almost the same as everyone present. Now that it was 1 versus 1, if he let David go next and he lost, it would make the following fights very difficult. He should let Goldie go next. It had been 2 years since she broke through Dragon Rank, and she was also at the peak of the beginner stage of Dragon Rank. If it was a woman, then she would baffle the opponent. Moreover, Goldie was such a sexy and enchanting beauty. The chance of winning was still relatively high. David shrugged helplessly and stepped back. Never mind. I'll just wait. I shall go whenever Clinton asks me to. I'll just be the climax. I'm the chosen one indeed. I am the focus wherever I go. They're just kids playing with mud, and he wants to make me the climax. I can't even keep a low profile even if I want to, David thought to himself. However, he did not care. Now, he could do whatever he wanted. He was eager to try out the strength of a peak god ranker. He even wanted to duel with Mason to test his limits. However, he gave up that thought after thinking about it. He could not take action against Mason right now that carefreely. Mason would be wasting his lifespan whenever he took action. At this time, the elder Taylor asked the third person from both sides to come onto the stage. The person on this side was of course Goldie, the eldest daughter of the Rogers family in Springfield. On Stan's side was a feminine man who seemed to be drained by women and wine. He had a pale face caused by excessive indulgence. Goldie Rogers from Springfield, Goldie said. Goldie's appearance also made everyone's eyes twinkle. Finally, a beautiful master had appeared. At this moment, Goldie was wearing a bright red dress that showed off her enchanting figure. Aren't you afraid of exposing yourself when you're fighting in a dress? Is everyone going to have a feast for their eyes while watching the battle? Many people were looking forward to this. Anthony, Dominic from the hidden Dominic family, the feminine guy, looked at Goldie and introduced himself. What? Just after the feminine guy introduced himself, he immediately aroused the exclamations of many people present. He turned out to be a member of the Dominic family. This was a very powerful family with a long history. The fighting style of this family was different from other families and sections. They excelled at making and using hidden weapons. They would hide a weapon on every part of their body that could be triggered at any time during the battle, making it hard to guard against them. Moreover, the people of the Dominic family were ruthless, and there would be poison laced on their hidden weapons. If someone were to be touched by the hidden weapons of the Dominic family, they would lose their combat effectiveness in an instant, and the people from the Dominic family could do anything they wanted to them. If it was serious, then they would die instantly. Thus, everyone was terrified of this family. No one wanted to fight the Dominic family because it was too dangerous. Plus, there was the possibility of being harmed if they were ever not careful. Even if one was a level higher than the Dominic family, they were still unwilling to fight against them. The Dominic family could be regarded as superb in terms of hidden weapons. If there was ever a question of who the master of bypassing ranks and challenges in this world was, it would be the Dominic family. According to the records of major families and sects, the Dominic family once even cultivated a first-class martial artist who used a unique hidden weapon to kill someone who was halfway to dragon rank. The Dominic family was thus an existence that countless people would talk about. Their cultivation methods were also different from others. They never pursue any realms. Instead, hidden weapons were their life. Since they first learned how to walk, they would be exposed to the production and use of various hidden weapons. The feminine guy turned out to be a member of the Dominic family. Oh no, this beauty of the Rogers family is finished. I just hope that this guy from the Dominic family will not go too hard on her. Clinton's heart skipped a beat when he heard that the other party was from the Dominic family. As the top family in Summerland, the Zimmerman family naturally had some records of the Dominic family's deeds. He did not expect Stan to invite someone from the Dominic family. Did the Warner family cooperate with the Dominic family? The Dominic family was stained, and the family was vindictive. Those who offended them never ended well. There was once a family that offended them, and, in the end, they were directly exterminated by the Dominic family. The Warner family is too bold. Old Master Stefani said that no one could cooperate with a family with a stained record. However, frankly speaking, if the Dominic family asked to cooperate with the Zimmerman family, Clinton might not reject them. Mason was dying after all. Once Mason was dead, Summerland would certainly not be able to deter so many hidden families and sects. At that time, how would they gain a foothold if they were not strong? However, even if Clinton wanted to cooperate with the Dominic family, he would cooperate in secret, and he would not do it so blatantly as the Warner family. Or had the Warner family received some news in Capital City? Could it be that Mason has? Clinton suppressed the idea for the time being. At present, they should resolve the matter surrounding the 10-year appointment first. When he got back, he had to inquire about news in this regard. If it was true, then he needed to be prepared. He was also ready to rescue Goldie at any time. This woman could not die. If not, the Rogers family would go mad. Two people at the scene were very nervous as well. They were the second son Tony and Rhonda from the Rogers family. The person on stage was the eldest daughter of the Rogers family, and she was their cousin. At the same time, she was also their competitor. They both hoped that Goldie could win so she could improve the reputation of the Rogers family and make the Rogers family more competitive in the future, but at the same time, they also hoped that Goldie would be seriously injured and lose the ability to compete with them. This contradiction made the two of them stare closely at the two people on the stage. Upon hearing the exclamations of everyone present, Anthony smiled evilly and said, "How about we make a deal, pretty lady?" "What deal?" Goldie asked curiously. She also knew that the people from the Dominic family were not to be messed with. However, since she had reached this point, as a martial artist, she could not retreat. Countless chosen ones from Summerland were watching them. Today's battle would determine whether Goldie could stand out among the countless chosen ones in Summerland. If she could defeat someone from the Dominic family, she would rise to fame. Her victory would be more convincing and more memorable than the one Silva won earlier. "I'll be merciful later and I won't threaten your life, but you have to date me for a month. How about it? A month for a life? Don't you think it's worth it?" Anthony's voice was not loud, but the scene was quiet, so everyone could hear him clearly. Taylor frowned on the high ground. However, she did not say anything to stop him. Meanwhile, the other masters who were halfway to the god rank were turning a deaf ear. No one wanted to offend someone from the Dominic family. Not to mention, if you offended them, they would pester you non-stop. Who would not feel troubled being constantly watched by such a group with so much skill with hidden weapons? Even top sects like the Crumbs were not willing to offend the Dominic family. The people below also began discussing among themselves. "Miss Rogers, just say yes to Mr. Anthony. Serve Mr. Anthony well, and your family might be able to obtain a strong backer in the Dominic family." Ha ha ha. That's right. What this guy said is very true. The crowd started to cause an uproar. The scene was chaotic. Goldie smiled charmingly and Anthony swallowed as he watched. In his opinion, this woman would soon be his. Most of the people in the Dominic family share a common trait, and that was that they were all lecherous. However, they were not interested in ordinary women. He would not be as thirsty as Miles of the Pearson family, who would even sexually assault an attendant in a hotel. Instead, they liked to conquer powerful beauties. Today, in this grand event of the chosen ones in Summerland, Lorraine was undoubtedly the most dazzling woman. However, Lorraine was not someone whom he could lust after. Instead, she was his big brother's target. Among the younger generation of the Dominic family, he could only be ranked 5th. Lorraine was destined to belong to only his eldest brother. "Anthony, right? You look like a woman who's good for nothing, yet you still want to sleep with me? Can you even do it? I like men with strong bodies, not a B***TCH like you," Goldie said sarcastically. The people present were in an uproar once again. How dare she say that to someone from the Dominic family? Did the Rogers family not want to enjoy peace anymore? Damn, Miss Rogers is so awesome. She dares to roast someone from the Dominic family. She's my idol. Miss Rogers is so domineering. Miss Rogers is so awesome. These bystanders were continuing to stir the pot. After Anthony heard Goldie's words, his smiling face turned gloomy. How dare she talk to him like that? It seemed that the Dominic family was about to be forgotten since they had been hidden for so many years. "I'm curious, what gave you the courage to talk to me like that? Do you not want to live anymore? Do you want me to end your life?" Anthony said with a gloomy face. "End my life? It'll depend if you can do it, you good for nothing," Goldie replied without fear. "All right, you're pretty ballsy. The Rogers family from Springfield. Re-GHD? I'll remember you." You talk too much. Come on. After Goldie finished speaking, she displayed her strength at the peak of the beginner stage of the dragon rank. Anthony did not waste any time either. With a wave of his hand, several poisonous hidden weapons fired directly at Goldie. At the same time, his body disappeared from its place. Goldie stood still and did not move to avoid the hidden weapons. She raised her right hand, and a mini pistol appeared in her hand. Then, she pulled the trigger. Bang bang. Clang clang. After firing several shots, the sound of bullets colliding with the hidden weapon could be heard. At this time, Anthony had appeared to her right, and with another wave of his hand, the hidden weapons continued to shoot toward her. Goldie followed a set pattern. She pulled the trigger in a different direction and used the bullet to intercept the hidden weapons. Anthony kept changing positions while firing hidden weapons. Meanwhile, Goldie stood in the middle and intercepted all the hidden weapons with her pistol, not missing a single one. This combat style was simply amazing. Both of them were using long-range attacks, and when the projectiles met, it was absolutely incredible. Even the sleepy David became interested. One of them was like a mobile launcher, constantly changing. Meanwhile, one was as motionless as a mountain. With two pistols in her hand, no hidden weapons was able to hit her. Everyone could only hear the sound of countless gunshots and bullets colliding with hidden weapons and see sparks from the collision in the air. Those present felt that the Dominic family's hidden weapons had finally met their match. At this moment, Anthony was sneering in his heart. The Dominic family's hidden weapons had been developed for thousands of years. How could two pistols compete with them? At this moment, Anthony was completely playing with Goldie. It was because the hidden weapons he used were relatively large, while the really deadly hidden weapons were often extremely small. After changing positions several times in a row, Anthony took advantage of the moment Goldie reloaded her pistol to shoot a small silver needle mixed with the hidden weapon at Goldie. Bang bang. Clang clang. After Goldie blocked the hidden weapons with her bullets, but suddenly felt that danger was imminent. After taking a closer look, she noticed that a small silver needle had appeared not far in front of her. At this time, she could not intercept it with bullets. Moreover, the silver needle was too small to see from a distance. By the time she finally saw it clearly, it was already in front of her. Goldie hurriedly turned to the side, and the tiny silver needle brushed past her chest. After she turned sideways to avoid the silver needle and stood up again, she saw countless hidden weapons flying at her again. She could not stop them with her bullets now. She could only retreat and avoid the hidden weapons. However, Anthony's hidden weapons came one after another. Once she fell into his rhythm, she would be completely under his control. Anthony could even control how she dodged him and what movement she would make. This was the power of the Dominic family's hidden weapons. All the while, Anthony was still constantly moving around. Goldie, who was standing in the middle, no longer had the motionless grandeur that she had moments ago. Right now, Goldie was actually dancing. Yes, you saw that right. Right now, Goldie was indeed dancing, and she was dancing under Anthony's control. Since her alternative routes had been blocked by the hidden weapons, Goldie could only follow the gaps left behind by Anthony if she wanted to avoid being hit by the hidden weapons. The Dominic family's hidden weapons were highly poisonous, so if she was hit, then she would lose. This stunned the people at the scene. Goldie was actually dancing under the control of Anthony's hidden weapons. Is this the power of the Dominic family's hidden weapons? How terrifying! As Anthony moved, he carefully observed Goldie, who was being controlled by his hidden weapons. Anthony was shaking with excitement. Goldie was truly the best of the best. Since Goldie was wearing a long red dress, she would expose herself when she raised her leg in order to avoid the hidden weapons. While she was avoiding the hidden weapons, Goldie glanced at Anthony and saw his expression. This eventually made her realize something was wrong. Goldie's face turned dark before turning pale. This was the first time she had been humiliated by someone. I must kill him. Goldie was furious. How terrifying would it be if a powerful woman was angry? Goldie was about to show this perfectly. As she was faced with another wave of hidden weapons from Anthony, she rushed toward Anthony with all her strength. She did not avoid the hidden weapons as they sliced across her body. She only avoided the hidden weapons that threatened to hit her vital parts. The hidden weapons cut her red dress and sliced through her tender skin, causing several scars to appear on her body. The poison also slowly invaded her body. However, at this time, Goldie did not care anymore. She had been overwhelmed with anger. This disgusting man had completely exposed her, and her only thought at this moment was that she had to kill Anthony. As someone who was at the peak of the beginner stage of the dragon rank, she sprinted with all her strength, and in 2 breaths, she appeared in front of Anthony after leaping forward a distance of dozens of meters. Anthony did not expect this to happen at all. Did Goldie just rush over regardless the risk of injury? Doesn't she know that there is poison on the hidden weapons? Soon, she will lose her combat effectiveness and be at the mercy of others. And if the poison stays in her body for a long time, it will be life-threatening. This is good too. Soon she will lose her combat effectiveness, and she will die without my antidote. In this way, she will be obedient and under my control. Do you want the antidote? Do you want to live? Sorry, you have to make me feel good first. Anthony felt as if he had been injected with adrenaline in an instant. Goldie appeared before Anthony. Without hesitation, a dagger appeared in her hand, and she stabbed it directly at Anthony's heart. However, Anthony managed to avoid it. The two started close combat. Bang bang, clang clang. Various punches collided with each other, and there were endless sounds of clashing metal. The two had gone from long-range combat to close combat now. This was a visual feast for all. Although the strength of the two was not that great, and they were not that powerful compared to the countless chosen ones in Summerland, their battle was indeed spectacular. Even David was watching with relish. Goldie suddenly felt her body getting weak, and she also felt a little dizzy. She knew that the poison on the hidden weapons was taking effect, and soon, she would lose her combat effectiveness. Moreover, the strength of her attack had also declined badly. Her powerful moves from earlier had turned weak and soft. Anthony naturally noticed Goldie's condition as well. In 10 seconds at the most, Goldie will lose all her strength. Victory is at hand. Anthony displayed a wicked smile. Goldie knew that she was in a bad situation, so she threw away the dagger in her hand and grabbed the highly poisonous dagger that Anthony was swinging at her. At the same time, her other hand punched Anthony's chest. However, at this moment, she was already at the end of her rope. Her punches were soft and gentle, so Anthony did not care at all. How could such a punch cause him harm? Hence, he just let Goldie's fist hit his chest. Anthony took the punch, but the force was too small. It did not do him any harm at all. Bang! However, a gunshot simultaneously rang out, causing Anthony's eyes to widen in horror. The fist that was on Anthony's chest produced a mini pistol, and the shot directly pierced his heart. Anthony's face was filled with disbelief. How was this possible? He had met with unexpected failure. His heart had been penetrated by the bullet, and even the gods owe him now. At this moment, Goldie lost all her strength, but she had a grin on her face. She had finally killed this man. Then, she fell backward. At moment, a small silver needle flew over and penetrated Goldie's heart. Let's die together. Anthony closed his eyes in anger and fell backward. Thud, thud. The two fell to the ground one after the other. The novel will be updated daily. Come back and continue reading tomorrow, everyone. The people present who were watching the fight all looked in shock as the two people fell almost at the same time. No one thought that an ordinary battle would turn into a life-and-death situation. Even Taylor and all the masters who were halfway to the god rank on the high ground did not expect this. Obviously, Goldie had been poisoned and was about to lose her combat power, but she had suddenly killed Anthony. How does she? Even if she died now, the Dominic family would not let the Rogers family enjoy a day of peace. Taylor immediately flew down from the high ground to check on the two of them. The other masters who were halfway to the god rank felt unconcerned and decided to let this matter rest. They did not want to get involved in this mess. At the same time, Clinton, Stan, Tony, and Rhonda also stepped forward quickly. In addition to them, there were also some nosy people or others who knew these two who approached to check on the situation. It would be hard for Stan and Clinton if these two died. Although they did not directly kill these two, they died because of Clinton and Stan. Hence, They would need to pay a great price to quell the anger from both families. David did not expect this to happen either. The others might not know what had happened, but he saw it clearly. Anthony made Goldie expose herself with the control of his hidden weapons, and Goldie had noticed this. One of them was a lecherous dog while the other one was a loyal and dependable woman who would do anything to protect her honor. When these two meet, it would surely be like two worlds colliding. It was basically an eye for an eye. Anthony was shot through the heart. Since the damage to his heart was too great, he would definitely not survive. However, Goldie might still have a chance. Although she had deadly poison in her body and her heart had also been pierced by a poisonous needle, the size of the poison needle was small, so the damage to her heart was far less than that of a bullet. As long as they detoxified her poison, she could still be saved. Of course, if he had not studied Summerland ancient traditional medicine before this, Goldie would be as good as dead right now. In the entire world, he was probably the only one who could save her right now. David stood up and walked slowly forward. Among the spectators, an old man spoke respectfully to the young man beside him. "Mr. Axel, Mr. Anthony is?" These people were from the Dominic family. The young man in the lead was naturally the eldest son of the Dominic family, Axel Dominic. He was also the most talented person in this generation of the Dominic family. Don't worry about him. He was seriously killed by a woman from a secular family. What a piece of trash. He has humiliated the Dominic family, Axel said with a gloomy face. "Yes, Mr. Axel," the old man replied. "Axel, I'll get someone to destroy the Rogers family in Springfield later. How dare they kill someone from our family? If we don't wipe out the Rogers family, how will the Dominic family gain a foothold in Summerland in the future?" Archer Dominic, the second son of the Dominic family, stood up and said, "Archie, it's not time yet. Just be patient. Now all the major hidden families and sects are waiting for a chance, and we, the Dominic family, can't be the first one to act. Don't worry, I'll give you this chance," Axel said. "All right, Axel, you said this yourself. When the time comes, you have to let me take the lead. I want those secular folks to see how powerful our hidden weapons are," Archer said happily. The younger generation of the Dominic family all took Axel as their leader. To be honest, Axel was too gifted and there was a huge gap between them, hence the others could not see a chance to surpass him. Thus, there was no situation where everyone was fighting for the head position among this generation of the Dominic family. Moreover, Axel's position as the first heir had also been established since early on. After Taylor checked on the two of them, she said to the people surrounding her, "Anthony's heart has been pierced by a bullet and he stopped breathing. On the other hand, Goldie is still breathing, but she not only has extremely deadly poison in her, but her heart has also been pierced by a poisonous needle. She can't be saved now. This round, both of them died, so let's consider this a tie." Both of them were dead. Stan and Clinton were struggling to accept this result. Tony and Rhonda were worried. Goldie killed someone from the Dominic family. What if the Dominic family wants to seek revenge? We have to notify the family about this at once. Although they were rivals with Goldie and Goldie was their cousin, at the end of the day, they should find a place to bury her later so that she could rest in peace. At this moment, David walked in. "Let me through. Excuse me. If you wait a little longer, you won't be able to save her anymore." David squeezed in and walked to the center. "Dave, what did you just say? Are they still alive?" Clinton asked. All eyes turned to David. Stan also looked over. He was the one who had Anthony. It would be best if he could save the person from the Dominic family. Otherwise, the Rogers family would have a hard time, and the Warner family would also be implicated. Taylor also heard what David said. Where did this punk come from? She just announced the deaths of these two people, and now someone had come forward to say that they could be saved? Would this not be slapping her across the face? Taylor frowned and said, "Young man, you must speak responsibly. These two are already dead, so how can you save them?" David did not reply to Taylor. Instead, he squatted next to Goldie and lifted his head to say to Clinton, I need to stop her bleeding and detoxify the poison in her body using needle treatment. Clinton, please find a quiet place for me." After he said that, he lifted Goldie. The best choice was to treat her right on the spot, as the longer they delayed, the more danger Goldie would be in. However, there were so many people here, and he needed access to the part of Goldie's chest where her heart was. Hence, she would definitely be exposed. If she found out so many people had seen her chest after she awoke, who knew if she would fly into a fit of rage? Judging from her crazy reaction after Anthony glanced at her, she just might. Thus, it would be better to find her a quiet place. As for what he would see in the process, this could not be helped. He was saving her life, and he did not have any other choice. Even if Goldie decided to settle debts with him after this, he would have a proper explanation. If he did not remove her clothes to perform the needle treatment on her, she would surely die. "Dave, please come with me." Clinton quickly led the way. Clinton had some doubts in his heart about David knowing medicine. Goldie had been declared dead by Master Coda of the Crumbs, so could she still be saved? Well, we'll try anything in a desperate situation. Since David says she can be saved, then we'll just give it a try. David followed Clinton with Goldie in his arms. Tony and Rhonda also followed behind them. As for Anthony, he was truly dead. Stan called someone to bring Anthony's corpse away. The fight stopped temporarily. Everyone also started discussing among themselves. As Taylor watched them leave, her expression turned unpleasant. She was halfway to God rank, but she had been ignored by a kid. Didn't Master Coda say Miss Rogers is dead? Who is that kid? How can he say that she can still be saved? Someone asked. No way. You guys know the reputation of the Dominic family's hidden weapons, right? She had been attacked with so many highly poisonous hidden weapons, and without the Dominic family's unique antidote, she will surely die. Not to mention that her heart was pierced by Mr. Anthony while he was on the verge of death. So, how could she be rescued? Do they really think the Dominic family's hidden weapon is a sham? Then why did that kid say that she can still be saved? I think he saw how beautiful and hot Miss Rogers is, so he wants to find somewhere quiet where there's no one around to do something. It's possible. Damn it. Why didn't IF * King think about this? I was careless. I was too careless. David did not hear what they say, otherwise, he would definitely turn around to slap them to death. Did they really think that everyone's mind was as dirty as theirs? And his mind was filled with these thoughts. That was probably no woman in this world who could resist him. David followed Clinton into the thick woods, found a quiet spot, and laid Goldie flat on the ground. Clinton, Tony, go keep watch for me. Don't let anyone come in. Miss Rogers, you should stay here and help me, David said. All right, we'll leave Goldie to you, Clinton said and turned to leave. Tony glanced at David and turned to leave as well. David, can you really save Goldie? Rhonda asked. Why? Don't you want me to save her? David asked. David, what kind of person do you think I am? At the end of the day, Goldie is my cousin. Although she has a rivalry with my brother, this is a fair competition between family heirs. We will not use such shady tactics in this competition. Rhonda glared at David. Well then, hurry up. Remove her bra and expose the part where her heart is. David turned and said. What? What? You're a woman, so why are you being shy? Hurry up. The longer you delay, the more danger she'll be in. But David, I have to tell you that if Goldie finds out you saw her when she wakes up, she'd definitely kill you. I know her too well. Even though she's normally so carefree and she's always saying flirty things to men, she views her innocence as more important than her life. David thought, I know she views her innocence as more important than her life. If not, why else would she take Anthony down with herself? However, there was no other way now. Moreover, even if Goldie wanted to kill him, she needed to have the ability to do so. Besides, he was her savior, so he was not the same as Anthony, who took so many liberties with her. Then what should I do? If I don't look at her, I can't save her and she'll die. Stop talking. I'm not afraid, so what are you afraid of? Hurry up, David urged. Okay. Rhonda stopped talking nonsense and began to take off Goldie's clothes, revealing the location of her heart. Rhonda saw a small red on the snow-white skin where Goldie's heart was at just a glance. This should be where the poisonous needle pierced through her heart. All right, hurry up, Rhonda said when she was done. Only then did David turn around, a set of silver needles in his hand. He hired someone to specially customize these after he studied Summerland Ancient Traditional Medicine. According to Summerland Ancient Traditional Medicine, Silver needles were the most useful things for ancient traditional medicine, and almost all diseases could be treated with them. Even if it could not be cured completely, it could keep the disease under control. David started his treatment. He was so fast that Rhonda became dazzled from watching. She could not understand David's hand movements. In less than 10 seconds, the area around Goldie's heart was filled with silver needles. At the same time, David lifted Goldie's hands and feet before poking a small hole into her middle fingers and toes. Soon, black blood started flowing out from the 4 holes in Goldie's fingers and toes. That was the deadly poison laced in the hidden weapons of the Dominic family. After this, Goldie's face also started to turn from pale to red. Her breathing began to be rhythmic again. Rhonda's eyes went wide, and her jaw dropped as she watched that. He saved her just like that? That was too easy. In less than a minute, she could clearly feel Goldie's vitality returning. Goldie was still on the verge of death just now, but now, her breathing had gradually started to stabilize. How amazing! Rhonda looked at David curiously. This kid has so many secrets. When Pearlie comes back, I have to find a time to ask her. David is so mysterious. Master Coda from the Crumbs, who was halfway to God rank, had announced Goldie's death, but David managed to save her in just a minute. This is a miracle. David's move just now seemed simple, but it was actually extremely difficult. In less than 10 seconds, hundreds of needles were placed in Goldie's heart. Moreover, the strength and depth of each needle were different, so there was no room for mistakes. Otherwise, not only would it fail to save Goldie, but it would also hasten her death. He needed to provide every needle some airflow, provide new vitality to Goldie's heart, which was about to stop beating. If someone wanted to do this, it would not be enough to just know about Summerland ancient traditional medicine. It also required powerful strength and mind control. Therefore, even if ordinary people learned Summerland ancient traditional medicine, they could not bring someone back to life just like he did. Moreover, it was much harder to perform needle treatment on a woman's heart compared to a man's, especially a woman with a hot body like Goldie. At this time, David was silently counting the time in his heart. When he felt that it was time and the poison in Goldie's body was no longer flowing out, David quickly took action again, flicking each silver needle lightly at a fast speed. All the silver needles were flicked in a matter of seconds. Buzz buzz. Every silver needle trembled slightly. Goldie's body seemed to be injected with new vitality, and the poison continued to be discharged. After repeating this 3 times, all the poison in Goldie's body was finally flushed out. The blood that came out also turned bright red. Only then did David breathe a sigh of relief. After the poison was discharged, Goldie was completely free from danger. It was just that she would be weak over the next period, so she needed to recuperate properly. At this time, Goldie's eyelids trembled slightly before opening. The first thing Goldie saw when she opened her eyes was a handsome young face. David? Am I still alive? Goldie pondered for a moment. She remembered that she seemed to have ended up dying alongside the disgusting Anthony. Right. Moreover, she had also shot Anthony in the heart. However, what was going on now? Then, she saw Rhonda. Why was her cousin here? Goldie wanted to get up. When David was about to put away the silver needles on Goldie's chest, he tilted his head and met Goldie's eyes. David turned his head quickly. Miss Rogers, I did this to save you. Please don't mind. There is no distinction between men and women when it comes to medical practitioners, David said aloud. Rhonda also looked over at this time, but she only giggled and did not speak. Thank you. Judging from the current situation, David should be telling the truth. I was rescued by him. Goldie blushed for a while and did not know what to say. So, she only managed to utter a thank you. You don't have to thank me. We can be considered friends too, right? Can I turn my head and remove the silver needle from your chest for you? Go on, Goldie said, laying her head down and closing her eyes. Only then did David turn his head and start removing the silver needles. After a few seconds, all of the silver needles had been removed. David stood up and said, Okay, Miss Rogers, you can put on your clothes now. The poison in your body has been expelled and the damaged part of your heart has also stopped bleeding. But if you want to recover, you have to rest for some time. Thank you, David. Goldie thanked him again. You're welcome. I'll go first. You should get dressed and then come out, David said and left. Rhonda helped Goldie get up and helped her get dressed. See, can you walk by yourself? Rhonda asked unnaturally. She did not know how to interact with this cousin of hers. She remembered that they were close when they were young. However, since the family announced that they would choose the best heir between Tony and Goldie, their relationship changed. Tony was his brother, so naturally, he was closest to her. Rhonda, there's something you should know too, Goldie said softly. What is it? Rhonda asked curiously. At the same time, she also felt that Goldie's tone was a bit off. The two of them seemed to have not spoken in this tone for a long time. Whenever they met in the past, the two would always sneer at each other. And every time, Rhonda would suffer a crushing defeat. In truth, your brother is the designated heir of the family, and I'm just a tool to spur his progress. Huh. Rhonda's eyes widened in disbelief. Think about what your brother was like in the past and what he is like now. When did he start to change? If the family didn't do this, would he have achieved everything he has now? He might have been that hedonist who only knew how to eat, drink, and have fun. Tony is the heir to the Rogers family, and my goal is not the Rogers family. However, at that time, that kid Tony didn't behave like an heir at all. If we continued to let him do that, how would the Rogers family survive in troubled times in the future? So, after Grandpa, Dad, and Uncle had a discussion, they announced that Tony and I would compete for the position of the heir to the Rogers family and that the loser would be expelled from the Rogers family. This was all to stimulate Tony to change for the better. Rhonda could not wrap her head around this for a moment. The siblings had treated Goldie as an enemy for 10 years. However, Goldie did it to change his brother and make him become a qualified heir to the Rogers family. Gee, Goldie, are you telling the truth? If you think about it from my perspective, you will know if it is true. 10 years ago, the Rogers family was peaceful and prosperous. So why did Grandpa suddenly do this? It was to cultivate an heir that could lead the family in surviving the upcoming turbulent times. You have also seen Summerland today. Even if your brother was among the chosen ones, he is still at the upper middle level. If he was still like how he was back then, he will only be devoured during troubled times in the future. The reason why I helped Clinton like this is so that the Rogers family would have one more friend during the troubled times in the future. Rhonda carefully recalled everything, and the answer she got was that Goldie's words were at least 90% true. Gee, Goldie, I'm so sorry, Rhonda said with red eyes. She did not expect Goldie to be willing to be the villain in their eyes for 10 years in order to make her brother Tony grow up. Every time they met, she would make fun of the siblings. Besides this, she had beaten up her brother Tony many times before. Rhonda once wished that Goldie would be killed by a car when she went out. Goldie caressed Rhonda's head and said, "Silly girl, we are all one family, so you don't have to apologize to me. The troubled times are coming, and our family can only survive if we unite as one. Don't tell your brother about it for now. After the grand event of the chosen ones in Summerland, the family should tell him the truth." I got it, Rhonda said, wiping away her tears. Let's go. We should go back now. Goldie took a step, staggered, and nearly fell to the ground. Fortunately, Rhonda, who was quick-thinking, immediately supported her. Goldie, you've not recovered yet. Let me support you. Thus, the two women with amazing figures walked out of the woods whilst supporting each other. When David came out of the woods, only Tony was still around. Clinton had gone back to the fight. After all, his fight with Stan today was just an appetizer. Afterward, there would be a grand event where the chosen ones of Summerland compete for the number one among the younger generation in Summerland. With so many chosen ones from Summerland here, it was impossible to ask him to keep waiting for them. Dave, how's it going? Tony asked. From the perspective of the Rogers family, he still hoped that David could save Goldie. After all, she was a powerful dragon rank master, and her strength continued to improve as time went by. Furthermore, 10 years ago, Goldie was very nice to the siblings. Whenever he caused trouble outside, it was always his cousin Goldie who would help him handle it. Looking back now, he was really a scoundrel at that time. He would need Goldie to help him get out of trouble every few days. Although Goldie had not helped him since the family announced that they were rivals and she would even ridicule him and beat him, As far as personal feelings were concerned, he still hoped that Goldie could be saved. However, when it came to personal interest, he hoped that Goldie could not be saved. In this way, no one would compete with him for the position of heir to the Rogers family. This kind of mixed feelings caused Tony to be hesitant. She's been saved now, but she needs some time to recover, David said. Tony breathed a sigh of relief. Dave, thank you. You people from the Rogers family are really weird. You should be in a competitive relationship, right? Shouldn't you hate me for saving Goldie? If she dies, no one will compete with you, so why are you thanking me? David asked, feeling a little curious. Dave, things in our family are a bit complicated. Let's have a good chat when we have time. The two were talking when Rhonda helped Goldie out. Rhonda looked at her brother Tony and wanted to say something to him. However, when she thought of what Goldie said just now, she held herself back. Tony did not notice any changes in Rhonda either. The four of them walked to the place where everyone gathered. The arrival of David and the others immediately attracted the attention of many chosen ones. Damn, isn't that Miss Rogers? Was she really saved? Where? Let me see. Damn, it's really her. How is that possible? Wasn't she already declared dead by Master Koda? This kid is a genius. We should go make friends with him later and have a good relationship with him. A friend like this may save your life in the future. That's right. That's what I thought too. Let's go together later. I'll go as well. David's magical medical skills made countless people want to befriend him. After all, they might just need his help one day. Taylor also saw Goldie alive and well. Her eyes widened, and she was unable to believe what she was seeing. She examined Goldie herself and determined that the latter had no chance of being saved. However, everything in front of her told her that Goldie had indeed been rescued by the ignorant boy. Who is he? How could he have such brilliant medical skills? No one among the hidden families and sects has the skill to bring the dead back to life. Taylor looked at David. The gathering place for the Dominic family. Archie, check the background of that kid after the grand event of the Chosen Ones. He can remove the poison from the hidden weapons of the Dominic family so quickly, and we must know the reason why. Otherwise, the deterrent effect of our hidden weapons will decline drastically, said Axel, the eldest son of the Dominic family. Got it, Axel. Archer replied. Also, that kid has such strong medical skills, but he didn't save the person from our family. He let Anthony die like this and went to save others instead. How much does he despise the Dominic family? Or does he think that the Dominic family deserves to die? Find a chance to kill him, Axel added. Got it, Axel. Archer said with a grin. Killing was his favorite thing to do. It was a cool feeling to watch his enemies die in despair and helplessness under his abuse. After David and the gang arrived, they saw Clinton and Stan standing on the sidelines. Both had sustained minor injuries. Hence, it must have been a long fight. When Clinton saw Goldie come back alive, he looked at David gratefully and nodded at him. Meanwhile, Stan's face was dark. If he could not win against Clinton in today's fight, he would be greatly losing out. Stan, since we are the protagonists in today's battle, it's so meaningless to keep probing each other like this. I'm going to be serious now. Be careful, Clinton said. Zimmerman, as you wish. Come on. Let me see how much you have improved in these 10 years. Boom, boom. The two displayed their strengths at the same time and reached their peak states. It turned out that the two of them were masters at the mid-dragon rank. Moreover, they did not just enter the beginner stage of mid-dragon rank. It seemed that they had reached the peak of mid-dragon rank, and they might enter the later stages of dragon rank at any time. This kind of strength would only belong to leaders, even in the presence of so many chosen ones in Summerland. They did not expect this appetizer to be so appetizing. The grand event of the chosen ones after this battle was sure to be even more exciting. After the two people on the stage showed their strengths, they instantly collided. Bang bang. Countless collisions sounded. Furthermore, the sound of gas explosions filled the air. When two masters at the peak of mid-dragon rank were in a battle, most people could not see their movements clearly. Bang. After a loud bang, the two each stepped more than 10 meters backward. This time, the two no longer suffered only minor injuries like earlier. Blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. At this time, Taylor stood up and said, "You two. You are both outstanding talents in Summerland, and you have already reached the peak of mid-dragon rank in your early 30s. Hence, your future achievements will be limitless. I advise you to stop here. Although you still have reserve strength, if you continue to fight and leave internal injuries, it will have a great impact on your future achievements. What if we treat this round as a tie? I'm sure you don't want to miss the grand event of the Chosen Ones next, right?" Stan and Clinton did not speak. The two were weighing the pros and cons of the proposal. Both of them were at the peak of mid-dragon rank, and they must each have final moves that they had not yet gotten to use. However, if they continued to fight, even if they won, they would be seriously injured in the process. It was really not worthwhile to do this. Next up was the grand event between the Chosen Ones. Troubled times would come after this event. If their injury was too serious, it would certainly have a big impact on their future plans. In any case, they had shown their strengths here, and everyone now remembered them. They had achieved their goals, and there was no need for them to fight to the death. "We agree," the two said at the same time. "Since that's the case, this round will be a tie, and the overall battle will also be a tie. This is a good ending. I think we should just forget about the last round," Taylor said. "I agree," Clinton said. He had no clue about David's strength. Although David just showed superb medical skills, it did not mean that he was very strong. Since he specialized in medicine, how strong could he be? After all, he was so young. A tie would be the best outcome for now. Since we agreed that it would be a 5-man battle, then naturally, we have to have the final round. Since we agreed that 5 people will fight, then of course, we should go on and have the last round too," Stan said slowly. Clinton looked at Stan and saw that Stan was smiling at him. Oh no, does Stan have a backer? Why does he think that he'll surely win? Isn't a tie good for everyone? Our purpose has been achieved anyway. So why does he insist on betting everything on the last round? Unless he is 100% sure of victory, if he loses, won't he be shooting himself in the foot? Taylor did not expect Stan to insist on the last round. However, since one party had insisted, she had no reason to stop it. "Let's continue to fight then." They should hurry up and finish this so they could move on to the Battle of the Chosen Ones, which was the highlight of today. It was also the most critical part of the Crumbs plan. It would be best if Grant could defeat all of the Chosen Ones in Summerland and achieve the final victory. If not, then it would be time for them to start their next plan. No matter what, the final winner had to side with the Crumbs. Since someone insists on the last round, let's just start quickly. You should leave and let the last person on either side fight. After the fight, we can start the Battle of the Chosen Ones, Taylor said. After David heard that, he went straight up. He still wanted to fight in the last round. Not because he wanted to be famous, but because he wanted to return the favor. If he did not fight in this last round, how could he repay Clinton's favor? He could not owe him this favor forever. After he repaid Clinton's favor, he would only owe Luna a favor. After that, he would not owe anyone any favors. He had a clear distinction between debts and grudges. He would repay any debts and avenge any grudges. Clinton turned around and walked down. The two met while they were walking to their respective positions. "Dave, just do your best. Stan should have a backer, so if you really can't hold on, just admit defeat. Don't hurt yourself." Clinton patted David's shoulder and said. David's value had skyrocketed because of his extraordinary medical skills after bringing Goldie back to life just now. Countless Chosen Ones wanted to get to know this amazing doctor. The troubled times were coming, and it would be very chaotic, so anyone might get hurt. David might save someone's life at a critical moment. Therefore, naturally, Clinton did not want anything to happen to David. "Don't worry, Clinton. I'll do what I promised you well." After David said that, he walked straight to the center of the stage. "This is just a game of children playing in the mud. So should I even do my best? Should I just admit defeat?" If he did his best, even those people halfway to God rank on the high ground would be petrified, let alone the people down here. As for admitting defeat, this depended on those who knew him. It would depend on whether Mason allowed him to admit defeat. Clinton still wanted to say something, but David did not give him the chance before walking straight onto the stage. In the end, Clinton's words just turned into a sigh. He had already decided in his heart that they were going to lose this fight. David's medical skills were superb, so he should not be too powerful. Meanwhile, Stan definitely had backup since he dared to do this, and the last person he was sending had to be strong. Otherwise, he would not have insisted on the last round. If he dared to do this, it would mean that he was fully prepared. Despite preparing for the 10-year appointment for so long, it unexpectedly ended in failure. Clinton was very unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. Goldie fought hard to pull back a tie, but now it was ruined. However, this was not David's fault. He was already very grateful to David for saving Goldie's life. It could only be said that Stan was really well prepared. He would have already won if nothing happened to Goldie. Thus, they did not lose in vain. Stan walked back, then spoke to a 37 or 38-year-old man, ready to send him to fight. He had trump cards, and it had cost him a lot to get this person, a mid-dragon rank master, to come. Since he was under the age of 40, he was still considered one of the younger generations. Although he had just entered mid-dragon rank, it would be effortless for him to win against someone who was at the beginner stage of dragon rank. Since it was a fight, it was only natural to distinguish between winners and losers. Stan had carefully investigated the people in Clinton's team before, and except for Clinton, the other four were all in the beginner stage of dragon rank. Therefore, his man would definitely win today's fight. Moreover, he prepared for so long and spent so much in preparation of this. He originally thought that he could defeat Clinton himself, but he did not expect Clinton to not have been idle all these years and to have also reached the peak mid-dragon rank just like him. Both of them were in the same realm, and they had not used their trump cards, so it would be very hard to tell who would have won. Fortunately, he had backup. The man was about to go on stage when he was interrupted by a voice. "I'll go on to the next round." Stan looked over at the same time as the man. The two narrowed their eyes. The person who spoke turned out to be the eldest son of the Dominic family. Axel was going to ask Archer to look into David after the grand event of the Chosen Ones and find a chance to kill him. However, he did not expect that David would be the one participating in the last round. Moreover, he even walked on the stage first. No one had come out from Stan's side yet, so this made Axel instantly change his mind. He might inevitably cause unnecessary trouble if he killed David on a later day. David's medical skills were so amazing at such a young age, something that was impossible if he did not have a significant family background. When the time came, Abel might be forced into a passive position. Now that David was on stage, if Axel accidentally killed him in the fight, David's family behind him could not say anything, right? Someone from the Dominic family had also died in the fight. Moreover, he was also afraid that Archer's strength as a mid-dragon ranker was not enough, so Axel had to do it himself. He was going to kill David on the stage to show him the consequences of offending the Dominic family. As for how he offended the Dominic family, David dared not to save the Dominic family immediately, but instead chose to save others. Hence, in Axel's opinion, David was looking down on the Dominic family. The result of looking down on the Dominic family was to be regarded as an enemy by the Dominic family. Even if Anthony could not be saved, you still had to try to save him first. The Dominic family was so domineering. Of course, there was another reason for his intentions, and it was because David could remove the poison administered by the hidden weapon of the Dominic family so quickly, which was not a good sign for the family. If he could get rid of David, he had to try. Not only did Axel want to get rid of David, but he also wanted to get rid of the family behind him. In this way, no one would have a cure for the Dominic family's poison, and they would be the only ones with the cure. Only in this way could the deterrent effect of the Dominic family's hidden weapons be brought fully into play. And Mr. Axel, you want to go on the last round? Stan had to be careful in the face of the eldest son of the Dominic family. Stan had paid a great price to get the Dominic family to send someone to help him. Now that Anthony was dead, be it due to his lack of strength or his carelessness in the fight, Stan needed to show respect to the Dominic family. Besides, from now on, the Warner family had to rely on the Dominic family. Otherwise, after Mason's death, the Warner family would also be defeated by the waves of change in this era. These hidden families and sects that had resurfaced were too powerful. What? Are you saying I can't fight? No. Of course not. He's just a small potato. We can defeat him without you taking action. If you take action, it'll be overkill and you'll be giving him more than what he's worth, Stan explained quickly. Defeat him? My goal isn't just to beat him. In the 5 rounds, only someone from the Dominic family died. Isn't this equivalent to telling everyone that my family is the weakest? How should we show our faces after this? How can my family establish a foothold in the future? Besides, that kid didn't save my family first, so this is a great insult to the Dominic family. Anyone who dares to insult the Dominic family only has one ending awaiting them, and that is death. Axel said grimly. Since Mr. Axel wants to take action, then you should go in for the last round. Axel stepped onto the stage. Some people who knew him immediately exclaimed. The first heir and eldest son of the Dominic family actually took to the stage. It seems that Anthony's death just now has angered the Dominic family. Mr. Axel is definitely here for revenge. Otherwise, before the real battle between the chosen ones, why would Mr. Axel take action? That kid must have offended the Dominic family just now by not saving Anthony. Oh no. Oh no. I was thinking of getting to know him, but I don't think I will have a chance now. It is impossible for David to survive at the hands of the Dominic family. Boy, state your name. I'll leave a whole corpse for your family, Axel said arrogantly. You're going to kill me? David asked suspiciously. Otherwise? Do you think I'm here to play with you? Why? We don't seem to know each other, right? Did I offend you? Why? Do I still need to give a reason for the actions of the Dominic family? If you really want to know, I can tell you too. It's because you have this ability, yet you didn't save Anthony. In my opinion, you're insulting the Dominic family, and anyone who insults the Dominic family will have one ending, and that's death. Are you with the one who just died? Exactly. He is my 7th brother, and I am Axel Dominic, the first heir of the Dominic family. Do you think I should kill you for this? You're going to kill me just because I didn't save him? Is that not allowed? Although I don't understand what your family is thinking, I need to tell you that your brother's heart has been punctured by a bullet, and even the gods can't save him after that. That's why I only saved Miss Rogers, David explained. He wanted to give Axel a chance. This was because he would not be merciful to whoever wanted to kill him. After all, there was no enmity between the two parties. It would be best if the other party could understand this. If they could not, and still insisted on killing David after this, then sorry. David did not have a habit of leaving his enemy with a way out. Even if you can't save him, you must still try first. If you went on to save others first, then you must die. Are all the people in the Dominic family so domineering? Ha ha ha. You are right. My family has always been that domineering, Axel said with a guffaw. The conversation between the two blew up the audience. Zimmerman, what should we do? Goldie asked nervously. David had just saved her life, and she did not want David to die. Besides, David even aroused the hostility of the Dominic family because he had saved her first. Clinton was also clueless at this point. The other party obviously wanted to kill David. Dave, give up. Don't give the Dominic family a chance to strike. Clinton yelled at David on the stage. I killed Anthony, so you should come at me if you have the balls. Goldie also shouted at the stage. Don't worry. After this kid dies, it will be your turn next. Not only will you die, but I will also not spare the Rogers family, Axel said sinisterly. His words instantly made the countless people present shudder. The Dominic family could really kill and exterminate an entire family. And they used to do exactly that. The Rogers family in Springfield was coming to an end. None of the families targeted by the Dominic family could escape. Do you think your family can do anything you want in Summerland? You must be dreaming. Tony said as well. Who are you? How dare you talk to me like that? Axel asked, looking at Tony. I am Tony Rogers from the Rogers family in Springfield. You're also from the Rogers family? Then you should sit still and wait. Although we can't do whatever we want in Summerland, we can still destroy the Rogers family. You're mad. You will soon know if I'm mad or not. Don't think that you will be safe with that old fart Mason around. He is dying and can't protect you anymore. How dare he list my family as an extremely dangerous family and ban us from resurfacing? Does he think a dying man like him can dictate whether or not the Dominic family resurfaces? You from the Dominic family should not be too arrogant. A voice resounded throughout the audience. Everyone saw a middle-aged man standing on the high platform. He was the one who spoke just now. Mr. Augustus had said something. Even he could not stand what the people from the Dominic family were doing. Augustus, let the juniors take care of their business by themselves. A sinister old man on the high platform stood up and said. Augustus turned to look at the old man who stood up. He had noticed this man early on. He should also be a God-rank guardian. Is he the guardian of the Dominic family? I am Arthur from the Dominic family, said the sinister old man. There was more commotion below. No wonder Axel dared to be so arrogant. It turned out that the guardian of the Dominic family was here. The expression of Clinton, Goldie, and the others became unpleasant for a while. The Dominic family actually brought a God-rank guardian with them. David was finished. No one could save him. David finally understood when he heard this. The Dominic family was the tainted family that old Master Stefani mentioned, and they were not allowed to resurface. Judging from history, the Dominic family, which was listed as an extremely dangerous family, would definitely cause damage to the stability of Summerland once it joined the WDO. They were domineering and arrogant, and they would do anything they wanted to. They viewed life as a joke, and they would not be bound by the laws of Summerland. This could be seen in what Axel, the eldest son of the Dominic family, said just now. If that was the case, David did not need to leave him a way out. When he had the chance later, he would also silently kill Arthur, the God-rank guardian of the Dominic family, in case he continued to harm more people. Does the Dominic family want to be the enemy of the King family? Augustus asked with a frown. No. Arthur answered straightforwardly. Then, keep a low profile. Let the grand event of the Chosen Ones in Summerland continue smoothly. Don't worry, Augustus. Axel will take care of this very quickly, and he won't delay the process of the grand event. Augustus looked deeply at Arthur before turning around to go back to his seat. The God-rank guardian of the Dominic family was such a nuisance. Even though Augustus wanted to get to know David because of his miraculous medical skills, he did not want to offend the God-rank guardian of the Dominic family. Then, Arthur yelled at Axel below him. Axel, finish this quickly. Don't delay the grand event. After Arthur said that, he also turned around to go back to his seat. Hear that, kid? No one can save you today. I would have killed you slowly, but now I can only settle you quickly. You should thank Mr. Augustus for sparing you so much pain, Axel said darkly. You talk too much. What did you say? Axel was dumbfounded for a moment. Shouldn't David get down on his knees and beg for mercy? I said, King talking too much. Didn't your grown-ups tell you to hurry up and get this over with? Yet, you're here whining like a woman. Hurry up. I don't have time for you, said David. Everyone could not believe their ears when David said that. People with death wishes exist? It was the first time they had heard such a thing. Besides, he had the guts to scold the Dominic family. Arthur's expression changed as he stood on the stage. How dare someone insult the Dominic family in front of so many of Summerland's forces? Axel, cut the crap and do it. Break his limbs first. Arthur said again. F***CKU. Axel said and unleashed his power. Boom. All they could hear was a loud bang. There was a fierce wind blowing all over the place. Late-stage dragon ranker. The pressure Axel unleashed was as powerful as a late-stage dragon ranker. Is this what the first heir of the Dominic family is capable of? How terrifying. His strength was the best amongst the chosen ones of Summerland. After Axel showed what he was capable of, several of the chosen ones of Summerland set aside their contempt and looked at Axel on the battlefield with a solemn expression. One of them was Raymond. One of them was Grant, from the Crumbs. One of them was a man wrapped in a black robe. Several others were hidden in the crowd, seemingly unremarkable. However, they had been nonchalant ever since the beginning of the battle. They did not take their opponents seriously. They only looked solemn when Axel showed his power as a late dragon ranker. These people were strong contenders to become the champion of the grand event of the Chosen Ones in Summerland. They were all late dragon rankers in their late 40s. Some were not even 35 years old yet. No matter in what era, such people were the chosen ones among the chosen ones. They could become leaders of an era. However, there were now several people with such strength in this grand event between the chosen ones and Summerland. It was indeed an era full of genius talents. As he unleashed the pressure, Axel moved. First, he sent out a poisonous hidden weapon. Then, he disappeared and appeared on David's left and right sides, behind and above his head. Hidden weapons from 5 directions blocked off all of David's options. The first hidden weapon was not very fast. The second was slightly quicker. Then, it got faster. The last one reached maximum speed. The purpose of this was to allow all hidden weapons in the 5 directions to reach David at the same time. No matter what David did, he could not take care of all directions. This was unless he could escape into the ground. However, that was obviously impossible. Everyone intently watched the 2 men fighting on the battlefield. Axel was so fast that many people could not see that he had already jumped in 5 directions and used hidden weapons to put David on full lockdown. He was a lot stronger than Anthony. Axel had returned to his original position, but all the hidden weapons had not reached David yet. You could see how fast he was by this. After this, Axel stood in place to see how David would handle the total lockdown from his hidden weapons. It was just the start. He had only used 20% of his power, and the hidden weapons involved were the most ordinary in his arsenal. Even if David could handle it, he had countless other tricks up his sleeve. The Dominic family had many ways to kill a person. He wanted to see how hard David could push him. 50%? When he got to 90%, there was also a trump card he was saving for the grand event of the Chosen Ones. He wondered about who would be able to make it to the end and receive the gift he had prepared for them. There were hundreds of eyes on the battlefield. Some people wanted to see what Axel was capable of and understand him a little bit more, so they could be prepared for what they would be up against if they faced him in the grand event of the Chosen Ones. Some just wanted to see how Axel tortured and killed David. Others expected David to come out strong enough to take on Axel and give everyone a good fight to watch. Only Goldie and a few others hoped David could survive. Hundreds of people came with different agendas to see how David would deal with this. The hidden weapons reached David. David still did not react. Did he give up? Everyone thought. Hundreds of people suddenly froze. Where did he go? David's gone. Did he just disappear in front of hundreds of pairs of eyes? Even the half-step God rankers on the stage were stunned. They did not even know or see how David had disappeared. Nearly 10 half-step God rankers and 2 God rank guardians got up and looked for David. The battle between 2 juniors attracted the interest of half-step God rankers and God rank guardians. They should be proud. Hundreds of pairs of eyes were looking for David. How did a human being just disappear? Axel also realized that something was wrong. He had imagined David dealing with it in a million ways. However, he did not expect David to disappear from in front of hundreds of people. He was also looking for David. The Dominic family has no regard for life and wants to kill me, so I can't keep you around lest you bring disaster to Summerland. Rest in peace. Remember to be a good person in your next life. A voice suddenly rang in Axel's ear. David's voice? When did he get behind me? Axel looked terrified. He was about to turn his head around. He suddenly felt a pain in the back of his head. Then he noticed that his nose, eyes, ears, and mouth began to leak fluid for no apparent reason. Axel reached out and wiped it. Is this my blood? Then, the pain spread. It spread to his head. Axel's entire body slowly drowned in darkness as he felt excruciating pain. Is this what it feels like to be dead? Am I dying? No way. No way. I'm not going to die like this. I'm the heir of the Dominic family. I'm the most talented heir of the Dominic family. I'm going to win the grand event of the Chosen Ones. I'm going to be the #1 among the younger generation in Summerland. One will reign supreme in the chaos that lies ahead, or I'll get to the top and become a hero that millions of people admire. Save me. Dad, save me. Grandpa, save me. Mr. Arthur, save me. Axel's glorious life ended as he yelled this in his head. As a peak God ranker, the speed David showed was not something these people could fathom. It was normal that they did not notice it. Coming up behind Axel, David folded his index and middle fingers together and flicked Axel on the back of the head once he finished speaking. He did not apply much force, and it did not send Axel flying. He used resonance. It caused Axel's head to vibrate at super speed, but Axel would not feel much. He only felt a flick in the back of his head. It was a little painful and a little dizzy. Blood would flow from the 7 holes in the human body first. Then, the pain would start for a short while. It lasted only 2 or 3 seconds before Axel's brain tumbled into pulp. Axel looked particularly gruesome as his blood mixed with white brain pulp after collapsing. David stood in the spot where Axel had just been, while Axel was lying on the ground, bleeding to death from the 7 holes in the human body. There was complete silence. Even the half-step God rankers on the platform looked at David in shock. They did not see clearly what David had just done. How is that possible? How did David fool the half-step God rankers' eyes? The speed is unbelievable. However, they did not think they could not see David's movements because David was stronger than them. David never showed any explosive power and was too young. A God rank guardian in his early 20s? They had never heard of it. They did not think of this possibility. They just thought David's weird speed was a little terrifying. No matter how David did it, they now had the final result. It also aroused their great interest. If they could also possess such eerie speed, could they defeat the Guardians? Everyone gaped at David, who was standing on the battlefield. They could not think straight. Why did the heir of the Dominic family, who was a late dragon ranker, suddenly fall to the ground? He was bleeding from 7 holes in his body, and he looked horrifying. When the contrast between what one saw and thought was too great, they needed a little time to adjust to the new results. This was what happened to the people watching. They wanted to see the heir of the Dominic family torture and kill David, but David instantly killed him instead. The result was shocking. They needed a little time to slow down and process this. Punk, you're asking for trouble. The Dominic family's God-rank guardian Arthur was the first person on the platform to react. God-rank guardians had keen eyesight. Axel was already bleeding from the 7 holes in his body. It was almost impossible to resurrect him from this condition. Was the most brilliant man in the Dominic family dead? He was even killed right in front of him, the Dominic family's God-rank guardian. How was he going to explain this when he got back? Arthur hurried over to David and slapped him on the head. He wanted the punk who killed Axel to die too. Not only would he die, but his entire family would also suffer the wrath of the Dominic family and be torn apart by it. This was the price for killing a member of the Dominic family. David stood there, unresponsive. He had already felt another pressure as strong as Arthur approaching him. He would try his best not to expose himself. Killing a late dragon ranker was acceptable. Even if it was shocking, it was acceptable. If he killed the God-rank guardian Arthur, he would immediately expose himself. There were too many people here, and it was unnecessary. Once he got out of here, he would have plenty of opportunities to kill Arthur. Boom. 2 palms met, creating a loud noise that reverberated across the area. Everyone's ears hurt. God-rank guardians' fighting power was no joke. David pretended to run away in a fluster. Then everyone came to their senses. The way they looked at David had changed. Even the chosen ones, including several late dragon rankers and Raymond, looked at David in shock. David could kill Axel without putting up a fight, but what about themselves? Could they get away from David? The answer they got was somewhat discouraging. Obviously not. Their realm was not too different from Axel's. Even if they could beat Axel, they would need to pull out all their trump cards in the process. David killed Axel, a late dragon ranker, without much effort. His strength was already a level above them. David was a peak dragon ranker. David's age also surprised them. The chosen ones, who were mid-dragon rankers and late dragon rankers, were all more than 30 years old. Was David even 25? What sick talent! What would he be when he reached 30? Half-step God rank? Or God rank guardian? He did not give them any chance to catch up with him. The chosen ones with the ambition to snatch the title of number 1 among the younger generation in Summerland in the grand event of the chosen ones today smiled bitterly. After David instant killed mid-dragon ranker Axel, did he even need to fight for the number 1 among the younger generation in Summerland? There was no way any of Summerland's current younger generation could defeat David. Lorraine's eyes lit up as she looked at David, who was downstairs. She was right. The moment she had laid eyes on David, she thought that this man was not simple. Their second meeting at Old Master Stefani's place only further convinced her. David was definitely the disciple of Old Master Stefani, Summerland's stabilizing force. He was backed by Old Master Stefani and was so strong. He deserved to be number one among the younger generation in Summerland. Lorraine was not the only one whose eyes lit up when she saw David. The eyes of many women present, including Selena, lit up when they saw David. What was the purpose of their visit? It was to cozy up to the person who defeated all of the chosen ones in Summerland and won. Judging from the way David instant killed Axel, there was almost no need to put up a fight anymore. The next few participants would only end up being killed by David. One of these women was David's acquaintance. It was Elsa, the heiress of the Winters family. David had only appeared in Dark Cape this morning and was among the crowd of 400 or 500 people. Thus, Elsa only noticed David when he went on stage to save Goldie. She was the only woman there with a bitter face. She had known what David was capable of for some time. She had still been trying to figure out how to cozy up to David up until then. However, now all of Summerland's major forces had found out. Great. Her advantage was gone. After David showed some of his power to kill Axel, countless sects had their eyes on him. They wanted him to join their family or sect and bind him with them. Moreover, the best way to bind him was by marriage, of course. David would have regretted it if he knew what they were thinking. He had always tried to keep a low profile but had now failed. From his point of view, he was already very low-key. It was difficult to pretend to be a dragon ranker when he was a peak god ranker. However, his low-key output was amazing to others. After all, they were on different levels. Could a peak god ranker share the same ideas as dragon rankers and half-step god rankers? Augustus reached out and stopped Arthur, thinking David was probably the number one among the younger generation in Summerland. He was strong, young, and had superb medical skills. He was perfect. Compared with David, Raymond, the best chosen one of the King family, was inferior in every aspect. David was the one spoken of in their family history. There was no other way to explain his accomplishment at his age. He was a young man in his early 20s. Not only did he have miraculous medical skills, but he also had the power to kill a mid-dragon ranker. The grand event of the Chosen Ones was no longer needed. He wanted to return to the King family house with David, so David could marry Selena and become his son-in-law. If Arthur wanted to kill his son-in-law, he had better ask him if he agreed first. Augustus, why did you stop me from killing that punk? Arthur asked through clenched teeth. Arthur, let the younger generation solve their own problems. Isn't that what you just said? What's the matter? Did you forget again? Augustus replied matter-of-factly. Augustus, the person that Punk killed was not only the first heir that the Dominic family had groomed carefully, but also a hidden weapon genius that comes once in a century. He basically ruined the Dominic family's foundation. He and the family behind him must die. You know what will happen when the Dominic family loses our temper. Arthur threatened. He believed his words could dissuade Augustus. When the Dominic family lost their temper, even the King family wanted to avoid them. There was no way Augustus would be an enemy of the Dominic family for the sake of an outsider. Arthur, you don't have to threaten me. Other people might be afraid of the Dominic family, but not the King family. I'm saving him. You can come right at the King family if anything. Augustus was undaunted by the Dominic family's threat. You, Arthur glared at Augustus. He had no idea that Augustus would make an enemy of the Dominic family for this young man. Even if David was the number one among the younger generation in Summerland. So what? The Dominic family never believed in the idea of the Chosen One. They only believed in themselves. The Dominic family was still the top hidden aristocratic family around. They were a family that terrified everyone. Arthur, you won't succeed when I'm around. Go away. Don't delay the battle of the Chosen Ones. Battle of the Chosen Ones? The first heir to the Dominic family is dead. So why do I have to join the battle of the Chosen Ones? Augustus, I'm going to test to see if the King family is worthy of their reputation as the top aristocratic family. Okay, let's fight in the air. There are too many people down here. Even the Dominic family won't want to cause public outrage. You won't want to cause public outrage and become everyone's enemy, do you? With that said, Augustus shot up into the air. Haha, so what if we become everyone's enemy? The Dominic family has nothing to fear, Arthur shouted. After saying that, his body followed Augustus into the air. Hundreds of eyes watched as two god-rank guardians shot up into the sky like rockets and disappeared into the clouds. Then, boom, there was a loud noise that seemed to shock everyone like thunder. The King family doesn't live up to its name as the first family at all. It's just ours. Ha ha ha. Arthur's loud laughter could be heard from above. Really? Then let's try again. Augustus' calm voice also followed. Boom, boom, boom. Countless thunder-like voices came down one after another. Countless people yearned for this. Was this the strength of a god-rank guardian? It was so terrifying. Even the masters who were halfway to the god rank on the high platform showed envy on their faces. Although they could also float, it was only for a short time. They could not carry out such a fierce battle in the air like a god-rank guardian. These two people might not be as simple as god-rank guardians at the beginner stage. They were at least at the peak of the beginner stage of god rank. Although everyone could not see the situation of the battle in the sky clearly, they still stared up into the sky. Raymond and Selena were a little concerned. The strength of the Dominic family was nothing to scoff at. Even if they were not as good as the King family, the between the two difference was not negligible. Moreover, the strange, hidden weapons of the Dominic family were often representative of challenges that bypassed ranks. When fighting against the people from the Dominic family, one had to be careful not to give the opponent a chance, otherwise, the outcome might be reversed. Raymond and Selena did not know if their uncle or father could resist the attack of Arthur's strange hidden weapon. Father will definitely be able to defeat the people from the Dominic family. Selena wore a veil in front of her face. She put her hands together, placed them on her chest, and prayed silently in her heart. Meanwhile, she was surrounded by 4 maids of the King family. As the proud daughter of the King family and also the first family, no strange men were allowed to touch her. Many people around Selena felt that if this woman took off her veil, her beauty must be comparable to Lorraine's. While the others could not see the battle in the sky clearly, David could. Augustus clearly had the upper hand, but he was still careful not to give Arthur any chances. He might be afraid of the Dominic family's strange, unique hidden weapon. If he was hit with Arthur's unique hidden weapon, it might have lasting effects even if he was at the peak of the beginner stage of god rank. David was paying close attention to this. As soon as Augustus was in danger, he would immediately kill Arthur. After all, Augustus fought Arthur to save him. He did not know that Augustus saved him to make him the son-in-law of the King family. He just felt that the King family should represented the protagonist, while the Dominic family represented the antagonist. Augustus did not want to see David get killed by the antagonist, so that was why he saved David. Otherwise, he would definitely not want to owe the King family this favor, even if he had to expose more of his strength and destroy Arthur. For someone like him, the debt of favor was sometimes the most difficult to repay. Furthermore, Augustus' opponent was the guardian of the Dominic family. Augustus was risking serious injury or even death to save him. If Augustus was seriously wounded or killed, the debt of gratitude would be huge. David would never allow such a thing to happen. Therefore, he was also watching the battle in the sky attentively at this moment, so he could take action at any time. Boom, boom. The loud noises in the sky came one after another. The battle was drawing to a close. David's body was also constantly tense. Arthur was still at a disadvantage now. However, one could not slack off even the slightest when they were fighting against the people of the Dominic family. No one knew if Arthur would use his hidden weapon at the last moment. While David was concentrating on the fight, he suddenly felt a tap on his shoulder. David turned his head and saw a familiar face in front of him. Elsa? Why is she here? Sure enough, she was someone from the Dominic family. Mr. Liddell, long time no see. Elsa greeted David. Miss Winters. Hello. David responded. Do you have time? I want to have a chat with you. Let's chat later. I'm not free right now, David said after a while. All right, I'll call you after the grand event of the Chosen Ones. Sure. The moment David finished saying the last word, there was a loud bang in the sky. Boom. It was much louder than earlier. Then came Arthur's loud guffaw. Ha ha ha. The number 1 King family in Summerland is just SOSO. Augustus, enjoy the gift I have prepared for you. We will meet again. All the members of the Dominic family, leave with me. Oh no. David felt his heart skip a beat, and he quickly looked up at the sky. Arthur had already left. Meanwhile, Augustus was holding his chest, and he was descending slowly with an off-colored look on his face. He's too careless. The Dominic family's hidden weapon was prominent throughout the world, and it was something that would make people feel scared at the mere mention of it. Hence, it was indeed very hard to guard against. Augustus was already very careful, but in the end, he still fell into Arthur's trap. However, Arthur also took Augustus' last strike and was badly injured too. If not, he would not have left just as Augustus was hit by his hidden weapon, which was laced with deadly poison. This was a battle where both sides lost. David's expression also looked unpleasant at this moment. Damn it, I missed out on the last critical moment. If he was not disturbed by Elsa just now and rushed over immediately once he noticed something was off, he would definitely be able to kill Arthur at once so that the latter would not be able to use his hidden weapon. Great. I owe the King family a huge favor now. Whatever. David did not want to split hairs over this. Then, he quickly ran over to see how Augustus was doing. At this moment, the rest of the Dominic family also left quickly. No one dared to stop them on their way out. The Dominic family was very vengeful. In addition to their strange hidden weapons, they were everyone's nightmare, and no one dared to provoke them. Father, Uncle Augustus, Selina and Raymond quickly ran over as well. I'm fine. It's just a minor injury, Augustus comforted. Cough, cough. However, just after he finished speaking, he covered his mouth with one hand and began to cough violently. Then, there was blood on his hands. Father, are you okay? Selina almost cried when she saw that Augustus was coughing up blood. Uncle Augustus. Raymond also cried nervously. The Dominic family's hidden weapon is really strange, and it's hard to guard against it. But don't worry too much, I can still bear it. Plus, Arthur suffered a strike from me, so he won't be in much better condition than me. We're both losers. August. Mr. Augustus. I'll help you detoxify. David stood up and said it this time. With his current strength and status, he originally wanted Augustus to call him directly by name, but he felt it was inappropriate. I'll just call him Mr. Augustus then. After all, he saved me even though I didn't need it. What's your name, my friend? Which family are you from? Augustus asked David while looking at him up and down. The more Augustus looked at David, the more he liked him. David had good looks, a good temperament, strong strength, and also magical medical skills. Hence, Augustus could not find any other adjective to describe David except perfect. Raymond was already the most outstanding talent in the King family, but compared to David, he paled in comparison. David and Selina were an ideal couple, and they looked perfect together. Mr. Augustus, my name is David. I don't belong to any family, but thank you for helping me just now, David replied. David, don't be so humble. I couldn't stand the Dominic family's behavior for a long time. Are you sure you can get rid of the poison in me? Yes. Well then, thanks for the trouble. Mr. Augustus is too courteous. Please come with me. David took Augustus and his party away to detoxify. After watching them leave, Taylor, the third elder of the Crumbs, stood up and said, "The grand event of the Chosen Ones in Summerland continues." Next, David also used some silver needles to stab some of Augustus' essential acupoints. Then, he flicked the silver needles, causing the silver needles to vibrate slightly, expelling the toxins from Augustus. However, the poison in Augustus was obviously much more powerful than the one in Goldie. After doing this 7 times in a row, it still had not been cleaned up. It was not until the 9th time that the poison in Augustus' body was finally eliminated. How do you feel, Mr. Augustus? Do you feel any other discomfort? David asked after removing the needles. Father, how do you feel? Selina also asked nervously. Augustus opened his eyes and looked at David. His needle treatment was magical. In such a short period, the poison in his body had all been flushed out. The poison of the Dominic family that terrified everyone before had finally met its match. Arthur was in such a hurry to kill David for 2 reasons. On one hand, it was to avenge Axel, the eldest son of the Dominic family, but on the other hand, David could detoxify the deadly poison of the Dominic family so quickly. After all, this could greatly reduce the deterrent effect of their Dominic family. After the poison was expelled, Augustus felt relieved and recovered at least 80% of his combat power. The other minor injuries on his body were nothing to worry about. "I'm fine now. The poison in my body has all been expelled," Augustus stood up and said with vigor. The feeling of weakness just now was completely gone. This made all the people of the King family present very happy. "Thank you, David." Selena looked at David and said seriously. The man in front of her might soon be her man. However, at the moment, she did not have the slightest hint of resentment in her heart. Instead, she felt a trace of happiness. Is this the love at first sight mentioned in books? Selena's pretty face was slightly red under the veil. As a woman, she had to get married anyway, so if she had to choose, she would undoubtedly choose David. "You're welcome, Miss Selena. Mr. Augustus did this to save me, so I should be the one to say thank you," David said. He did not look at Selena, and he did not notice any changes in Selena. If he observed carefully, with the intensity of his mind power, he could definitely feel what Selena was expressing from her eyes when she looked at him. However, the two were only meeting for the first time, and Selena was also wearing a veil. Therefore, how could he have such thoughts? When David and the others went back, the Battle of the Chosen Ones was ongoing. However, now the Battle of the Chosen Ones was not the same anymore. At first, everyone was feeling expectant, but now everyone was yawning nonstop, listless, and feeling bored. This could not be helped. They had just seen Axel, someone at the late stage of dragon rank, being killed easily by David, and then there was a high-altitude battle between the two God rank guardians. Everyone had experienced the shock from these two battles. Now, everyone was not interested to watch battles between these people who were at the beginner stage of dragon rank or mid-dragon rank anymore. It was because they were demanding more. The ones fighting were bored, and the audience below were also feeling very bored. The arrival of David and the others attracted the attention of most people. Many people came to greet David so that David would remember them. There might be a time when they would need David in the future. This resulted in very few people present watching the Battle of the Chosen Ones. David was surrounded by people. "David, I am Troy Colton of the Colton family. It's a pleasure to meet you. I will definitely support you to become the number one among the younger generation in Summerland." "David, I'm Christopher Long of the Long family. Let's exchange contact information so we can chat if there's a chance. I will also support you to become the number one among the younger generation in Summerland. Who else has this qualification besides you?" "David, I'm Jamie Davidson of the Davidson family. Nice to meet you. You are the number one among the younger generation in Summerland, and I give you my full support." Countless chosen ones came to try to establish a good relationship with David. David was most fearful of encountering this kind of situation. In the face of so much enthusiasm, he could only respond dumbly. After all, he should not attack someone who was bowing down to him. He could not just start fighting them, right? Let's watch the fight first. When we return to Dark Cape, we'll find a time to get together, okay? Now is not the time. Please return to your original position, please. "Thank you," David said loudly. There was no other way choice. There were dozens of people around him. Since David has spoken, let's stop crowding here. When we get back to Dark Cape, we'll get together again. Yes, we should listen to David first. He's our candidate for the number one among the younger generation in Summerland. I agree to support David as number one among the younger generation in Summerland. Me too. Me too. The dragon rankers at the peak of the beginner stage who were fighting on the stage decided to directly stop and joined the crowd cheering for David. Taylor, the third elder of the Crumbs, had a gloomy face as she stood on the high platform. A perfectly fine grand event between the chosen ones in Summerland had turned into this farce. Hence it was obviously a failure. The people who were fighting had no desire to continue the fighting, so how could they continue this event? Lorraine showed a faint smile. If David became number one among the younger generation in Summerland, he would have to marry her according to the rules. She had long been convinced by David's magical medical skills and formidable strength. Therefore, marrying David was also a good choice for her. Although David was much younger than her. So what? Besides, She did not think she would be worse than the girls in their 20s. She figured she was even more attractive than them. As a woman who had been rated as peerless, she was still pretty confident. If one would compare the current Lorraine with Lorraine when she was 20, 99% of men would choose the current Lorraine. 10 years ago, she was just an unripe apple, but now, she was ripe for harvest. At just a glance, it was obvious which one would taste better. With David's promise and comfort, everyone finally slowly returned to their positions. As for what they said about supporting him to be the number one among the younger generation in Summerland, he was not interested in this at all. Would it mean anything for an adult to get first place in a kindergarten? He was slightly remorseful now. He should not have killed Axel in seconds. He should fight him slightly longer and pretend to kill him with all his might in the end. In doing so, the effect would not be so shocking. Alas, it was useless to feel remorseful now. However, he should not have came back after saving Augustus just now. It would be better for him if he had just left. Now, countless people were looking at him, and he could not leave even if he wanted to. His original plan was to help Clinton win the last round. Then, when everyone was busy participating in the grand event of the Chosen Ones, he would leave quietly. He did not expect that killing Axel in seconds would cause such a big sensation. Since everyone believes that David can become the number one among the younger generation in Summerland, as the organizer of the grand event of the Chosen Ones, I also respect everyone's opinions. If anyone is unconvinced, you can raise your consims. As long as you defeat David, you will be the winner of the grand event of the Chosen Ones, and also the number one of the younger generation in Summerland. Taylor, the third elder of the Crumbs, stood up and said. After she finished speaking, there was silence below. No one stood up to challenge David. Raymond and other Chosen Ones from the late stage of Dragon Rank were all smiling wryly at that moment. The scene of David killing Axel, a late-stage Dragon Ranker, just now was still fresh in their minds. They were also in the late stage of Dragon Rank, but they could not see David's movement clearly. If one could not even see what their rival was doing, how could they fight? Who would have the courage to challenge David? Was this not courting death? They originally intended to show off their glory and make a name for themselves at the grand event of the Chosen Ones. As a result, they lost their confidence before they even started fighting. Minutes passed. Still, no one at the scene raised any questions. Does anyone want to challenge David? You can speak up now. If not, I will announce that the winner of the grand event of the Chosen Ones is David, and that he is also the number one among the younger generation in Summerland, Taylor said again. I support David to be the number one among the younger generation in Summerland. His strength is obvious to all. He instantly killed Axel from the Dominic family, a late-stage Dragon Ranker. Besides him, who else among the younger generation at the scene has this strength? Yes, I agree with what this guy just said. I support David. Me too. Me too. The voices in favor of David came one after another. Can I say something? David said at this time. Go ahead, Taylor said. Actually, I only came here this time to repay the debts of friendship. As for the title of number one among the younger generation in Summerland, I am not interested in it, nor will I participate in the grand event of the Chosen Ones. You should fight again. When David said this, everyone looked at him in shock. This was a title that all the heirs of different families and sects were competing to the death to obtain, but David said that he had no interest in it at all. David, since you came here and participated in the battle, it's not up to you to decide if you are the number one among the younger generation in Summerland. Instead, it has been decided by everyone. What? David was stunned. I can't even quit? Just when David wanted to continue explaining, he suddenly felt a few strong energies approaching. Then a voice came from the sky. The grand event of the Chosen Ones in Summerland? If I kill all of you here, wouldn't Summerland be left in a mess? Ha ha ha. Even God is helping me. The sudden sound was like rolling thunder, and the people present were slightly stunned. Who had the guts to say that they were going to kill everyone present? Almost all the powerful families and sects in Summerland were gathered here. If the forces behind these people were united, it would be powerful and terrifying. It was definitely not something a single force could resist. As soon as the loud noise disappeared, 6 people wearing masks appeared in the sky. They were hovering in the air in 6 directions, emitting the energy of God Rank Guardians. They were blocking all exits for the hundreds of people present. Are there 6 God-rank guardians? The hundreds of people present were all stunned, including the group of people who were halfway to God rank on the high platform. Which force was so generous to dispatch 6 God-rank guardians at once? Augustus looked at one of the masked guardians, and he felt that he looked familiar. Then, when he saw a small wound on his hand, his eyes narrowed. May I know what you are doing here? This is where the grand event of the Chosen Ones in Summerland is being held. Taylor, the third elder of the Crumbs, stood up and asked. She did not have a choice. The Crumbs were the organizer of the grand event of the Chosen Ones, and also the host. In such a situation, she was the only one who had to bite the bullet and step forward. What are we doing here? We're here to kill you, of course. The masked man in the lead said with a smirk. Sir, you're hilarious. We have no grievances and no enmity, so why do you want to kill us? In addition, the ones present are all from powerful families and sects in Summerland. If these families and sects were to unite, no force would be able to handle them. So, sir, you should consider this carefully. Taylor was also a little scared at this time. These people came with masks, and at a glance, she knew that the people did not come here with good intentions. It was very possible that no one present could escape if the 6 God-rank guardians acted with their full power. Meanwhile, one of the 6 people emitted significantly greater energy than the other 5. 5 of them were beginner God-rankers, while one of them was a mid-God ranker. How generous! Since I dared to come here, I have already made all preparations. As long as I kill all of you here, I will be breaking the roots of Summerland, and it will send out violent shockwaves throughout Summerland. Besides, we will not leave any traces. Taylor looked at the 6 God-rank guardians who were exuding powerful energies in the air while plotting silently in her heart. 9 people were halfway to God rank here, so it would be fine if they were to fight one God-rank guardian. Augustus should be able to fight one of them. However, what about the remaining 4? Plus, there was also a mid-God ranker among them. Once they started fighting, they would be tigers among a flock of sheep when they killed the dragon rankers. Even if there were a lot of dragon rankers, they still would not be able to fight the God rankers. The hundreds of people here would be massacred and wiped out soon. What should I do? Taylor wondered anxiously. At this moment, Taylor was not the only one anxious. The other people who were halfway to God rank were also anxious. The people they brought here were the elites of their respective families and sections. If they all died here, it would leave a void in their respective families. Hundreds of people below began to cause a commotion. A lot of them were fearful when facing the 6 God-rank guardians. The title is number 1 among the younger generation. The most important thing right now is surviving. Compared to life, everything else irrelevant. Do it. The masked man who just spoke stopped wasting his breath and roared in a deep voice. The 6 God-rank guardians expelled their maximum energy at the same time. Wait. Augustus cried loudly at this time. Father, no. Selena exclaimed, trying to stop Augustus. There were 6 God-rank guardians on the opposite side, so he could not win against all of them. If he went up, he would only die. Uncle Augustus, Raymond also shouted nervously. However, Augustus ignored the 2 of them. He flew over directly, stopped in the middle of the 6 God-rank guardians, and stared at one of the guardians with a mask. Any last words? You can tell me, but I won't help you realize it, the guardian who was being stared at by Augustus said. Arthur, you colluded with foreign forces to kill all of us so that you can cause chaos in Summerland. Do you know what the consequences for the Dominic family will be if just one of us escapes? There are hundreds of people here. Can you really not miss a single one? Augustus said. Ha ha ha. Augustus, you recognized me. The guardian who Augustus stared at laughed. At the same time, he removed his mask to reveal that he was indeed the same Arthur who had just fought Augustus not long ago. Your family is digging your own grave, Augustus said with a frown. Although he said this, Augustus knew that this matter today was going to be troublesome. The other party dared to remove his mask, so it proved that either he was not afraid of someone escaping, or that he had the confidence to kill everyone present. Digging our own grave? Ha. Augustus, you should worry about yourself. We've blocked off all exits from this island, so who can escape from here? As long as you all die here, Summerland will definitely fall into chaos. Even if Mason is not dead yet, he won't be able to stop us. By then, the chaotic Summerland will belong to the Dominic family. Your family belongs to Summerland as well, so why are you doing this? Why? It's because Summerland's days are coming to an end. Once Mason dies, what else will Summerland have? It will just be seceded by all the big forces around the world. If you don't look for a way out now, you won't end up in any better situations when the time comes. When everyone's mind was distracted by the several God-rank guardians in the sky, David quietly retreated without attracting anyone's attention. At this moment, no one would pay attention to David. They could not even protect themselves, so why would they pay attention to him? Augustus, do you know me? Another masked guardian lifted his mask. Augustus followed the voice and looked over. A middle-aged man appeared in front of him. Connor Heron. Augustus cried. The Heron family was an old enemy of the King family. However, the Heron family caused trouble in Summerland back then, and Mason drove their whole family out of Summerland. At that time, Mason was at his peak. He suppressed all the forces in the world by himself and forcibly led Summerland to become an empire step by step. Augustus had not seen Connor before. Yet, they were a family that the King family had viewed as their enemies for hundreds of years, so the King family held a lot of information about the Heron family. At the very least, they knew all the representatives of the family. Being a hidden family did not mean that they were completely isolated from the world. They would also send people out to gather information. Augustus had seen Connor's face many times before. Likewise, he believed the Heron family would also have information of the King family. Not bad. Not bad. Your family still knows so much about my family, Connor said with a smile. There's a good saying that goes, the one who knows yourself best may not be yourself, but your enemy. Although the appearance of Augustus temporarily delayed the 6 God-rank guardians who were about to take action, he could not stop the crisis at all. He was just a beginner God-ranker, and he had just been wounded while fighting Arthur. How could he possibly resist the 6 God-rank guardians in the air? The people who could come here were the elites of various families and sects in Summerland. Everyone understood that if there was no miracle today, they would be doomed. Not a lot of people could resist 6 God-rank guardians. They were really no different from ants to these God-rank guardians. Mr. Augustus, please leave. Leave us alone. Tell everyone the truth when you go back and let them avenge those who died here, someone shouted. Yes, please leave, Mr. Augustus. Spread the word and avenge us. Please leave, Mr. Augustus. Please leave, Mr. Augustus. At this moment, all the forces were working together. Although they understood that it would not do much, as long as someone escaped, they would not die in vain. Haha, you want to leave? If one person can escape today, won't it mean that we are incompetent? People from the Star Alliance, what are you waiting for? The masked man in the lead laughed and said, The Star Alliance? While everyone was feeling confused. What are you doing? There was a scream on the high platform. 2 people who were halfway to God rank rebelled instantly. In that moment, they attacked and injured one person who was halfway to God rank before quickly leaving. In the crowd below, dozens of people also rebelled. They wounded or even killed those around them before fleeing. You bastard! How presumptuous! You're courting death. The scene was in chaos. Everyone was in danger. Some of the rebels were killed on the spot too. However, most of them successfully fled before meeting up with the 2 people who were halfway to God rank nearby. The victim on the platform was severely injured, and it seemed that they were going to die. The victim was attacked by 2 people who were halfway to the God rank at the same time, so it was not their fault they had fallen into this state. It would be difficult for the victim to survive in this condition. Taylor examined the injured victim, and her expression became unpleasant. There were initially 9 of them, but now, there were only 6. There was no chance for them to escape now, and they could only fight to their deaths here. Are you guys from Star Sect? Taylor asked gloomily as she looked at the 2 perpetrators who had just rebelled. Master Taylor, we are from the Star Alliance. The Star Sect is just one of the members, one of them replied. Why did you do this? The Star Alliance is listed as a dangerous sect and family by Summerland, and we are not allowed to resurface. If we don't find a new way out, Should we just watch you occupy resources and become stronger while we can only disappear in future catastrophes? Mason was the one who forced this upon us. All right, stop talking nonsense. Fight quickly to avoid accidents. I will be responsible for the King family. Do not spare any of the others. After Summerland is divided, everyone will get their chance, the mid-god ranker wearing a mask said. Boom, boom, boom. 6 powerful energies surged into the sky, making everyone present feel suffocated and hopeless. Augustus also looked off-colored. It seemed that they could not escape today. He moved quickly to Selena's side. Selena, I will do everything in my power to send you and David away later. If you manage to escape, go back and tell your grandpa everything that happened here and have him avenge me. No. Father, don't. I don't want to leave. Selena shook her head, tears filling her charming eyes. Augustus did not give her a chance to react. He grabbed her immediately and turned around to look for David. David might be the key to his family's calamity, so Augustus could not make any mistakes. However, he found that David was gone. He should be mixed in the crowd, and he was trying to escape while taking advantage of the chaos. Time was of the essence right now. If Augustus could not find David now, then he did not have a choice and could only forget about him. Otherwise, he would not be able to save any of them. After grabbing Selena, Augustus kicked as hard as he could with both feet. The ground directly caved in under this huge force. Using the power of the impact, Augustus quickly shot his body into the distance. He was so fast that he was like a high-speed rocket. However, not long after Augustus flew away, a masked man appeared in front of him. Augustus ignored him and decided to crash into him at high speed. However, he was going to so that with his own body. He was going to create an opening for Selena with his body. The masked man frowned when he saw Augustus charging at him recklessly. The moment they were about to collide, the man stepped sideways and palmed Augustus' face. Augustus spurted out a mouthful of blood. Immediately, a hand pushed Selena into the distance. Selena, go. Father! Selena shouted in pain as she flew in the air. You think you can escape like this? You're so ridiculous, the masked man in the lead sneered. Augustus stood in front of him, blocking his pursuit of Selena. Even if he died, he had to fight for Selena's life. However, as he stared at the masked man who was a mid-god ranker in front of him, a figure next to him quickly chased after Selena. Augustus was about to stop the person when the masked man in the lead suddenly appeared in front of him to block him. Watch how your daughter dies. You bastard! Augustus charged forward to fight him. However, the other party was clearly treating him like a fool. He wanted Augustus to watch as his daughter got killed. He only blocked Augustus' way but did not do anything to attack him. Selena was in the air. She was just a beginner dragon ranker, so she could only fly passively while she was in the air where there was no platform for her to leverage upon. She could only move freely after the force of Augustus on her was exhausted and she landed on the ground. When she saw a masked figure approaching her at an extreme speed, she could not do anything no matter how hard she struggled. A god rank guardian was fast. He caught up to Selena in mere seconds. Selena's face was pale from fright. She had just been flying at high speed in the air, and the strong wind had already ripped off her veil. The masked man came to Selena's side and was about to kill Selena directly. However, what caught his eyes was a peerless and alluring face. Her face dazed even a god rank guardian like him. In just an instant, he changed his mind. He wanted to spare Selena's life, so he could take her back and make her his personal slave who would only serve him in this lifetime. A god rank guardian had such staunch morality, but after just one look at Selena, he changed his original plan. It could be seen that Selena was definitely a devilish woman who would only bring disaster. The masked man reached out toward Selena's chest. At this time, he did not forget to take advantage of her. It was as easy as ABC for a god rank guardian to subdue a beginner dragon ranker. Meanwhile, Selena had closed her eyes. She knew she could not escape. She was just extinguishing the hope that her father Augustus had so desperately created for her. Father, I'm sorry. Mother, I'll see you in the next life. Selena thought silently in her heart. At the same time, Augustus was watching this in devastation in the distance. He wanted to rush over to save his daughter. However, it was a pity as there was no way a beginner God ranker could win against a mid-God ranker. Besides, he was seriously injured now. He could only watch helplessly as his daughter was brutally murdered. The masked man in the lead turned around with a sneer. He also wanted to see the moment Selena was killed. He did not pay attention to Augustus at all. He was just a severely injured beginner peak God ranker. Even in peak condition, a fight between the two would only result in Augustus being tortured to death by him, much less when he was seriously injured now. The masked man looked like he was about to catch Selena. In the end, he only managed to catch air. Where is she? Is she gone? The masked man stopped at the place Selena had been a split second ago and started looking for Selena everywhere. The head masked man not far away was also stunned. He saw that Selena was about to be killed, so why she disappear suddenly? Even he did not see what had happened. After he turned around, he saw that Augustus was gone too. What? How is this possible? Two people disappeared from right under his nose, and he did not notice anything. Suddenly, he felt something. When he looked over to the high platform, he saw Augustus and Selena standing there. What is going on? Who the F***CK can tell me? The masked man who chased after Selena came next to him as well. Sir, what happened? The man in the lead did not say anything. He directly moved to the space above the venue and stared at Augustus and Selena on the high platform. What is going on? I also want to F***king know what is going on. At this moment, Augustus looked confused as well. When Selena was about to be killed, he could not bear to watch the scene, so he closed his eyes. Then, he felt a strong gust of wind next to him. When he opened his eyes, he was already here. He was directly involved in the matter, and yet he did not know what was going on. Only Selena vaguely knew. She was born with a keen sense of smell, so no matter what passed by her nose, she would be able to remember the smell. When she smelled it next time, she would be able to remember. When she was about to be killed just now, she had smelled a familiar scent. She only purposely remembered this scene not long ago. That was the scent of her future man. She would not forget it for as long as she lived. When she smelled this scent, her tense nerves immediately felt relaxed. It was as if she knew she was safe. The sense of security this scent gave her was unfathomable. David was just a dragon ranker, so why would she feel so at ease when she smelled him? She opened her eyes to look at David. However, she had saw that she had only appeared here. After looking left and right, she could not spot David's figure, and it made her wonder if she was hallucinating. However, it was an undeniable fact that she had escaped the clutches of the villain. Suddenly a voice resounded throughout the sky. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. How come there are only 6 people? Do you have any accomplices? Call them out. I want to fight 10 of you by myself. Everyone looked at the voice. Then, they saw a person wearing a silver mask sitting on the top of a raised pillar on the high platform at this moment. With his legs crossed, he looked lazily at the several god-rank guardians in the sky. Who are you? Asked the masked man in the lead. You're in my territory, and yet you're asking such ignorant questions. How ridiculous, David said with a sneer. At this point, Arthur muttered something in the masked man's ear. Are you Silverface, captain of Dark Cape's Red Flame Mercenaries? That's me. You want to save them? No, no, no. You misunderstood. I don't want to save them. Then what's the meaning of this? Nothing. I just want to kill you all. How presumptuous. Silverface, do you think that with your mid-god ranker strength, you can defeat so many of us? Leave quickly and I will pretend that I never saw you. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. I won't leave. I want to see how rude you will be, David said sarcastically. You! The masked man did not know what to say after hearing this retort. Judging from the fact that David had just rescued Augustus and Selena without him noticing, David was definitely not as simple as the mid-god ranker that Arthur had mentioned. It was because he was also a mid-god ranker. He figured it was absolutely impossible for him to save someone without another mid-god ranker noticing. If David could do this, there were only 2 possibilities. One was that David's realm was much higher than his. The other was that David had a hidden talent and his body movement was outrageously strong. No matter which one it was, If the other party could avoid his perception, it would mean that the person was not someone he could deal with. The moment David appeared, everyone present felt that they were finally saved. Originally, after David showed his strength in Dark Cape yesterday, almost all the hidden families and sects were dissatisfied with him. However, these people felt that they were closer to him than their own relatives after seeing him at this moment. Many even shed emotional tears. From despair to hope, it was like they had just returned from experiencing the sensation of death. It was David who brought them back from the brink of death. It's Silver Face. We're finally saved. We don't have to die. Ha ha ha. God is not going to kill us, someone said while laughing loudly. As he laughed, tears escaped his eyes. Thank you, Silver Face, for your life-saving grace. In the future, I will definitely listen to you and abide by the rules that everyone is equal. Me too. What Silver Face said is the truth. Only after experiencing death did I realize that our lives are not superior to ordinary people's, and the lives of guardians are not superior to ours. Right? Silver Face saved us and is not afraid of offending so many guardians. We must not let him down. Countless people yelled excitedly. Selena looked at David, who was sitting cynically at the top. Silver Face is actually David? The news really shocked her. How old is he? He should be 2 years younger than me, right? Asterisk, but even Father felt that he's unmatched in his strength. How did he train? Is he really the chosen one? Has all the luck in the world concentrated in him? Selena looked dazedly at her future man. Apart from wearing a mask and changing clothes, everything else matched David perfectly. Plus, her sense of smell would never lie to her. This was her talent, and she had never made any mistakes with it. The 6 God-rank guardians no longer blocked off every exit from the venue, but instead, they were all gathered together. This was because they all knew that right now, Silver Face was their biggest enemy. If they did not kill Silver Face, he would easily catch up to them with the speed that he had shown just now. They could not give Silver Face a chance to break through. They had to gather together to subdue Silver Face with numbers so that they would have a chance to defeat him. Silver Face, you can continue to occupy your Dark Cape as we don't want to be your enemy. Our only goal is Summerland. If we control Summerland, everyone will benefit, and Red Flame mercenaries can also take the opportunity to occupy some resources. There is no need to continue to stay in this resource-poor place since there are too many resource-rich locations in Summerland. The masked man continued to persuade. He really did not want to become David's enemy. He felt terrified when he saw the scene of David saving the 2. Augustus was only 10 meters away from him, and yet, he was rescued by David. However, the masked man did not even feel anything when this happened. With such speed, Silver Face held the initiative, and he could leave or stay whenever he wanted to. Once the 2 sides started fighting, could he even stop David if the latter showed such speed again? What resources? I don't care about those at all. I just don't like you and I want to kill you. That's all. David said indifferently. He did not rush to do it as he wanted to see if these people had any accomplices. To be honest, these 6 people were nothing to him. He now figured that it would not be so difficult for Mason to fight 9 God Rankers at the same time. Even if more of them came, it would still be child's play to him. To be honest, what he did not know was that among the 9 God Rank Guardians Mason fought, 2 of them were late God Rankers, 3 of them were mid-God Rankers, and 4 of them were peak beginner God Rankers. Meanwhile, the 6 in front of him right now had a mid-God Ranker and 5 beginner God Rankers. The layout of the 2 was extremely different. So, naturally, he would feel that killing these people was very easy. Furthermore, Mason was dying at the time, and he was not at his peak. That was the reason why the foreign hostile forces headed by Falconia dared to send people to test him. Yet, they did not expect to suffer such a crushing defeat. It could be said that Mason had shocked countless people with such a display when he was about to die. Silver Face, I respect your strength and I don't want to be your enemy. Plus, I have already given you enough respect. Don't be dissatisfied with small gains, or else you won't be able to defeat the power behind us. If you dare to ruin our plan today, the forces behind us will instantly crush Dark Cape tomorrow and destroy your hard work in one fell swoop. Oh, tell me, who are the forces behind you? If you can deter me, I won't kill you today. Otherwise, don't even try to run away. David asked with interest. He would kill those who dared to spy on, divide, and bring trouble to Summerland today. However, it was also good to be able to gather some intel before he did so. Although his strength was already at its peak, he was growing too fast, and he had not yet been exposed to the deepest secrets of the world. His understanding of the ways of the world was also at the most superficial level. According to Mason, Falconia had only 5 God-rank Guardians, while Summerland had only 3. Now, it seemed that this was not the case at all. Mason was hiding a lot of things from him. There were quite a few God-rank Guardians in the major hidden families and sects in Summerland. Meanwhile, Falconia would definitely be hiding a lot of things as well. After the matter here was settled, he would go back to Capital City and show some of his strength to Mason. He needed to at least know more about these deeper-kept secrets. The masked man in the lead stared at the cynical silver face in the distance. There was a fierce struggle in his heart. Should I reveal the power behind us? If he did not, Silverface obviously would not let them go easily, and today's plan would definitely fail. This would affect the family's plans, and they were not even sure that they could escape from Silverface. However, if they did, it could lead to chaos as the Grandmaster had not yet woken up. The family was not quite ready either. Are you going to tell me? If you don't tell me, I'm going to take action. When the forces behind you find me, I will say that I don't know anything. You didn't tell me anyway, so you will just die in vain, David urged. Silverface, do you really think you are Mason Stefani? Do you think you can kill 6 Guardians by yourself? We won't give you any chance to defeat us. As long as we get together, I don't believe you'll be able to do anything to us. Arthur stepped forward and said. Really? Since you guys are so confident, let's give it a try, David stood up and said. His actions immediately made several God-rank Guardians nervous and moved closer to each other. This also excited the audience. Is it going to start? Silverface is so amazing. He was just getting up, and he can make the 6 Guardians feel like they are on pins and needles. He's so powerful. I long to be like him. I wonder what Silverface looks like and how old he is. Selena looked at David, her alluring eyes full of psychedelic colors. It was as if she saw David on top of the world with her in the future. This was her future man. Not bad. Just like what I imagined. He is a great hero, and even his random movement can terrify the 6 God-rank Guardians. Lorraine stared at Silverface for a long time, and she kept feeling that this person was very similar to David. Just now she searched the crowd below, but she did not see David. Where did he go? Did he change his clothes and turn into Silverface? However, even if David just performed amazingly, the gap between the two was too great. It was so big that no one would connect the two at all. It was so big that she even wondered if she was overthinking. Come on, Silverface. Let us see if you can really kill all of us here, Arthur said. Right now, he was the most worried among them. The Dominic family was not the same as the force behind these people. Aside from the Heron family, the rest were all foreign forces. Even if it was the Heron family, the latter had been kicked out of Summerland decades ago. If the Dominic family cooperated with these people, it could be said that they were completely opposing Summerland. In the past, although the Dominic family was not very well received because of their ruthless behavior, they had not yet reached the point where they were the target of public scorn. However, if someone escaped this place and revealed what had happened today, the Dominic family would be finished. They would no longer have a place in Summerland. Countless families and sects would join forces to hunt them down. Even if the Dominic family was strong, it was impossible to resist all of them. Otherwise, they would have dominated Summerland long ago. Therefore, now, he had to speak up to start a fight on both sides. Silverface showed a peak mid-god ranker strength at Dark Cape yesterday. They also had a mid-god ranker among them, in addition to 5 beginner god rankers. Even if Silverface had terrifying speed, as long as they cooperated well, there would still be a chance to defeat him. Only by taking down Silverface and killing everyone here would the Dominic family still have an opportunity to seize resources in Summerland. Otherwise, they could only escape in advance or completely go into hiding. Under the obstruction of so many forces, it was hard to say whether they could escape from Summerland. Even if they escaped, their strength would be greatly reduced. In the same situation as the Dominic family were the people from the Star Alliance. They originally wanted to cooperate with these foreign forces to speed up the collapse of Summerland, but they did not expect this to happen. David saw that the masked man in the lead of the other party did not speak. He sighed in my heart. It seems that I can't get any information from him. I'll just take action then. He took a step forward and prepared himself. Wait. A voice stopped him. David looked over and saw that it was the masked man in the lead who had spoken. What? Are you going to tell me your background to scare me? If you want to say it quickly, or else don't blame me for not giving you a chance. If you can scare me, I will spare your life today. Silverface, since you so desperately want to know, I will tell you today. I am part of one of the greatest, most mysterious, oldest, and most powerful families in the world, the Criss family. My name is Sonder Criss, and the Criss family is also one of the controllers of Falconia operating in the dark. The strength of our Grandmaster is even greater than Mason. Once you offend us, our family will madly seek revenge against you. Do you know the consequences of being targeted by my family? Everyone related to you will disappear. The light of the great Criss family will shine on the world and drive out all the darkness in the world, and the glory of the great Criss family will. Sonder Criss, the masked man in the lead, was full of pride as he introduced his family. He was very proud that he came from such a family. Now that he had said it, he wanted to let everyone know the greatness of the Criss family. The Criss family? Many people present were dumbfounded when they heard the name. They had never heard of the family's name. Only a few top families and sects were shocked when they heard the name of this family. They had seen the name of this family in the historical records of their families and sects. It was a family that was once powerful enough to secretly control half the world. They were even older than an ancient sect like the Crumbs. Originally, they thought that this family had disappeared in the long river of history, but they did not expect them to still exist. Plus, they also became one of the actual controllers of Falconia. Who did not know that Falconia was the most powerful country in the world? Although Summerland and Falconia were regarded as the world's two largest empires, Summerland was all supported by Mason alone. Once Mason died, Summerland would fall apart and the Summerland Empire would cease to exist. It was difficult to say whether it could be preserved as a small country after all this. This news was really shocking. David had never heard of the family. As he watched Sonder passionately preach about the greatness and glory of his family, David figured this guy must have been brainwashed since he was a child. However, what the other party said also surprised him. The Grandmaster of the Criss family was even stronger than Mason. He had no idea if this was true or not. Mason's realm should be similar to his, and they were both peak God rankers. If he was more powerful than Mason, wouldn't he have surpassed God rank? What realm was that? If it was true, then David had to seize the time to improve his strength. He originally thought that when he reached the peak of God rank, he would reach the top of the world and he would no longer be afraid of anyone. However, Sonder's words today made him anxious. I'm still not strong enough. I still have to continue to work hard. Damn it. The stronger I become, the more secrets I find out. Now, my life is even more exhausting than before. I miss being a delivery boy. I didn't need to think about so many things. Indeed, the more ability one has, the more responsibility they will have. However, David had another question in his heart. Since the Grandmaster of the Criss family was so strong, why did he not directly destroy Summerland? Il Mason was even not his opponent. Could anyone stop him? Mason almost single-handedly deterred all hostile forces. Everyone had to wait until Mason died before they dared to take action. There must be some parts here that were not clear. David wanted to capture Sonder alive and dig out the Criss family's secret. However, as he was watching Sonder preach the glory of the Criss family so passionately, he decided to forget it. For such a person who had been brainwashed by his family since childhood, it would be difficult to extract the secrets of the Criss family from him. He probably would not tell David even if he killed him. Sonder was still preaching the greatness of the Criss family, and most of the people below were stunned. However, that did not affect Sonder's passion in the slightest. David was also ready to act. The information Sonder said was still very useful to him, but it was obviously impossible to get any further information about the Criss family from him. Hey, please stop for a while, David said. However, Sonder was clearly in his zone, and he was completely ignoring David. "Stop!" David's voice was mixed with his powerful energy, which echoed in the air and could not be dissipated for a long time. Not only was Saunders scared into stopping his passionate preaching, but everyone else was taken aback by David's roar. "Don't you think you're bullsh*ting too much? How can I have time to listen to you spew so much bullsh*t here? What light from the Chris family will shine on the world? Why do I feel like you're just a pyramid scheme who were trying to get us to join you?" What did you say? Saunders could not wrap his head around this for some time. "I said that you were talking too much nonsense. You. How dare you insult the great Chris family?" Saunders could not believe his ears. In his mind, if he just mentioned the name of the family behind him, Silverface should definitely have tried to respectfully flatter him. After all, Silverface was only the captain of a small mercenary group. No matter how strong he was, could he compete with an ancient family? However, the other party unexpectedly dared to look down on the greatness and glory of the Chris family. This was absolutely intolerable to him. "What do you mean the Chris family? Damn, aren't you just some pyramid scheme? How are you great? Only you brainwashed people think it's great." David continued to talk back. You are courting death," Saunders said through gritted teeth and blood-red eyes. "Really? Let me see who is the one courting death." After David said that, his body disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Saunders. 1. The novel will be updated daily. Come back and continue reading tomorrow, everyone. Oh no. Saunders was startled. The moment he wanted to move, David was already in front of him. Bang. After a loud bang, Saunders felt a sharp pain hit his body as he was knocked into the air. Then, he flew directly into a mountain wall. Where is Silverface? The remaining 5 God-rank guardians quickly dispersed. They were looking for Silverface's figure, but they found no trace of him. Bang. Ah. Immediately afterward, there was another loud noise accompanied by Saunders' screams. Their hearts tightened, and they looked toward the source of the voice. A huge hole appeared in the mountain wall, and dust was flying around it. A figure slowly appeared from the dust. With Saunders' body in his hand, David walked out of the hole step by step. He stepped in the air, and then walked to the middle of the area. Then, he threw Saunders' corpse down and said jokingly, "Is this a mid-god ranker from the Christ family?" He was boasting like he's a god coming down to earth. However, in the end, what's the difference between him and trash? Thud. Saunders' corpse fell to the ground, and it jolted the people who were staring blankly at it back to their senses. "Run!" Connor cried. His body instantly shot into the distance. The other 4 reacted immediately and fled in different directions. Their speed was so fast that it even surpassed their peak abilities. They did not have a choice. Now was the time to escape. If they were not fast enough, they would die if Silverface caught up with them. They were horrified. Silverface was too strong, and they could not go against him at all. They initially thought a mid-god ranker and 5 beginner god rankers could fight Silverface. In the end, Saunders, who was a mid-god ranker, was immediately killed. Wouldn't they be asking for death if they stayed here and did not flee? The 5 of them ran in different directions. This way, 2 of them might possibly be able to flee. As for who Silverface decided to chase, it was all up to fate. Dark Cape was such a dangerous place. They swore they would not come here anymore. You want to run? If you come to my territory, no one will be able to run away without my permission. David laughed as he said that. Then, his body disappeared. The people on the ground finally came back to their senses. The people from the Star Alliance wanted to run as well, but they were stopped by hundreds of people. The 2 remaining people who were halfway to God rank were subdued in just a few rounds by the other 6 who were halfway to the God rank in a 3 versus 1 manner. The other dozens could not escape their fates of being captured alive too. They chose to surrender since they would die if they resisted. After all of the people from the Star Alliance were crippled, they were tied together as the group awaited Silverface's return so that he could deal with them. After a while, David came back. He used a rope to tie 5 corpses together and brought them back. Silverface is back. Welcome, Silverface. Welcome, Silverface. Everyone cheered. Then, David tossed the 5 corpses onto the ground. See if you know any of them. As for the rest, just leave it to Augustus. You don't have to be grateful to me. Just do more good things for the country and the people in the future. Summerland is our common homeland. If everyone's homeland is destroyed, where will our home be? I still have something to do, so I'll go first." After David finished speaking, he shifted his body and disappeared from everyone's eyes. "Farewell, Silverface. Farewell, Silverface." Countless people cried excitedly. What David said to them right now was no less than a decree. In addition to what David said, they got a message. That was, Silverface was also a Summerlander. Augustus looked at David's disappearing figure and appeared as if he was thinking about something. Several other people who were halfway to God rank were guessing the identity of Silverface. Silverface was undoubtedly a Summerlander, but his exact identity was still up for debate. Selena saw Silverface disappear. If she guessed correctly, David would appear soon. In order to confirm her guess, she had been looking for David just now but found nothing. If David reappeared after Silverface disappeared, coupled with what she smelled earlier, the likelihood that Silverface was David would be almost 100%. Lorraine was also looking for David at that moment. David appeared in the sky above a small boat that was sailing away from the island. The people on it were the people from the Dominic family who had already left the island. They knew there was going to be a big fight on the island, so they left early. After today, Summerland would soon be in chaos, and their family could also come out to snatch Summerland's resources. At this moment, the happiest person on board was Archer, the second son of the Dominic family. He was beaming in his heart. Axel is dead? Even the gods are helping me. Next, he would definitely be the heir of the Dominic family. From the air, David watched as the people from the Dominic family left. The Dominic family dared to collude with foreign forces to try to divide Summerland, so they deserve to die. They're not good people anyway, so they should all die. Boom. David immediately zoomed downward and landed on the boat from the sky like a shooting star. Boom. The boat was immediately crushed into pieces. As for the people on it, they all died from the shock and their bodies all fell into the sea. After doing all this, David went to the woods of the desert island, took off his mask, changed his clothes, and went to the center of the island. In the center on a desert island, Taylor, the third elder of the Crumbs, was making her final speech. "I'm sorry. As the organizer of this time, I couldn't hold the grand event of the Chosen Ones in Summerland well. Everyone saw what happened. There were many accidents throughout the entire occasion. If it wasn't for the presence of Silverface, we might have been killed by these enemies who wanted to divide Summerland. But we are not without gains. At least now I know the ambitions of the Dominic family and the Star Alliance. They colluded with foreign forces and wanted to cause internal turmoil within Summerland, and thus cooperated with both internal and external forces to divide Summerland and snatch Summerland's resources. I hope that after you go back, you will tell your families and sects exactly what you have experienced today. We must unite to squash the ambitions of the Dominic family and the Star Alliance while it's still at its early stages. We should not give them the slightest chance of succeeding." At this time, another person who was halfway to God rank stood up and said, "Master Taylor is right. These people from foreign forces that came today must have been gathered by the Dominic family and the Star Alliance. If Silverface was not here, none of us would have survived. Therefore, we have to make the Dominic family and the Star Alliance pay." "We agree. We agree. All right, this will be the end of this matter. After everyone goes back, if you tell your families or sects what happened today, I believe that your patriarch or head will know what to do. Let's talk about another thing. There is no need to continue the grand event of the Chosen Ones now, as David is already the winner. According to the pre-match outcome, he not only has the title of number 1 among the younger generation in Summerland, but he will also marry Lorraine, a disciple of the Crumbs. After Taylor finished speaking, Lorraine stepped forward. All the Chosen Ones present were envious of David. Not only did he have the title of the number 1 among the younger generation in Summerland and was recognized by everyone, he would also have a peerless beauty like Lorraine. He was truly at the pinnacle of his life. Where's David? Where is he? It was only at this time that everyone began to look for David. "Master Taylor, I have something to say." David's voice suddenly emerged from the crowd. Then, everyone around him gave way and David stepped out. Thank God I made it in time. If he did not show up now and only reappeared after returning to Summerland, it would inevitably arouse suspicion from those with bad intentions. He had no idea that Selena had discovered his identity as Silverface. In addition to that, even Lorraine had some doubts. However, Lorraine did not have Selena's talent, so she only had a slight suspicion. The people around David felt strange. Since when was David standing next to them? They did not even notice. If David had been by their side this whole time, they would have noticed. It felt like he had just popped out of nowhere. However, it did not matter. They only figured that David was so scared he went to hide just now. After all, the enemy was 6 God rank guardians. Who would not be afraid? No matter how powerful David was, he was just a dragon ranker, and he was miles away from a God ranker. Sure enough, in a situation where his life was at stake, David, the number 1 among the younger generation in Summerland, was just like them, and there was nothing special about him. David, what do you want to say? Taylor asked. Master Taylor, my original intention was not to compete for number 1 among the younger generation in Summerland, but instead, I promised someone to come and repay a favor. I would like to ask you to continue the event as I will not participate. David stepped out and said seriously. What was the title of number 1 among the younger generation in Summerland? Why would he need it? It would only put him under the spotlight of countless people, and it would not benefit him at all. The most important thing now was to keep a low profile and continue to improve his strength secretly, especially when Saunders said that someone in the Chris family was stronger than Mason. Now, he had to keep an even lower profile. He should quickly break through his mind power and raise it to the God level limit. Only at the God level double limit could he continue to take half a step to the next realm. Only then would he fear no one. Selena stood on the high platform and saw David come out before saying that he did not want to be the number 1 among the younger generation in Summerland. Then, she pursed her lips and smiled. David could kill a mid-God ranker in seconds, so he should have the strength of a late God ranker. It would be a wonder if he was still interested in being considered the number 1 among a group of dragon rankers with his current strength. Would a truly powerful man be willing to be the boss of a group of mediocre men? The levels on both sides were too different. A truly powerful man would have great goals while a mediocre one would only have small goals. Selena stood on the high platform with her father. Since she did not have a veil to cover her face now, she instantly attracted the attention of countless chosen ones when she smiled. They had already noticed this veiled woman from the King family before, but they did not know what she looked like. Now that her veil was off and her face had been revealed, she looked absolutely astonishing. She was not inferior at all when compared to Lorraine, a peerless woman. Her smile just now was even more moving than Lorraine's. It was unknown how many men had fallen for Selena's smile. Lorraine and Selena stand on the high platform, and they could be regarded as the peerless duo of Summerland, making countless people fall for them. Lorraine looked at Selena not far away. She had always believed that she was the most unique woman in the world, and no matter where she went, countless men would be fascinated by her. It was only today when she looked at Selena that she felt that she was in a precarious position. Whether in terms of life experience, looks, or temperament, Selena was no worse than Lorraine, possibly even being slightly better than her. This made her feel a strong sense of crisis. Taylor frowned and said, David, do you know what this honor means? If you don't, I can explain it to you. I know, I just don't want to. I will also ask Master Taylor and everyone to forgive me, David replied. Taylor shook her head and said, It seems that you still don't know. Let me tell you, getting the title of number 1 among the younger generation in Summerland means that you can suppress all the chosen ones in Summerland with your own strength alone and become the leader of this era to lead us forward. This is not just a false title, and in the turbulent times in the future, there will be countless benefits associated with it. It will give you a huge sublimation in your state of mind, which will give you huge benefits to help you break through to God rank in the future. You must know that Mason, the stabilizing force of Summerland today, was recognized as the number 1 of his generation and the leader of that era. Master Taylor, I understand what you're saying, but I'm used to being lazy and I have no interests in life, so I don't want to be named as the number 1 among the younger generation in Summerland. Therefore, please give this title to the one who needs it. David refused. He was still unmoved. You. You are so foolish, Taylor said, feeling disappointed that David did not live up to her expectations. She had already told David everything so clearly, but David still refused. One had to know that so many chosen ones in Summerland gathered here together because they were here for this title. This was the perfect time to make a name for themselves and create achievements that would earn eternal glory. Yet, someone actually refused? They really wondered if David was out of his mind. The scene fell into a brief silence. Suddenly someone said loudly, "I will only acknowledge David as number one among the younger generation in Summerland, and I won't acknowledge anyone else but him." Yes, think so too. Who else has this qualification other than David? I won't acknowledge you unless you kill a mid-dragon ranker in front of me. Agreed. Since we refer to him as number one, then that person must be the most powerful among the younger generation. Only David can carry this title. Countless chosen ones echoed loudly. The reality was like that sometimes. The more you refused, the more others would give it to you. The more you longed for it, the more people would hamper you. David had a bitter look on his face. They thought that he was nuts, but he also thought that they were nuts. Aren't you fighting to your death for this title? I cling want it, yet I can't even give it to you? What a bunch of idiots. Selena kept staring at David. It was funny to see David, a super powerful late god ranker, actually de-elating under such circumstances. To her, god rankers seemed so alooey and so serious in speech and manner. At least, that was how her grandfather behaved. However, David, a late god ranker, was showing such a lovely side right now. It was so funny. Augustus also noticed his daughter's changes. This was the first he saw her smiling so happily. After she had grown up, her smile was definitely coming from the heart. This was not a sake smile that she put on to deal with a situation. Following her gaze, Augustus saw David. It seemed that Selene was truly into David. That's good. At least, this made a father like him feel slightly better. As a core senior of the King family, he did not dare to go against the family's decision. Plus, this could be related to the fate of the King family. As a member of the King family, he could sacrifice everything for his family. David, you can also see that this title belongs to you. This is what everyone wants. Although I am the organizer of the grand event of the Chosen Ones, I have no right to choose. Everything is based on the opinion of the Chosen Ones. Since everyone highly recommends you, then you are the number one among the younger generation in Summerland. Even if you don't want it, everyone will still call you that after you leave this place, Taylor persuaded. Yeah, David, we don't accept anyone but you. Me too. Me too. David stood there feeling depressed and was speechless for a long time. He was wondering how to get rid of this title. Furthermore, David, you have become the number one among the younger generation in Summerland, so you can marry Lori and befriend the Crumbs. In troubled times in the future, you will have an extra layer of security. So many people dream about this. David was taken aback. Marry Lorraine? That is even more unacceptable. Although Lorraine was indeed tempting, he already had Celia. Moreover, he did not like women like Lorraine who were too smart either. Celia was much better. As for having an extra layer of protection after marrying Lorraine because he could rely on the Crumbs? What a joke. He was a peak god ranker, so would he need to rely on a woman? He would become a laughing stock if they learned of this. Master Taylor, please spare me, okay? I have no ambitions, and I truly do not deserve this title. I killed Axel in seconds because he was careless, and I coincidentally learned a very powerful body movement. If I didn't kill him at that moment, I'd be finished if he became serious. So, that was just an accident, David replied with a wry smile. You? Taylor did not know what to say to David anymore. What a weirdo. He must have a few screws loose. Master Taylor, I still have something to do, so I'll get going first. You should hold another grand even of the Chosen Ones. Thank you for your support, but I am not as great as you think. I'm worried that I won't live up to your expectations, so please choose someone else. Bye. After David said that, he left the scene at lightning speed. However, he knew to act within the norms. Even though he was fast, everyone could still see him. However, it gave everyone another misconception. Maybe David did kill mid-dragon ranker Axel because of an accident, just like he said. The scene fell into silence once again. After some time, Taylor said, I think we should fight again. Perhaps David was right. He is only depending on his speed, and if the chosen ones here fight seriously, then you might defeat him as well. He might be afraid that he would be exposed, so that's why he did that. After Selena saw that David was gone, she informed her father that she wanted to thank David and left quietly. Augustus simply smiled and said nothing. Taylor was just making an excuse. Even the people like them did not see clearly what David was doing when he killed Axel. Could it really be explained by simply calling it an accident? He was also curious about what body movements David had learned. He could not even see what David did clearly. How incredible! David went back to the cruise ship and detached a yacht. After that, he got on the yacht by himself and got ready to leave. He also wanted to fly directly back to Dark Cape, but he was afraid of being noticed, so he decided to just take a yacht. As for the grand event of the Chosen Ones, it had nothing to do with him anymore, and he did not want to think about it. Just as David was about to start the yacht and leave, he felt a figure following him. David turned his head to look. Selena? What is this girl doing here? Mr. David, can I take your yacht and leave with you? Selena asked with a smile. Her smile was so pure that David felt as if he was bathing in the spring breeze. Miss Selena, are you not waiting for your father? David asked. I'm not waiting for him, and I don't know when they will leave. I need to go back and report today's affairs to my family. That's fine, get in. But are you sure you didn't sneak out? If your father says I kidnapped you and decides to settle accounts with me, I won't be able to bear the anger of a God-rank guardian, David joked. You're hilarious, Mr. David. If you really kidnapped me, my dad would definitely feel delighted in secret. He would not bear any grudges, Selena said with a smile. Huh. David was speechless. I was just joking, but I didn't expect Selena to say that. Was that a hint? He felt that since he obtained the system, he had been very lucky with women, and they would all be extremely stunning. Does the system also have an opposite-sex attraction function? This is insane. I should find some time to look into the system closely. If there is, I should turn it off. Otherwise, it is not a good thing to be noticed by so many beautiful women wherever I go. Miss Selena, you must be joking. Get it, I'm going to start the engine, David said embarrassedly. Selena smiled and tiptoed lightly before her body floated onto the yacht. David turned around and walked into the wheelhouse. Then, he started the yacht and turned it on autopilot to leave the island. Falconia. Inside a secluded and ancient castle, there was an old coffin in the middle of the hidden room. This was the headquarters of the Chris family, one of the 3 controllers of Falconia. This was also a place with the strongest magnetic field in the world. Centuries ago, the Chris family's ancestors discovered that the magnetic field could slow down aging and extend human life. Back then, magnetic fields were very rare on Earth, unlike right now where it was very widespread. It could only be found around the poles. At that time, the Chris family began to search for magnetic fields all over the world. They extracted the core of the magnetic field and got a black stone which they called magnetite. After decades of research, the Chris family could finally superimpose the magnetic field emitted by the magnetite. In this way, a place with a strong magnetic field could be artificially created, and the effect of delaying aging would be many times higher than that of the natural magnetic field. Of course, this superposition was also limited, and it could not be superimposed infinitely, otherwise, the effect would be horrifying. At that time, a legend of the Chris family volunteered to be the first tester because he was unwilling to die naturally. Hence, he had been sleeping in the center of the artificial magnetic field ever since. He was waiting for the day in the future when he got a chance to wake up, and then he would lead the family to extend their glory. Throughout these hundreds of years, the people of the Chris family had been constantly researching the use of magnetic fields and constantly superimposing them here. This made it one of the places with the strongest magnetic fields in the world. The people of the Chris family had always believed in their ancestors' teaching, and they believed that their grandmaster would wake up and lead their family to glory again. By then, the light of the Chris family would illuminate the whole world, making countless people worship and look up to them. Inside the secret room of the Chris family's castle, Creek, the huge, unadorned coffin suddenly made a slight noise, and the entire castle instantly sounded a huge alarm. All the people of the Chris family in the castle stopped what they were doing and looked up in the direction of the family's shrine, their eyes full of enthusiasm. If this alarm was sounding, it proved that something big was going to happen in the family. The current patriarch of the Criss family, Robert Criss, immediately led the core of the family and rushed to the secret room of the shrine. "Robert, is this?" someone asked. His voice trembled and his eyes were full of enthusiasm. "Grandmaster is moving. He may be about to wake up. The light of the Criss family will shine on every corner of the world, and we will be the real masters of the world," Robert replied excitedly. "The light of the Criss family will shine on every corner of the world. We will be the real masters of the world." All the core of the Criss family shouted in a frenzy and excitement. The Grandmaster was waking up. The man in the coffin was the greatest person in the history of the Criss family. He would rise again and lead the Criss family to the top. Creak, creak. The unadorned giant coffin continued to make noises. Every sound struck the heart of everyone in the Criss family, making their blood flow and their hearts beat faster. Everyone's face was red like they had just been injected with adrenaline. A historic moment for the Criss family was coming. Creak, creak. The coffin continued to make noises. The lid of the coffin was slowly moving. Bang. Soon, the lid of the coffin moved to the edge and fell to the ground, making a loud noise. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the huge, unadorned coffin. Suddenly, a figure slowly sat up from inside. It was a thin old man. He had dry skin and sunken cheeks. Plus, he was wearing the oldest outfit of the Criss family. The old man's eyes opened. They were as dazzling as the stars in the sky, and it was as if he had gone through all the great changes in the human world. "Who are you?" the old man asked. Perhaps it was because he had not spoken for a long time and his voice was hoarse and harsh, but it gave the group goosebumps. "Congratulations to Grandmaster for awakening. The light of the Criss family will illuminate every corner of the world." Robert knelt on the ground. He touched his upper body and palms on the ground before he shouted while prostrating himself in admiration. "Congratulations to Grandmaster for awakening. The light of the Criss family will illuminate every corner of the world." The rest of the cores of the family did the same as the patriarch. The Criss family? The old man recalled and finally remembered something. His name was Born Criss, and he was also a member of the Criss family. If he remembered correctly, he was part of the most powerful in his family. Before his deep slumber, his family even came up with a magnetic field technique of superimposing magnetite. They artificially came up with a way to slow down his aging. He was not willing to die just like that, so he volunteered to be the first candidate to sleep in here. He was really awake now. What era was it now? How many years had passed since he fell asleep? Born had many questions. "You are the descendants of the Criss family?" Born asked. "Grandmaster, my name is Robert Criss and I am the current patriarch of the Criss family. Those behind me are the core members of the family," Robert replied. "How many years have I slept?" "Grandmaster, you have been asleep for 400 years. 400 years? Has it been so long? My old friends are not around anymore, right?" Sigh. "I didn't expect that there would be a day when I would really wake up. It seems that I was right to make this decision in the first place. I, Born Criss, the greatest member of the Criss family, am awake again. The world will tremble before me, and the light of the Criss family will shine on every corner of the world," Born muttered to himself. "Since you are awake, the world will be dominated by the Criss family." The core members of the Criss family who were kneeling below shouted in unison. The scene fell into a moment of silence. Born seemed to be trying to remember everything that happened. He slept for far too long. It had been so long that, excluding some things about the Criss family, everything else was still muddled in his mind. He still needed some time to recall, sort out, and adapt. After a few minutes, "Robert, tell me the state of the world now," Born said. He had sorted out everything in his head. Next, it was time to understand the current world. Since he was awake, his name would be able to make people tremble just like before. "Yes, Grandmaster. There are two major empires in the world today, and there are countless large, medium, and small countries. The Criss family is one of the actual controllers of Falconia. Not only that, we also control 3 large countries and countless small and medium-sized countries. Now there are 5 major forces in the world occupying more than 95% of the world's resources And our family is one of them. Robert began to explain the state of the world to Bourne in detail. After half an hour, Robert finally explained the general state of the world clearly. Oh, did the ancient kingdom of Summerland rise too? Bourne asked. Yes, Grandmaster. Summerland is one of the 2 great empires in the world and one of the 5 most powerful forces in the world, but recently Summerland has come to the brink of dividing, Robert replied. Why? Because Summerland's stabilizing force, Mason Stefani, is about to die. Once he dies, there will be chaos within Summerland, and we will also snatch some resources when that happens. Mason Stefani? Is this person very powerful? Yes, Summerland was almost entirely established by him, and it was he who deterred all the forces and ensured they did not dare to act rashly. How strong is this person? According to reliable sources, Mason is an excellent peak God ranker. At the time of his death, he fought against 9 God rank guardians. Among them were 2 late God rankers, 3 mid God rankers, and 4 beginner God rankers. He still managed to kill 1 person, seriously injure 4 people, and injure the remaining 4 lightly. Countless forces feared this record of his, but compared to you, Grandmaster, Mason is not worth mentioning at all. Peak God ranker? He seems amazing. I seem to have experienced this state before. So what level do I belong to? Bourne lifted his hands and looked at the dry skin on them. He had been sleeping too long, so it would take some time for his body to recover. After recovering, Bourne would go have a duel with Mason, the peak God ranker, and see how many of his blows Mason could block. The rise of the Chris family would start from the ancient country of Summerland. Robert, go down and make some preparations. When I recover, I will go to Summerland. The Chris family will make the world feel fear from there. Yes, Grandmaster. Robert and many other core members of the Chris family shouted excitedly. On the yacht from the deserted island to Dark Cape, David and Selena leaned against the yacht's rail, chatting and admiring the scenery along the way. From time to time, fish flew out of the water. It seemed that they were teasing David and Selena. David was also interested, but he was also hungry. He caught a few fish that jumped out of the water. After killing it, he cleaned it. Then, he took out the grill on the yacht. After that, he started a fire and began grilling the fish on it. The whole process was completed in one go, and he did it without a single pause. Selena watched David catch, kill, and grill the fish without saying a word, but there was a smile on the corner of her mouth. The master at the late God rank could actually grill fish? Plus, he looked so skilled. She was really curious about what David had been through. David's talent was absolutely unparalleled, and there was no doubt about that. No matter which force he was born in, he was an absolute core figure. However, he seemed to know everything. First, he brought the dying Goldie back from the brink of death, then detoxified her father, and was now grilling fish. She wanted to get to know David more and more. Soon, after the fish was grilled, David took out one of them and handed it to Selena. Miss Selena, you should be hungry too, right? I'll give you one. If it's not enough, you can take more yourself. Thank you. Selena took the grilled fish and thanked him. Then, she started eating the grilled fish in small bites, but her eyes never left David. He was a late God ranker, so not everyone could eat the fish a character like him had grilled. It tasted good, so it seemed that David had some good fundamentals. After David handed one of the grilled fish to Selena, he started to eat while minding his own business. It was still that familiar taste. However, a fish from the sea tasted much better than a fish reared in a pond. After a few moments, David finished one. Then, he picked up a second one and started eating. Selena ate only one while David finished the rest. Looking at David devouring the fish ravenously, Selena felt that this late God rank master seemed to not have the character of a master at all. He was no different from an ordinary person. After eating, David tidied up the place. Then, he lay on a chair and basked in the sun. Selena sat next to David and watched him. David was a little depressed. Selena had been staring at him since she got on the boat, and her eyes had never left him. She had to sit next to him and watch him regardless of if he was killing fish, grilling fish, or eating fish. Now, when he was lying on a chair and basking in the sun, she was still watching him. She's another superficial woman who only cares about my appearance. David thought with some pretense in his heart. After a while, David could not take it anymore. He sat up and looked at Selena's peerless face and asked, "Miss Selena, do I have anything on my face?" "No," Selena replied. "Then why do you keep staring at me like this?" "It's been like this since I got on the boat." "ML, can't I do that? Aren't humans' faces meant to be looked at by others?" Selena asked. "That's rude. Think about it from another perspective. If I stared at you from the moment you came up, how would you feel? You would definitely call me a hooligan, right? So, although you are a beauty, I can't call you a hooligan, but you should stop while you can," David said in a depressed manner. "No, I won't call you a hooligan, but I will be very happy because at least I can attract your attention. But now I've watched you for so long, yet you don't even want to look at me. I feel very sad," Selena said seriously. David did not know how to answer that. Am I really that charming now? Even a peerless woman like Selena is falling for me. Frankly speaking, Selena is definitely the most beautiful woman I have ever seen. Even Lorraine cannot compare to her. It's a pity that I already have Celia. No, Celia is the most beautiful woman in my heart. Miss Selena, tell me, why did you come here? David asked seriously. Nothing. I just want to thank you. You don't need to thank me. Your father fought against the Dominic family's God-rank guardian to save me. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been injured. At the end of the day, I should thank you all, David said. He thought Selena was thanking him for detoxifying her father. I am not thanking you for saving my father, but I am thanking you for saving us all. What do you mean? David asked in confusion. It's nothing. I just want to thank you for killing the 6 God-rank guardians and saving us all. If it wasn't for you, none of us would have survived. My silver face, Selena said with a smile as she looked at David. Huh. David's brain stopped working instantly. She knew? How was that possible? My disguise was perfect, and I even changed my clothes, so how could she recognize me? She must be lying. Yes, she must be. I can't admit to that. What did you say, Miss Selena? I don't understand, David asked pretentiously. Don't you understand? Then I'll make it clearer. You, David Liddell, are Silverface, the captain of Dark Cape's Red Flame Mercenaries. Is that clear enough? Miss Selena, you must be joking. How can I be Silverface? Silverface can kill a mid-god banker in a flash, so he should at least be a few decades old. How old am I? I'm just 22 years old today. It's impossible. Have you heard of the late 22-year-old late god ranker? I have never heard of it. That's right. It's completely impossible, right? David, if it were someone else, I wouldn't have associated you with Silverface. After all, you two are too different. Unfortunately, I have a talent. That is, I will never forget anything that I have smelled. And when I smell it a second time, I can be 100% sure of its origin. The first time I smelled you was when you rescued my father, and the second time was when I was about to be killed and you held me in your arms and rescued me, so I won't be wrong. David looked into Selena's alluring eyes and did not speak. Selena looked into David's eyes too. The two looked at each other for nearly a minute before David shifted his gaze. He sighed helplessly in his heart. Selena's heart told him that she was not lying, and this was indeed the case, which meant that even though he put on a disguise, he still smelled the same. David would not doubt people with this kind of talent in the slightest. Thus, his identity as Silverface was truly exposed. He wondered if Selena told others about the fact that he was Silverface. David confirmed his identity as Silverface, and after being known by Selena, he was not going to continue to pretend anymore. Since she had such talent, pretending to be stupid would not work, so he should just be honest. Since Miss Selena already knows my identity, then I have nothing to say. Yes, I am indeed Silverface, but I don't want to reveal my identity for the time being. I am asking you to help me keep it a secret, Miss Selena, David sighed and said. Why? David, everyone wants to be a person who attracts everyone's attention. I wish the whole world would know how amazing you are, but you are trying your best to hide and try to make yourself mediocre even though your so-called mediocrity is so dazzling to others, Selena asked curiously, staring at David with a pair of beautiful and seductive eyes. She really did not quite understand why David was hiding his power. There's no reason. It's just that I don't like it. And don't you think my strength doesn't match my age at all? Isn't this a better way to show your excellence? From ancient times to the present, you have done things that no one else can do. A 22-year-old late God ranker is simply unprecedented, and there probably won't be many others like you in the future, Selena said admiringly. David's strength was already on the same level as her grandfather, but he was not even as old as her. He was truly an indescribable monster. No, no, no. There is a saying that goes, it's the taller trees in the woods that get their tops blown off. If plants are like this, what about people? Once my identity is exposed, many foreign forces will definitely find a way to get rid of me. Therefore, in order to save my life, I have to keep a low profile. Understand? David explained. It's the taller trees in the woods that get their tops blown off, but that's before you grow. You're already a mighty tree that reaches heaven now, so what wind can blow your top off? A late God ranker is at the peak of the world. My grandfather will be 90 soon, and he only has the strength of a late God ranker. Miss Selena, you have no idea. There will always be people better than you in this world. Didn't you hear what Sonderchris said? The Grandmaster and his family is even more powerful than Old Master Stefani, and Old Master Stefani is a peak God ranker. Once these people discover that I might threaten them in the future, would they spare me? What if an even stronger old monster that's even more powerful than Old Master Stefani comes to kill me when the time comes? I might not be able to escape with my current strength. Selena thought about it for a while. David was right. Even though he had become a late God ranker, there were still people who could beat him. If foreign forces knew that he was a late God ranker at such a young age, he would definitely be killed. However, was there really someone who could surpass Mason in this world? She remembered her grandfather once said that the peak God ranker seemed to have the world's highest combat power. There was simply no one who could reach beyond God rank now. However, even if a peak God ranker came along, with David's strength as a late God ranker, most of them would not be able to escape. Then, what can I do to help you? Selena asked. Miss Selena, as long as you keep this matter a secret and not tell anyone, it will be the greatest help to me. I still need more time to grow, and when I am strong enough to no longer fear anyone, then I can reveal my identity. By the way, you didn't tell anyone about this, did you? No, David, don't worry. I will keep it a secret for you. I won't even tell my father and grandpa, Selena said solemnly. Thank you, Miss Selena. David, we should be friends now, right? Yes, definitely, David replied confidently. Then you should just call me Selena and not Miss Selena, okay? I don't like the sound of it. Okay. I'll call you Selena from now on. David, I have something to ask you. Go ahead. How did you do this? Even if you start from when you're in your mother's womb, it's only been 23 years. So how can you reach the realm of a late God ranker? My grandpa used 80 years to reach this realm. Actually, I have no idea. I just trained and then I reached this stage. I also don't know what exactly happened. You're amazing, exclaimed Selena. You believe me? David widened his eyes and asked. He only wanted to put Selena off, but she bought it. Yes, why not? Selena said. She believed David. David was what her grandpa called the one. Otherwise, there was no other way to explain how he could have reached this realm at his age. David was more relaxed after resolving the problem regarding his identity being revealed. Even if he was exposed, there was no danger. After all, he was already a peak God ranker. However, it was his nature to keep a low profile. He might get killed if several peak God rankers besieged him. With his cautious nature, he would eliminate the slightest possibility of this happening. Once he broke through his mind power and upgraded to the God level limit, he could surpass peak God rank and ascend to another level by reaching the double limit. Only then could he be relieved. He did not have to worry about people finding out about the system. The two chatted on the yacht. David suddenly realized something was wrong. We didn't take that much time when we came from Dark Cape, did we? How long has it been? Could we have gone in the wrong direction? Aren't we going further and further away from Dark Cape? David quickly ran to the control room and stopped the boat. Then he walked out and said sheepishly, Selena, I think we might have been going in the wrong direction. We didn't take that much time to come over, but we still haven't seen Dark Cape even after more time has passed. Yeah, I noticed long ago, Selena said as she laughed. She had already realized they were going in the wrong direction. She said nothing because she wanted to spend more time alone with David. Why didn't you say anything? We don't know how far we have gone, David said in confusion. It's nice to be adrift like this. Just the two of us with no one to disturb us. You're here anyway. You can catch, kill, and roast fish, so we won't starve. It would be better if we could even have a child, Selena said longingly. David was shocked by Selena's idea. We just met for the first time today, didn't we? Selena wants to stay adrift and have a baby with me? I can't understand this. Is this girl boy crazy? Or has she lost her mind from being hidden for so long? It would be a shame for such a beautiful woman to have something wrong with her head. Well, Selena, why do you have such ideas? David asked. David, let me be honest with you. I came out with a mission from the King family, Selena said to David. What mission? Marry the winner of the grand event of the Chosen Ones, who's also the #1 among the younger generation in Summerland. Why? Lorraine from the Crumbs wants to marry the #1 among the younger generation in Summerland, and now the King family also wants you to marry the #1 among the younger generation in Summerland too. Why is that? David asked curiously. Selena thought about it and said, to put it simply, the world is about to fall into crisis. If we want to survive it, we need someone who might be the #1 among the younger generation in Summerland. A crisis? What kind of crisis? I don't know. You don't know? And who is the source of this information? Family history. Many ancient sects and families have SYCG records. Family history? Is it a prophecy? That's one way to put it. Is this prophecy reliable? It's better to believe it's real than to believe it's non-existent. Besides, the family elders wouldn't have randomly recorded it to make the younger generation worry. They must have had something to back it up. David was silent. Both the ancient families and sects predicted the world will be suffering a crisis. Could the system have something to do with the prophesied crisis? How else would a magical system suddenly descend upon me? Am I the chosen one? Did I get the system to mive the world and become a savior? This is crazy. No matter how I look at myself, there is nothing spiritual about me. I don't understand. Maybe I should stop thinking about it. Shouldn't you wait for the grand event of the Chosen Ones to end then? Why did you follow me? I've already said I won't become the #1 among the younger generation in Summerland. It's your problem if you don't want it, but the title of #1 among the younger generation in Summerland is yours. You're a 22-year-old late god ranker. Do you think anyone can beat you? Did you follow me to marry me and get me on the King family's side so I can help you during this crisis? David asked. Yes, but I also think it would be nice to stay adrift at sea with you without bothering about any crisis, replied Selena. Hearing Selena's answer, David was reassured. David automatically ignored the latter part on what she said about wanting to be adrift at sea with him. David thought about it and said, Selena, we're friends, and your Father Augustus' ideas are in line with mine. The King family is decent too. If there is any crisis in the future, I promise to help the King family, okay? You don't have to marry me. David, are you that unwilling to marry me? Or am I not pretty enough and not attractive enough? As a woman of the King family, my fate is sealed. Even if I don't marry you, I'll marry someone else in the future. If I had to choose someone to marry, I'd prefer it to be you, muttered Selena. Selena, you're attractive, but I already have a girlfriend. Her name is Celia Young. Your name sounds kinda similar too. We love each other very well. I can't hurt her, so I can only apologize. Please don't waste your time on me, David said with a wry smile. I don't care if you have a girlfriend. In large families like ours, the patriarch and many immediate members have more than one woman to keep the family bloodline going. Selena blurted out. But she does. David replied. So, does that mean you don't really care? We only have to get past your girlfriend, right? Selena asked as she blinked her big, beautiful eyes. David was stunned. He had not expected Selena's answer. As expected, these hidden aristocratic families still followed the ancient social system. Selena, Since you've come out of hiding, you need to understand and follow the modern social system. One man can only have one woman. You need to abandon the ancient customs, advised David. I know that. Hidden aristocratic families often go out to learn about the outside world. Although only one wife is allowed in modern society, many powerful people have more than one woman. I can be your lover. What the F***ck? David almost had a nervous breakdown. A beautiful woman offered to be my lover? She even said it so matter-of-factly. Who the F***ck can handle that? Calm down. Calm down. David, you have to stop. You already have Celia. You can't let her down. David recited the calming mantra to himself to settle down his restless mind. Selena, what's the point of doing this? I can't help it. You're too good. I have eyes for no other man after meeting you, Selena spoke earnestly. It's impossible for something to happen between us. I love Celia and would never hurt her. I know. Don't worry. I won't make things difficult for you. David was silent for a while and decided not to pursue the subject. Selena, stay on the boat for a while as I try to locate Dark Cape. Otherwise, we won't be able to find our way back, David got up and said. No, David, either you take me with you or stay with me on the boat. I don't want to be here alone. Selena quickly stood up, grabbed David's hand, and said nervously. David looked at Selena and saw a flicker of panic in her eyes. Is she afraid I'd leave her at sea? Dragon rankers could not fly yet, and would have little chance of survival if caught in a big storm at sea. All right, I'll take you with me. David had no choice but to say so. Okay. Selena took 2 steps forward and leaned in to hug David tightly. David caught a whiff of fragrance and was tightly hugged by Selena. He could only shake his head with a wry smile. He did not want such an amorous encounter. It was F***king torture. He was a normal guy. He was a guy who had recently tasted the forbidden fruit with Celia. The beautiful woman in front of him was a great challenge to his will. David recited the calming mantra 100 times in his head, took Selena up into the air, and sped off in a random direction. David took Selena back to Dark Cape by air and then separated. Selena was reluctant to part, but she knew she and David were still only friends and could not stay together forever. She was content to hold David for this long today. Besides, she also needed to go back to her family to report what happened at the grand event of the Chosen Ones. They had to remove the Dominic Farnley and the Star Alliance, or they would bring trouble in the future. If they let the King family take the lead on this matter, other sects and families would also be involved. However, she would try her best to hide David's affairs. Since she promised David to keep his secret, she would keep her word. David convened a meeting with Red Flame Mercenaries' top management. Then he left Dark Cape, returned to Summerland, and took a flight to Capital City from the nearest city. With the deterrence of him killing 6 God-rank Guardians in the grand event of the Chosen Ones, no one dared to cause trouble in the Dark Cape for the time being. Besides, these hostile foreign forces lost 6 God-rank Guardians in one shot, so they might also lay low for a while. He still needed a little time to grow. He had more than 3,000 lavish points now, and he believed he could get 10,000 lavish points soon. By then, his mind power would break through to God level, and he would get stronger. He was a peak God ranker, but it was unlikely that he would be a match for an experienced veteran peak God ranker like Mason. He still needed to elevate his mind power. When David arrived in Capital City, he contacted Celia and told her that he was in Capital City and was coming over to pick her up. Celia was delighted to hear from David. He drove to Celia's house and found that Celia was home alone. David picked Celia up and planned to go somewhere else. That evening, Celia's mother, Mindy, called David to ask if Celia was with him. Mindy had received a call from Celia saying she was spending the night with David and was not coming home, but she was still worried. She felt relieved after calling David to confirm it. David hung up on Mindy and said to Celia with a smile, "Celia, what do you think Aunt Mindy meant by calling?" I don't know," Celia said as she buried her head under the covers. David experienced the seduction of stunning beauties Goldie and Selena on a desert island. The first thing he did after arriving in Capital City was to find Celia. "I think Aunt Mindy is keeping an eye on you for me." "Why is she keeping an eye on me?" Celia popped her head out and asked. This mother-in-law is so good. She'll call me to confirm if you don't come home at night, and she'll look for you if I say you're not here. How dare you? David, you conspired with my mother to spy on me. I didn't plan this with Aunt Mindy. She volunteered to keep an eye on you for me. I suppose she thinks a son-in-law like me is rare. How shameless. David drove Celia home the next day. David wanted Celia to stay the night, but he was going to meet Mason to discuss something later. He had no idea how long it would take, and it was not safe to leave Celia alone if something came up and he could not return. Thus, he might as well send her home first. Pulling up to Celia's villa, David got out and opened the back door. Celia, you're home. I'll see you later when I'm done. Okay. Let me sleep a little longer, Celia replied in a daze. David had no choice but to scoop Celia up in his arms. Then he opened the door with Celia's fingerprint and walked in. David found Mindy at home as soon as he walked in. Mindy was watching TV in the living room. After arranging the company's affairs in the morning, she waited at home for Celia to come back so that she could ask about David, whom she had not heard from for several days. She was more concerned about David than Celia was now. She turned her head to the door when she heard it open. What happened? Mindy was stunned to see David come home with Celia in his arms. She was fine when she went out yesterday. Why did she come back like that this morning? What happened? David, what happened? What's wrong with Celia? Mindy got up and asked nervously. Celia was the couple's only daughter. What if something happened to her? Well, Aunt Mindy, Celia is all right. She's just exhausted. I'll carry her upstairs to get some rest, David replied sheepishly. Exhausted? Mindy asked in confusion. Yes. She's just exhausted. David carried Celia upstairs after he finished speaking. Worried, Mindy followed them. She can't be that exhausted, can she? David put Celia to bed and tucked her in. Celia said in a daze, David, you bully. All you know is, David wanted to find a hole in the ground and hide. He knew Mindy had followed him upstairs and had heard her. Aunt Mindy, I gotta go. I'll see Celia when I'm done. David turned around, steeled himself, and said, David, I'm not trying to lecture you, but you youngsters have to control yourself. Look what you've done to Celia. It doesn't worry you, but it worries me as a mother. Mindy criticized calmly. Yes. Aunt Mindy, you're right. I'll pay attention next time, David quickly said humbly. Come to think of it, he was a peak god ranker, but he still had to apologize obediently in front of his mother-in-law. Oh, he brought shame to god rank masters. Okay, don't worry. I will help you take care of Celia. Go and handle your affairs without worry. Remember to see her when you're done. Okay, thank you, Aunt Mindy. Goodbye. David quickly fled the scene. By the way, what have you been up to? Why have you been away from Capital City for so long? Mindy asked, changing the subject. This was her real goal. She only criticized David to find a topic. She wished they could be together every day. Mindy wanted to ask David where he had been all this time. Did he go abroad with East League Capital's general manager Pearl again? She had looked through Pearl's files and decided that this woman was a huge threat. Besides coming from a poor background, she had an outstanding ability, looks, and means. Aunt Mindy, I had to leave the country to take care of work these days, David answered honestly. Dark Cape was indeed not a part of Summerland anymore, so he was right to say he was not in the country. Mindy frowned. Sure enough, he went abroad to fool around with that woman again. Men are no good. He went out to fool around with other women when he has a beautiful woman at home. But that's not true. If David had gone abroad to fool around with Pearl, he couldn't have made Celia so exhausted as soon as he came back. He must have been busy with work. After all, East League Capitals has grown so much these days. They are about to hit the $10 trillion mark. It's a historic moment. East League Capitals will soon become East League Consortium. $10 trillion. How much money is that? It's an astronomical number. Most importantly, David owns 100% of East League Capitals. No major conglomerate in the world could do that. Besides, David doesn't have a father or siblings, but only a few aunts and uncles. It won't do. Celia has to give David a baby. Otherwise, there would be no one to inherit a company this big. Mindy was indeed thinking ahead of herself. David, you and Celia didn't take any safety precautions, did you? Mindy asked again. Huh? What safety precautions? David asked in confusion. Safety precautions to avoid pregnancy. Mindy could not help blushing after she finished. However, she had to think about what was best for her daughter. She had to ignore all this for Celia's future happiness. David looked startled. He had no idea how to answer so suddenly. What is Mindy thinking? It's so random to ask a question like that, isn't it? How bold and imaginative. It was so unusual. We basically didn't take any, David answered in a stammer. It's great that you didn't. Don't abort the baby if she gets pregnant. A woman's first baby is important. According to scientific research, a woman's first child is much smarter than the later ones, so you mustn't abort the baby. If Celia gets pregnant, ask her to suspend school to give birth to the baby. Don't worry. I will help you take care of the baby, Mindy said as she made up some random excuse. She had done so much for Celia to nab David and not let her super son-in-law get away. Is there really such a thing? David asked in confusion. Yes, absolutely. It's research from foreign experts and professors. You're too busy with that work that you have no time for these. Well, does Celia agree with it? Yes, of course, she agrees. Besides, you've been together for so long. It doesn't matter if you have kids early. You'll get married after graduate soon anyway. If Celia does get pregnant, we'll have the baby if Celia agrees. David said casually. He had decided to be with Celia forever. No matter what happened, he would not let Celia leave him. It was the same whether they had kids earlier. Sure, you gotta work hard. I'll take good care of Celia's health these days, Mindy said happily. David was confused. Mindy just told him to control himself. Now, she wanted him to work hard. David could not figure out what HLA mother-in-law was thinking. 17 Will. Aunt Mindy. Well, I gotta go. I'll leave Sella to you for the time being. I'll come and see her when I'm done. David wanted to get out of here as soon as possible. Otherwise, he had no idea what strange questions Mindy was going to ask next. I'll get out of your hair then. Are you coming to dinner tonight? I'm not sure. I'll call Celia first if I'm coming. Okay, I'll leave you to it then. Aunt Mindy, I gotta go. David left Celia's house. He drove straight to Mason's house. David did not have to go through as much careful examination to get in and out of Mason's place anymore. Soon they came to the courtyard door where Mason lived. He got out of the car, pushed the door open, and got in. Mason was still in the yard, slowly practicing his seemingly weak boxing fighting technique. However, David did not see Julia. Julia used to watch Mason at these times. Upon seeing David come in, Mason stopped practicing. David, you're here. Come and sit down. I happen to want to see you about something, said Mason. Then he turned and sat down at a stone table. Old Master Stefani, don't mention it. David went and sat down opposite Mason after he finished speaking. Mason picked up the teapot from the stone table, poured David a cup, and said, How about giving it a try? Not everyone can drink my tea. David picked up the cup, took a sip, and said, It's nice. He knew nothing about tea. In his opinion, tea was something to quench thirst. It was no different from plain water. Mason smiled and said nothing. He could tell that David knew nothing about it. The novel will be updated daily. Come back and continue reading tomorrow, everyone. David, you're famous now, and you actually dismissed getting bestowed the title of #1 among the younger generation in Summerland. Now, legends surrounding you have spread all over the outside world, Mason said with a smile. Old Master Stefani, you must be joking. I don't have any legends, and I really have no interest in being the #1 among the younger generation in Summerland, so that's why I dismissed it. You're right, with your current strength, you are also the #1 among the older generation, let alone among the younger generation. David, you always surprise me, Mason sighed ruefully. Mason had known that David was Silverface for a long time. Lucas, the captain of Team Vulture and Falcon, told him about it. He also always felt that David was halfway to God rank. However, the news from the Dark Cape in the past 2 days shocked him. A peak God ranker, beyond recognition. David first showed the strength of a mid-God ranker at the Black Sand Hotel, shocking all the forces participating in the grand event of the Chosen Ones in Summerland. Later, during the grand event of the Chosen Ones, he killed 5 beginner God rankers and 1 mid-God ranker in a row. His strength was thus upgraded to that of a late God ranker. A 22-year-old late God ranker. It is unheard of. Perhaps the saying that heroes are born in troubled times is true after all. David is the hero born in this troubled world, and he is also prepared for this catastrophe. Summerland is very lucky that David was born here. God bless Summerland indeed. Old Master Stefani, my strength is still far behind you, and I still need to continue to work hard, David said modestly. He knew that once he revealed his strength, he definitely would not be able to conceal it from Mason. This was especially true since Mason had known that he was Silverface a long time ago. However, it would be good to reveal something to Mason as the former was going to form a team. He wanted to ask the major sects and families to send powerful people to help maintain the stability of society. With a large number of hidden sects and families resurfacing, there were always going to be some people who refused to abide by the rules. The Special Task Force was starting to become ill-equipped to deal with these people, so there had to be a strong team to take care of them. David was ready to lead this team himself. Mason would not agree if he did not show his strength. After all, carrying out this task would be dangerous. It's best if you think like this. Although you are a late-stage God ranker now, you're still far from a peak God ranker. There are at least 5 peak God rankers in this world besides me, so you can't take this matter lightly. Are there so many peak God rankers in the world? David asked suspiciously. At the very least, but definitely no less. Then why can a peak God ranker like you shock so many people? Besides myself, other peak God rankers in the world are thinking about how to go further and reach another level. This is the goal they are pursuing. Compared with breakthroughs, everything else is nonsense to them, and they will only take action when they or their family are in a life-or-death situation. Why? Because they don't want to die. Don't want to die? Yes, they don't want to die. When someone becomes a peak God ranker, they can control their body without using their hands and reduce their consumption to a very low level. Coupled with the effect of the powerful magnetic field, peak God rankers can actually live a long time, and some peak God rankers are actually older than me. Then why did that happen to you not long ago? David asked. If he had not learned Summerland ancient traditional medicine not long ago to extend Mason's life, he figured that Mason would not be around anymore. Others could live that long, but why couldn't Mason? He also found no serious injuries on Mason. I'm different. Now, Summerland is supported by myself alone. Every once in a while, they will send people to test me and speed up my death. If I don't act, Summerland will be long gone. So although I became a peak God ranker later than them, I will die earlier than then. David understood. Except for Mason, every peak God ranker in the world was in seclusion because they wanted to live longer. Because Mason had to protect Summerland and hostile forces would often come to harass him, he could not do the same to prolong his life. David was in awe of Mason once again. This old man really did too much for Summerland. This old man single-handedly gave the people of Summerland today a life where they could live and work in peace and contentment. Old Master Stefani, please rest assured. I will continue to work hard to become a peak God ranker as soon as possible to relieve you of some of your burdens, David said seriously. I feel relieved now that you've said this, but you can't expose yourself yet. Once someone finds out that you reached the late stage of God rank at the age of 22, they will definitely try their best to get rid of you. They finally waited until I died when another monster emerged in Summerland again. Haha, I really want to know what these bastards will look like when they find out about this, Mason said and began to laugh. David watched Mason laugh happily and did not speak. This old man might have been too worried about the country and the people, resulting in him not laughing so cheerfully for a long time. After Mason's laughter subsided, David said, Old Master Stefani, when I killed that mid-God ranker, he said that the Grandmaster of his family is more powerful than you. Is that true? Oh, what's his name? Mason asked. Sonder Chris. Oh, it's the Chris family. The Chris family is one of the oldest families in the world and one of the most powerful families at the moment, but the Grandmaster mentioned by this mid-God ranker shouldn't be their patriarch, Robert Chris. So who would that be? Mason fell into deep thought after speaking. Soon, Mason thought of a legend. It was said that the Chris family had a grandmaster hundreds of years ago, and that he was still sleeping in the shrine of the Chris family. Moreover, this sleeping man of the Chris family was the pinnacle figure who suppressed an era hundreds of years ago. Is it possible that this person from hundreds of years ago has woken up? Mason felt that it was impossible. Unless this sleeping person was a super peak god ranker. It's all right, David. You just need to work hard and have a breakthrough as soon as possible. Leave the rest to me for the time being. I am still useful after you saved little old me. Mason did not want to put pressure on David, so he did not say what was on his mind. Moreover, he did not think that it was likely. Old Master Stefani, do super peak god rankers exist? David asked. He was the most worried about this at that moment. Even though he had broken through very quickly, what if a super peak god ranker appeared midway through his development? Who could stop them then? David could feel the impending chaos. Back then, it would be incredibly difficult to meet a single god rank guardian. But now, 6 of them appeared at the same time. No, a peak god ranker has the highest combat power in the world at the moment. Once someone passes this realm, they would be on a whole other level. If someone like this appears, even if all the peak god rankers gathered, they would not be able to defeat them. This person would be able to control the entire world, Mason said certainly. When David heard him say that, he let out a sigh of relief in his heart. It would be good if there was no such thing as a super peak god ranker. If he reached that level one day, he would not need to fear anyone. Old Master Stefani, I have a suggestion, David said. Tell me. Now that the hidden sects and families have begun to fully come out of hiding, there will always be some people who don't want to abide by the rules and will want to reap without sowing to destroy the original balance of things. I want these hidden families and sects who resurface to send one person based on their respective strengths. Then I will lead a team to maintain the stability of Summerland society. What do you think? David expressed his thoughts. This was what he had been thinking this entire time. The full resurfacing of hidden families and sects would shake Summerland's originally stable society. Some people would always want to reap without sowing, and they would use their strength that surpassed that of ordinary people to start disrupting society. Over time, it would surely cause social unrest in Summerland. Ordinary people would not feel safe, and David did not want this to happen. If he did not have the system, he would just be an ordinary person. Moreover, his aunts and their families were just ordinary people performing their respective duties. David could not put them at risk. Therefore, he wanted to stifle this behavior and maintain the stability and interests of ordinary people. He wanted to maintain stability in Summerland society. This was also the idea that David got slowly after he encountered Mason and was influenced by the latter. In the past, he only wanted to take care of his small family. As long as his interest and social circle were not affected, he would be fine. He felt that even if the sky fell, there would be tall people to help him hold it up, so it had nothing much to do with him. However, after he interacted more with Mason, the deeper his understanding became. He expanded his small family to include the entire Summerland and now wanted to protect country stability. This was the charm of Mason, the legendary old man of Summerland. Not only was he powerful, but he could also subtly influence the people around him. This idea is very good. Now, these families and sects have not yet fully resurfaced, and the Special Task Force is no longer as capable as before. Until now, Team Dragon has been the one maintaining social stability, but at the end of the day, there are too few people in Team Dragon and the territory of Summerland is too large. Once these people fully resurface, Team Dragon will be too busy. Hence, if you can get some people from these hidden sects and families, the effect will definitely be much greater. What a good idea, Mason praised. At the same time, he was very pleased. Needless to say, David definitely was the greatest talent in history. At the age of 22, he became a late god ranker. It was believed that David would surpass Mason soon and might go even further than the latter. It was truly a blessing for Summerland that David was born here and had his country in his heart. At the very least, after Mason's death, Summerland would have David and would not collapse. David was still young, and he would have no problem protecting Summerland for hundreds of years. In the past, Mason had always worried that after his death, Summerland would be divided. So, he always tried not to act if he could. The longer he lived, the safer Summerland would be. It was a pity that foreign forces had been continuously coming to test him, and in the end, he had no choice but to do something to shock everyone. Now, he was old now and was no longer in his peak. He could not even finish killing a few guardians who were beginner god rankers. However, he did not have to worry now. He could also risk everything and go for an all-out effort. He wanted to see if he could kill 2 late god rankers. Plus, he felt like he was at his peak now. It was all because of the changes David brought. Mason looked at David with more and more admiration in his eyes. Old Master Stefani, are you saying yes? David, I will definitely support this kind of thing that is beneficial to Summerland, and with your talent and strength, the burden of Summerland will be handed over to you sooner or later. Although you are still young, there is no other way. Summerland is now encountering internal and external troubles, so I need young people like you to rectify and reform it. I am old and now, it is a young people's world. Therefore, you can make your own decisions on many things. You don't have to tell me everything. If it is inconvenient for you to reveal your strength, I will support you and clean up your mess. Thank you, Old Master Stefani. David stood up, put his hands together, bowed to Mason, and said sincerely, David, it's me who should thank you. I thought I would not live long. Once the deterrent effect of my presence disappeared, Summerland's foundation would be too thin, and under the attack of internal and external troubles, it would be hard for Summerland to continue being stable. In the future, Summerland may have become the next Chaos Land. Now, you not only saved me and allowed me continue to contribute to Summerland, but you also show unparalleled talent. This is such a blessing for Summerland, Mason lamented. Old Master Stefani, don't say that. As a Summerlander, these are all things I should do. If we don't have a stable homeland like Summerland, where would our warm homes be? You're right about not having a home if you don't have a homeland. David, you really impress me. Go do what you want without any worries. My old bones can still support you for a few years, but you can't neglect your cultivation either. You should reach the level of a peak god ranker as soon as possible, as that is the most important thing. I got it. Don't worry, Old Master Stefani. I will definitely work hard. Tell me about the grand event of the Chosen Ones in Summerland. I heard that some people can't sit still anymore, Mason said with murderous intent on his face. Next, David began to tell Mason everything starting from Dark Cape until he left the grand event of the Chosen Ones, including the Dominic family and Star Alliance colluding with foreign forces and attracting 5 god rank guardians who tried to kill everyone who participated in the grand event of the Chosen Ones to cause chaos in Summerland. The two talked for a long time. Mason also told David a lot of things he did not know before. For example, many forces among the hidden sects and families once sent their people to help Summerland tide over the difficulties. Mason was far from being as powerful as he was now 100 years ago. Without the help of these forces, Summerland might not be what it was now. The most familiar names were the King family and the Crumbs. Of course, there were also many sects and families that not only did not help Summerland at that time, but also secretly developed their own forces and scrambled for resources. The Dominic family, Star Sect, and the Heron family, who were driven out of Summerland by Mason, were such forces. The Dominic family and Star Sect were still a little more restrained, and they had not gone over the line. That was why they could still hide in Summerland. Meanwhile, the Heron family even tried to take over a place to rule it themselves. They occupied an area and they were not controlled by Summerland. They made their own rules, so in the end, they were naturally driven out of Summerland by Mason. Plus, he stipulated that the people of the Heron family would never be allowed to set foot in Summerland. Therefore, the Heron family despised Mason to the bone. It was Mason who made them leave their homeland. They could not even come back to visit their ancestors after so many years, making them sinners of the Heron family. If they ever got the chance, they would definitely not go easy on Mason and Summerland. In addition to this, Mason told David that there were 5 most powerful forces in the world. These 5 major forces all had one thing in common. That was, all of them had peak god rankers in their families, and some even had more than one. The 5 major forces around the globe were composed of 3 ancient families and 2 comprehensive forces. Summerland was a comprehensive force. There were 3 families behind Falconia: the Chris family, the Morrow family, and the Oxus family. These three families were also the strongest and most mysterious families in the world today. No one knew exactly how strong they were. It was possible only the three of them knew how strong each other was. Therefore, they would jointly support Falconia to become the most powerful empire in the world. There was also a comprehensive force called the Underworld Alliance. In addition to the 5 strongest forces, there were also many small and medium-sized forces in existence. However, most of them were attached to the 5 major forces. Summerland also had many subordinate forces around the world. These small and medium-sized forces needed to hand over a considerable amount of resources to Summerland every year in exchange for Summerland's protection. However, recently, Mason was rumored to be on the brink of death. So many forces that were originally attached to Summerland also began to change sides and look for someone new to depend on. In their opinion, once Mason died, Summerland would definitely be swallowed up by several other major forces. Therefore, they had to find new backers in order to survive the upcoming troubled times. Mason did not come forward to stop them either. This was not the time to show his face. He was waiting for a chance that would shock everyone in the world. This chance would come soon as the news of his death was slowly circulating. It could be seen from the way the Dominic family and Star Alliance came out to collude with foreign forces. If the news of Mason's death did not spread, they would not be so hasty. Mason only needed to wait a little more and soon, a lot of people would not be able to hold back any longer. After all, who did not want a share of this big Summerland cake? They would do this step by step, and the first to take action would get the biggest piece of the pie. Interest would push everyone to reach out their hand towards Summerland. Mason only needed to show up at this time to cut off those hands that reached over to Summerland and make them retract their hands. The two talked until afternoon. Then, Julia came with lunch. Hence, David stayed to have lunch with Mason. Julia was very happy to see David again, especially when she heard about David's performance at the grand event of the Chosen Ones in Summerland and how he killed Axel, the eldest son of the Dominic family and a late dragon ranker, in seconds. He suppressed the descendants of countless hidden sects and families and climbed to the top to become the number 1 among the younger generation in Summerland. After that, he even impressed countless Chosen Ones and got a chance to marry Lorraine, a woman of peerless elegance. However, David unexpectedly left the scene after his job was done, hiding his merits and fame. He only left behind countless legends about him. The most important thing was David's age, as he was at least 10 years younger than those Chosen Ones. He really deserved to be the most talented person her great-grandpa had mentioned. Even those heirs from sects and families who had been hidden for many years had been trampled under his foot. Although Julia was just an ordinary woman, she was Mason's great-granddaughter. The environment in which she grew up made her destined to have a much higher benchmark than the average person. So far, apart from David, no man had really caught her eye. Even Stan and Clinton, who were the most dazzling among the younger generation in Capital City, were no different. Julia did not know that David was Silver Face, nor did Mason tell her. She was already beyond surprised by David's achievements, so if she learned of David's true strength, it was unknown how she would feel. 1. Mason was also happy today. He insisted on David accompanying him for a few drinks. David had no choice but to obey. Mason's body had recovered now, so drinking a little wine would not have any effect on his body at all. The two were eating food and drinking some wine. Julia was smiling at them the whole time as she continuously served them food and wine. At this moment, she felt that she was the happiest she has ever been. Unfortunately, David did not belong to her yet. Otherwise, her life would be perfect. After 3 rounds of drinks, Mason asked David, "David, how are you going to form this new team? Do you have any plans?" David put down his fork and said, "Old Master Stefani, I'm going to hold a meeting in the name of the Summerland government, and I will send an invitation to all the hidden families and sects who have resurfaced and ask them to send someone to attend the meeting. At the same time, I'll warn them to restrain their disciples and children and ask them to obey the laws of Summerland. Plus, they must also send someone prestigious to join this new team to maintain the order of Summerland society. If we catch anyone violating the rules, we will not be merciful with them. What do you think?" "It's feasible. Let Julia issue the invitation in the name of the Summerland government. You two can go and discuss this later." She can do this well, and if you need anything in the future, you can directly seek out Julia. Julia is my secretary in Summerland, and she can handle a lot of things herself, Mason replied. Okay, Old Master Stefani. However, I need a government identity to both meet these people from the hidden families and sects, and also to take the lead in forming a new team. Therefore, it might expose my identity as an MP of Summerland. No problem, you can reveal your identity, but you can also claim to be a disciple I secretly cultivated, which resulted in your status. I believe that no one will question it. All right, I understand. After leaving Mason's place, David called Celia and told her he would go over later before he drove to Celia's house. After David left, Julia was busy clearing the table. Mason spoke at this time. Julia, I asked David to contact you to create more opportunity for you two to interact. You must seize it. Great-grandpa, why are you talking about this again? Julia asked, feeling embarrassed. Julia, I can't tell you have feelings for David. Back then, I was underestimating David with my comments about him. He's definitely the most talented person in all the recorded history in the world. He might even break through the obstruction of peak god rank and reach the next realm. So, you have to seize him. Julia was dazed after she heard that. Then, she asked, Great-grandpa, is David that amazing? He can only go further, Mason said ruefully. I understand, Great-grandpa. I will seize the opportunity. However, David said he already has a girlfriend, Julia said sadly. So what? Even though it's a monogamous era, which one of the powerful men out there only has one woman? A lot of people from powerful families had illegitimate children outside. For example, the heir of the Quinn family David killed. After he did, they immediately found an illegitimate child to take over as their heir. Don't get all twisted up in this, Mason advised. I don't intend to, but I'm worried that David won't give me this chance. He seems to reject the idea of betraying his girlfriend. I can tell he loves his girlfriend a lot. It's fine. I have a chance to help you with him, but of course, he has to fancy you first. I got it, Great-grandpa. When he arrived at Celia's house, it was already evening. As soon as he entered the house, he found Celia and her family waiting for him to start dinner. David is here. Come have dinner. We are all waiting for you, Mindy said when he saw David come in. All right. To be honest, David was not hungry at all as he had drunk with Mason all afternoon, but he could not reject their kindness, so he walked over and sat down. David, East League Capitals is so big now. Do you have any other goals? Oh? And what type of company are you going to develop East League Capitals into? Mindy asked while eating. David was stunned. He genuinely did not think about this question before. The establishment of East League Capitals was actually for him to spend money to obtain lavish points. He had never thought about other aspects at all. Mrs. Young, East League International will develop in all aspects, and it should become a comprehensive company with strong inclusivity, David replied after thinking for a while. Oh, then do you have any specific plans? I am only responsible for the general policy, so the specific planning will be completed by my subordinate. Your subordinate? Do you mean Pearl, the general manager of East League Capitals? You can say that. David, you're handing over such a big company to a young woman. Can she really manage it? It'll be fine, Mrs. Young. Miss Pearl is the first person to work for me. Moreover, she also graduated from a prestigious university and has several years of work experience. She is very capable, and she is the reason East League Capitals has achieved so much today. Mindy did not speak as soon as she heard David complimenting Pearl like that. She suspected there must be something fishy going on with the two of them. It would be impossible for David to fire Pearl now. She could only have Celia enter the company quickly after graduating to keep a closer eye on David so that she could get rid of Pearl slowly. David held 100% of the equity in East League Capitals anyway, so he only needed to say the word to fire anyone. It would be best if Celia could give birth to a child. David was also very puzzled now. Why is Mrs. Young suddenly asking this? I don't get it, but Mindy always asks such imaginative questions anyway. I'll just get used to it. The next day, David contacted Julia and discussed sending invitations to all the hidden sects and families who joined Resurfaced. First, they would notify the 66 provincial cabinet ministers of Summerland, and asked them to report the families and sects that had resurfaced in their respective provinces. The two tallied the number. There were now 47 sects and 32 families that had resurfaced. After adding the numbers, they found that there were a total of 79 forces in Summerland that had resurfaced. Basically, the way they resurfaced was to cooperate with the local forces in Summerland. Of course, there were actually some tainted forces that cooperated with local clans in secret, but they had not been reported. Examples of these were the secret cooperation between the Warner family and the Dominic family, and the cooperation between the Gooding family and Star sect. However, life was not easy for the Warner family right now. The Dominic family colluded with foreign forces in an attempt to kill everyone at the grand event of the Chosen Ones in Summerland so that Summerland would fall into civil chaos. In doing so, they had outraged all the other forces. The fact that the Warner family and the Dominic family were partners has been exposed at the grand event of the Chosen Ones in Summerland, so naturally, they were also involved in this. Now, not only were Hidden Family and the sect unwilling to spare the Warner family, but even Summerland would not accommodate the Warner family anymore. It was just that the Warner family was an elite aristocratic family in Summerland. They had a profound background and were involved in many industries. Moreover, more than one member of the Summerland Parliament was speaking up for the Warner family. However, in the end, Abraham, the second member of the Summerland Parliament, straightforwardly announced that the Warner family had to be severely punished. If not, how would Summerland maintain its foothold? This suppressed the MPs who spoke up for the Warner family. As soon as Abraham said this, everyone knew that it was only a matter of time before the Warner family would be finished. Stan was sent abroad by the Warner family on the night he came back from the grand event of the Chosen Ones in Summerland. They probably also knew that this time, it would be hard for the Warner family to survive through this. The Warner family had actually been quite wrong this time. The Dominic family's collusion with foreign forces had nothing to do with them. The Warner family just wanted to rely on a powerful family like the Dominic family so that they could count on the strength of the Dominic family to get through the upcoming troubled times safely. Although the Dominic family was a tainted force, according to the information they got, Mason was no longer around. As long as they secretly maintained a cooperative relationship with the Dominic family, who could stop them after news of Mason's death was confirmed. However, who would have expected the Dominic family to be daring enough to collude with foreign forces? If they had known earlier, the Warner family would never have dared to cooperate with the Dominic family. After all, the roots of the Warner family were in Summerland. It was a pity that no one was willing to listen to their explanations, as no one believed them. David did not care whether the Warner family was finished or not. He did not even go to the meeting discussing the Warner family that he was notified of. In his opinion, the Warner family was insignificant. They were not worth his trouble as a peak god ranker. If there was no other choice, he could just destroy them. With a flick of his wrist, all David needed to do now was to inform all these resurfaced forces to have a meeting. His goal was to assemble a team composed entirely of late dragon rankers, or even peak dragon rankers and masters who were halfway to god rank. This team would be used to hunt down forces like the Dominic family and Star Alliance, which were trying to split the forces of Summerland. At the same time, it was also to maintain the stability of Summerland society so that illegal acts would not happen in the country. David and Julia analyzed all these forces based on the information recorded by Summerland. Then, they checked with the 66 provincial cabinet ministers to determine the approximate strength of these forces so that they had some knowledge about them. It was also necessary to know which forces had helped Summerland before, as such forces would definitely get preferential treatment when they resurfaced. After obtaining the general information on all the forces, Julia sent invitation letters to the 77 groups, the name of the Summerland government, to invite them to Capital City in 3 days for the meeting. The meeting was to discuss how to deal with the hidden forces after resurfacing, as well as to form the new team. All the forces that received the invitation letter responded almost immediately, stating that they would participate on time. Now that Summerland was still peaceful, they dare not cross Summerland at this moment. The rumors about Mason's death were just rumors, and no one knew if it was legitimate. If they were the first ones to take the first step and were struck down, who would they go cry to? The Nichols family was a typical example of this. Now, they could only go along with Summerland's wishes. They would do whatever Summerland wanted them to. If Mason really did die, it would not take long before someone took action. After all, if Summerland was in chaos, who cared if promises were honored or not? After doing these things, David began waiting for the meeting in 3 days' time. 3 days later, hundreds of people gathered in Opulence Manor, a huge courtyard in Capital City. Opulence Manor was bought by David for nearly $2 billion. This time, the meeting place for all the hidden families and sects was held here. The hundreds of people gathered here at this moment were all from various hidden sects and families, and they were all sent to attend the meeting held by the Summerland government. A lot of the familiar figures David knew were among them. For example, Augustus and Selena from the King family were here. The Crumbs sent Master Coda, but she came alone and did not bring any disciples. The courtyard was filled with tables and chairs as many expensive foods and fruits filled the tables. David also placed the names of each hidden family and sect on each table according to their strength. The further front the seat was, the stronger the family or sect. The law of the jungle was so ingrained in the hearts of these people that it was better to follow this. If they sat recklessly, a fight for seats would probably break out at the scene. Meanwhile, David had not arrived, so the meeting had not started yet. People from various families and sects at the scene started introducing themselves to each other and chatted. Augustus and Selena were naturally the focus of everyone. The King family was the most powerful of all the hidden families and sections. Furthermore, a stunning woman like Selena was here. Everyone naturally wanted to get closer to the King family, and it would be best if they could obtain a relationship through marriage. Miss Selena is such a natural beauty. I think she's not inferior to Lorraine from the Crumbs at all. You two are definitely the peerless duo in Summerland. That's right. Miss Selena is definitely the most amazing woman I have ever seen. Mr. Augustus is very lucky. Everyone complimented. While everyone was chatting joyously, David and Julia walked in. They were followed by 4 Peak Dragon rankers. These 4 were the members of Team Dragon in Summerland. Team Dragon was Summerland's secret weapon, and it was composed of all Peak Dragon rankers. David was also going to integrate Team Dragon into the new team he was forming. He could not form a team if all the members came from hidden families and sections. After all, they also needed some people from Summerland for reasonable diversity and to supervise. David was dressed very formally, and he was not as casual as usual. After all, this was the first time he was interacting with this people as a Summerland government official. Coupled with the improvement of his physique and mental strength, he looked even more energetic while his temperament was outstanding. Some young women who followed their elders to experience the world had admiration in their eyes. Even Selena, a gorgeous woman blessed by the heavens, was no exception. She knew more than these people. A few days ago, David had been flying with her in his arms for so long that she had already had a crush on him. David went to the seat in front and sat down. Julia stood beside him, while the 4 Peak Dragon rankers stood behind him. Today, he was the main character. Some of the people at the scene had met David before. They also participated in the grand event of the Chosen Ones in Summerland a few days ago. Even though David declined the title of number 1 among the younger generation in Summerland, in many of their hearts, he was the only one worthy of the title. The grand event of the Chosen Ones was rehosted again after that day, but no one participated, so it ended hastily. It was because they knew that even if they won, they would just be inviting shame upon themselves. Thus, it would be better to not participate. After these people from the hidden families and sects came back, they all used their influence to look up David. However, the result caused everyone's jaws to drop. David was the owner of a capital firm that was estimated to be worth over $10 trillion. They could not find anything else other than the fact that David was the founder of East League Capitals. East League Capitals was a new company that had just been established. It could not achieve such rapid development in such a short period without any background. Therefore, everyone began guessing who David was. When they saw David today, it suddenly dawned on them. It turned out that David was someone that the Summerland government was cultivating. No wonder he was so strong, and no wonder in less than a year, he could develop a newly established company into a large capital with assets worth nearly $10 trillion. Moreover, they could not find any other information about him at all. After David sat down, everyone else found their own seats and sat down. Soon, the scene quietened down. At this moment, David said, "Thank you for coming to this meeting. First of all, let me introduce myself. My name is David Liddell. Some of the people sitting here should know me, but you may not know my actual identity. I am the 11th MP of the Summerland Parliament and a disciple of Mr. Mason Stefani." After David finished speaking, everyone below looked shocked. David had such a high status at such a young age. Not only was he the 11th MP of the Summerland Parliament, but he was also a disciple of Mason. They knew about the Summerland Parliament, and they knew that it was the highest decision-maker in Summerland. All major events in Summerland had to be discussed by the Summerland Parliament before a conclusion would be made. However, all of the MPs in the Summerland Parliament were halfway to God rank and above, right? Is David halfway to God rank? Impossible. How old is he? He's in his early 20s, and he is halfway to God rank. It is completely unheard of. This should be arranged by his master, Mason. As the stabilizing force in Summerland, no one would say no to Mason arranging for his disciple to get into the Summerland Parliament. Yes, that should be the case. Everyone was thinking like this except for Selena because she knew David's true strength. Today, I will be conveying the Summerland government's instructions to you all. If you're able to sit here today, it means that you are officially recognized by Summerland. Furthermore, many of your sects and families had helped Summerland before, and that's how Summerland could tide over previous difficulties and achieve today's prosperity and peace. On behalf of all of the Summerlanders here, I want to thank you all. Thank you. After David said this, he stood up and bowed to the more than 100 people who were sitting. Then, he sat down and continued, "There are two main purposes for summoning you all to this meeting today. First, since everyone here wants to resurface and integrate into our secular social life, then I hope you can abide by the rules and regulations of Summerland. I'm sure you all should have an idea of what you can and can't do in Summerland. We in Summerland promote equality for everyone. It doesn't matter if you are a Tiger Rank Master, a Dragon Rank Master, or even a God Rank Guardian. In our opinion, you are no different from ordinary people. Everyone's lives are of equal value. I know this conflicts with the idea that you've always followed, which says that the strong should be respected. But it can't be helped. This is the rule that all of us in Summerland have made together. Even a God Rank Guardian cannot kill ordinary people for no reason, otherwise, they will be hunted down by all of us in Summerland. I hope you can understand. After all, ordinary people in Summerland make up the vast majority. Think about it differently. How would you like it if you were an ordinary person and other powerful martial artists could deprive you of your life at will, and you are in danger of dying at any time when you walk on the street? I believe you wouldn't like that either. Do you have any opinions on this? If you do, you can mention them. If not, if you ever violate the rules in the future, don't blame me for not reminding you." David paused for a while, after speaking to give everyone time to speak.